Chapter 1. Want to capture the old vertical. The night is seductive. In the private room of the 5-star hotel, Gournyan's white wrist was held on the top of his head and firmly nailed to the wall and kissed. Men's kissing skills are great, and the delicate kiss can almost drive people crazy. Even though Gournyan was a little dizzy after drinking, he was still fascinated by the kiss. At this moment, the man's rough big hand probed along the corner of his clothes and stroked the slender waist. Gournyan trembled, and the numbness of her skin made her feel that her body seemed to be electrocuted, and there was no way to think about any problems at all. In addition to the blank space of the white flowers, it was the heat of burning the body. It was not until the confusion that the mobile phone in Gournyan's pocket vibrated, and the originally confused peach blossom eyes gradually recovered clarity. She almost subconsciously resisted the man's strong and hot chest, and so on. The man gasped slightly, and there was a little emotional patience in his deep ink-colored eyes. He frowned slightly and looked down at Gournyan. The whole person is so charming and sexy. Sorry, I'm just drunk, and my brain is a little unclear. Gournyan's voice is soft, and a pair of crimson thin lips are moist, leaving traces of being loved and ravaged. She is probably crazy. Just because her boyfriend just gave herself as a gift to Mr. Law in front of him because of an investment project. She actually kissed the man she met for the first time in the private room of the hotel because of revenge. She was sober now, and then she remembered that there might be some misunderstanding. Qing Yicheng may really have something to do and can't come back. It's not like what Luo Jiuye said. Luo Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly, and his voice was hoarse with a trace of emotion. What's wrong? Although he asked, he hooked her clothes in his hand and pushed her up. Jiuye. Gournyan quickly held his hand. Luo Suyu's palm was attached to the woman's slender waist, with delicate skin and tender flesh, and the good feel made him narrow his eyes slightly. Master Jiu, today's incident is my presumptuous. Gournyan pursed his lips, and his eyes were already clear. Luo Suyu withdrew his hand, got up and took half a step back. The button of his shirt was half unbuttoned, and a few strands of broken hair in front of his forehead fell down, covering the ink color in his eyes. With lust, his legs were weak. Want to capture the past. Gournyan was burned by the man's substantial gaze and withdrew his gaze. Master Jiu, please eat slowly, and I won't bother you. And when Gournyan left, Luo Suyu raised his hand to touch the corners of his lips. It seems that there is still a warm and soft touch on it. He took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Subconsciously he raised his head, his slender neck lengthened, and the protruding throat knot outlined the curvature of sexuality. The blue smoke rose, blurring his handsome and abstinent face. Luo Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly and subconsciously looked in the direction where Gournyan left. A pair of eyes were deeply captivating this little girl. He looks pure and lustful, and he can be as soft as no bones when he touches his body. The most fatal thing is that a kiss alone can arouse his desire. It's a little interesting. By the time Gournyan walked out of the hotel, it was already dark. She has been calling Qing Yicheng since she just left the private room. But the prompt sound is that the phone has been turned off. Gournyan stood on the side of the road with a frown. It was not until the mobile phone in her pocket vibrated again that she came back to her senses. The phone call came from her good friend Li Wan. Gournyan pressed the answer button, but before she could open her mouth, she heard an unbearable voice on the phone. It was Ling Wenwen and a man. Gournyan almost subconsciously wanted to hang up. But at this time, he heard Ling Wan suddenly shout a name, Qing Yicheng. Gournyan couldn't help being stunned. Qing Yicheng. My boyfriend who has been in love for 3 years. You. Don't you regret giving Gournyan to Luo Jiuye? What's there to regret? It's really worth the money for a woman to change an investment. Besides, she didn't let me touch her at all, and even held hands for a long time. Qing Yicheng's voice was full of gasping. While moving, she said, it's not like you, not only letting me touch, but also letting me in. I hate it. Gournyan hung up the phone almost with an embarrassed face. The two people on this phone, one is her good friend and the other is her boyfriend who has been in love for 3 years. Gournyan never thought that one day, she would suffer the double betrayal of friendship and love. It turned out to be true. Qing Yicheng really gave himself as a gift to Luo Suyu. Just because I didn't let him touch. However, he knew that she had severe contact anxiety disorder. Even if it is the simplest way to hold hands with a man, his heart will stall, his hands and feet will be cold, and he will sweat coldly. It is also because of this that she gets along with Qing Yicheng only by holding hands. In this regard, she has always felt guilty and tried to make a change. But now it seems that it is no longer necessary. Gournyan stood alone at the door of the hotel until the mobile phone in her pocket rang again. Then she seemed to suddenly come to her senses and lowered her eyes and pressed the answer button. Hello. Is it Gournyan? Your sister Gournyan had a sudden heart attack at school and was sent to the hospital. Gournyan only felt tight, and the blood on her lips instantly faded. Which hospital is she in? The 3rd Central Hospital. I'll be there soon. And when Gournyan arrived at the hospital, Guo Lian's head teacher was waiting anxiously outside the rescue room. Seeing Guo Nian coming from afar, he rushed up. Mr. Wang, what happened? Why did Guo Lian suddenly get sick? I don't know what the specific situation is. I heard from other students that it was Guo Lian who received a phone call and then suddenly fainted. The phone call? Guo Nian's mind was confused. Guo Lian had congenital heart disease. Obviously, he had stabilized too much during this period. The doctor also said that as long as he was not stimulated, he could pass the college entrance examination safely. But this phone call. And just as Guo Nian was thinking nonsense, the red light in the emergency room went out. After a while, the doctor came out of it. Doctor, how is my sister? She is out of danger, but her heart condition is very dangerous, and she must have a heart transplant as soon as possible, otherwise. The doctor pursed his lips. Obviously, he was not unfamiliar with the two Guo Nian sisters. He paused for a moment, and then said in a low voice. Guo Lian's surgical conditions were too complicated. Now only Chen Qinghe, the chief physician of the cardiology department of the provincial hospital, can do this kind of surgery. Chen Qinghe. Guo Nian couldn't help but feel tight just then. She seemed to I heard Mr. Luo mention this name at the wine table. However, even if you ask Professor Chen for surgery, Guo Lian won't last long, at most half a year, and you must have surgery within half a year. Hurry up to raise money, at least 500,000 yuan. Half a year. 500,000. Guo Nian's face turned pale. Thank you, doctor. After sending the doctor away, Guo Nian entered the ward. However, at this time, Guo Lian was lying on the hospital bed with a pale face, dying like a flower bone that was about to wither. Turn round and look. Nian didn't know how long he stood by the hospital bed and looked at it, and then took out the black gold-plated business card in his pocket. The name of a person, Lu Siyi, was written in a dragon-flying phoenix dance. Guo Nian squeezed the business card and hesitated for a long time. Then he took a deep breath and dialed a string of phone numbers. Soon, the phone was connected. Hey, Master Jiu. The man's low and magnetic laughter came from the phone, but it was cold and half unhumane. Do you really want to capture the past? Chapter 2. This man is your medicine. Guo Nian pursed his lips, and at that moment, he even wanted to hang up the phone directly. However, she subconsciously glanced at Guo Lian, who was lying on the hospital bed, and then said. Just when she was eating, the ninth master mentioned Professor Chen Qinghe. Well, what? Miss Guo, what's the matter with him? Guo Nian nodded quickly. My sister has congenital heart disease. The doctor said that only Dr. Chen can do such a complicated surgery, so what? Before Guo Nian finished speaking, Luo Siyu interrupted in a cold voice. Guo Nian couldn't help taking a deep breath. Can the ninth master help Dr. Chen to operate on my sister? Of course. Guo Nian couldn't help but be overjoyed and hurriedly said, Thank you, Master Jiu. Don't thank me for being so early. Luo Siyu's voice was lazy and conditional. Guo Nian's heart tightened, and the picture of her mother kissing a strange old man suddenly slipped through her mind. For a moment, she only felt that her heart beat instantly and her hands and feet were cold. She is very familiar with this feeling. It's the stress reaction of anxiety disorder. Are you free tomorrow? Have a meal with me. Guo Nian couldn't help being stunned. Even though his back was still sweating coldly, his heartbeat calmed down little by little. Eating? Well, what's up? No time? No. Guo Nian shook his head in a hurry. When he has time, what time and where is it tomorrow? I'll send you my mobile phone later. Thank you, Master Jiu. Thank you so early. Luo Suyun seemed to smile, and his voice was meaningful. When he had dinner tomorrow, he thanked me in front of me. Guo Nian nodded quickly, then. See you tomorrow. When the phone was hung up, Guo Nian's mobile phone soon shook. It was a text message sent by Luo Siyu. At 7 p.m. tomorrow, private room 808 of Foley Hotel. It's still today's time, and it's still that place. Guo Nian couldn't help taking a deep breath, then put his mobile phone aside, and then carefully reached out and held Guo Lian's hand. Lian, you have been saved. Early the next morning, Guo Nian was awakened by a vibration of his mobile phone. She subconsciously glanced at the caller ID, but her face had already sank. It's Jing Yicheng. Guo Nian walked out of the ward with his mobile phone, and then pressed the power button. Hey, Nian, I had an emergency yesterday, so I left first. Didn't that Lord Jiuye do anything to you? Guo Nian's eyes were slightly cold. Didn't you give me to Lord Jiuye? Qing Yicheng couldn't help but be stunned. It seemed that he didn't expect Guo Nian to know. He suddenly stuttered and couldn't speak. You? What are you? Guo Nian sneered. Didn't you say that when you slept with Ling Wangwei? Qing Yicheng's face changed greatly, and he only felt that an unknown fire suddenly surged into his heart. His first reaction was that Ling Wangwan, the bitch, leaked the secret. He clearly told her not to tell Guo Nian the secret of the two people. Although he was annoyed and didn't let him touch her, he really liked her. After all, even if you look like Gornia's appearance, you may not be able to find a few even if you go all over Kyoto. If not, because he knows that she has contact anxiety disorder, he will not go with the flow and send her out in order to attract Lord Jiuye, the big gold master. As for Ling Wan, it's just a tool to vent your lust, and you dare to play tricks with him. Nian Nian, listen to me. Qin Yicheng is in a hurry. However, before he finished speaking, Gornian smiled and said, "Thank you for taking me to see Master Luo." Qin Yicheng was slightly stunned, as if he suddenly thought of something, and his face turned red in an instant. "Did you let him touch you?" His voice suddenly raised an octave, and his voice was sharp like an angry hen. Gornian was stunned for a moment. Her original intention was actually because of Professor Chen Qinghe. If it weren't for Luo Siyu, she couldn't get aside with Professor Chen at all. It's just that. Qin Yicheng's words also reminded Gornian of one thing she had been ignoring. That is, she actually kissed Luo Siyu yesterday. Moreover, there was no attack on anxiety disorder. However, she even felt that her heart beat fast even holding hands with Qin Yicheng. Why? Qin Yi thought that he had guessed right when he saw that Gornian had not refuted for a long time. He suddenly became angry and almost gritted his teeth and said, "Gornian, you are a bitch." But before he finished scolding, Gornian had already hung up the phone. Gornian directly dragged Qin Yicheng's phone into the blacklist with an expressionless face. Just as she was about to go back to the ward, Gornian seemed to suddenly think of something. She held her mobile phone and thought for a long time before dialing a phone. "Hello, So Shen, is it convenient to talk now? I have something to consult." Shen Lingxi's energetic voice came from the microphone. "Convenient, convenient. Come on, my distinguished VIP customer, what do you want to consult?" Shen Lingxun is Gornia's high school classmate. She has just graduated from the medical school for 1 year, and is now an intern in the psychiatric department of the provincial hospital. And Gornian is her first patient. Since the day she fell in love with Qin Yicheng, she has been doing interventional treatment with the help of Shen Lingxian. However, there has been no result. "I kissed a man yesterday." "A man?" Shen Lingxing immediately grasped the point. "Oh my god, there is a lot of information. Isn't it your boyfriend, Qin Yicheng? I have broken up with him." "Well divided, I have long said that that bastard is a scumbag." Gornian smiled bitterly. She knew that Shen Lingxian had always disliked Qin Yicheng. Originally, she thought that the two of them had different personalities. Now it seems that Shen Lingxia's eyesight is really many times stronger than hers. "Come on, tell me the symptoms quickly. Did you have a heartbeat stall when you kissed that man?" Gornian thought carefully about yesterday's kiss. She should have been drunk at that time, but she only felt hot. As for the heartbeat stalled, no. "Are your hands and feet cold?" "No." "Do you have a cold sweat?" "It seems there is no." "Oh my god. What a miracle of medicine. You don't have the stress reaction of anxiety disorder." Shen Lingxin was completely shocked. Gornian squeezed his lips. "I drank a lot of wine at that time, and I should have been drunk." Shen Lingxin immediately retorted that it had nothing to do with being drunk or not. Stress reaction is the reaction of the brain. As long as people are alive, the brain will not strike, so. "Nian Nian, this man is your medicine." Gornian couldn't laugh or cry medicine. It should be poison. She is an adult. Naturally, she knows that with Qin Yicheng's spleen, the Lu Jiuye who can let him send his girlfriend out to flatter her must be extraordinary. However, such a man also has a common disease. That is to treat women as toys. Therefore, even if it is medicine, Lu Jiuye can't use it as his medicine.it. Can only be poison. Chapter 3. You should thank Mr. Lu. At 6:30 p.m. that day, Gornian arrived at the door of the hotel in advance. She came here by bus because she was afraid of traffic jams on the road, so she arrived early. In Gornian's opinion, this time she is asking for others, so naturally, she can't let the other party wait for her. However, Gornian stood at the door for a while, and a tall man in a suit and leather came out of the door of the hotel. "Are you Miss Gu? The 9th master has arrived at the private room." Gornian couldn't help being stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that Luo Siyu would arrive earlier than himself. When she went upstairs and pushed open the door of the private room, she saw Luo Siyu sitting inside with a young man in a white coat. Although Gornian was a little surprised, she thought that Professor Chen was an old man, but she didn't expect that he was a handsome young man. "You are Professor Chen Qinghe, right?" Chen Qinghe was probably dragged here just after work or on duty, and he didn't even take off his white coat. His expression was cold. Although he was alienated thousands of miles away, he still nodded slightly to Gornian. "Has the patient's medical record been brought?" "I brought it." Gornian quickly handed the medical records in his bag to Chen Qinghe. Chen Qinghe quickly glanced at the medical record with an expressionless face. After a long time, he raised his eyes. "The operation can be done. He will be transferred to the provincial hospital tomorrow. I will arrange the operation as soon as possible." "Well." Gornian heard it and couldn't help but look embarrassed. "Professor Chen, can you arrange the operation in a month?" My sister is about to take the college entrance examination. There is less than a month left. She has persisted all the way until now. Guo Nian doesn't want all her previous efforts to be wasted. You can't help this. Chen Qinghe said flatly that the patient should be examined first, and then look for a matching heart source, which is already low. If you are lucky enough to find it, you have to have surgery as soon as possible, otherwise. However, before Chen Qinghe finished otherwise, Luo Siyu on the side glanced over. He subconsciously turned his eyes, and his face was full of doubts. Did he say anything wrong? However, the doubt returned to doubt, but he just pursed his lips and added another sentence, let's turn the patient over first. I'll take this medical record back to build a file first, and you can bring the patient here tomorrow. Thank you, Professor Chen. Guo Nian said with a grateful face. Don't thank me. Chen Qinghe waved his hand expressionlessly, and then said in a sinister tone, you should thank Mr. Luo. Fuck. He had 3 major surgeries in a row, and before he could breathe, he was dragged here to help him pick up girls. Now, he doesn't even want to say more punctuation marks. He just wants to go home and lie down. All right, you two thank each other. I'll go first. Chen Qinghe immediately stood up and glanced at the tall man standing beside him. What was he still doing? Send me home. If he drives back again, I'm afraid he will die halfway. Zhang Hai subconsciously looked at his own, Luo Jiuye. Luo Siyu nodded. Hi, you send Qinghe home first. Yes, Master Jiu. When Chen Qinghe and Zhang Hai left, only Guo Nian and Luo Siyu were left in the private room. Thank you for today's matter, Master Jiu. Guo Nian thanked me sincerely. Luo Siyu turned his head slightly and raised his eyes. Guo Nian wore a simpler chiffon white long skirt today, revealing her white and slender calves, hazy like an ancient painting of the misty rain in the south of the Yangtze River, graceful and tender. It's hard not to move a man with this soft and beautiful appearance. Luo Siyu subconsciously narrowed his eyes slightly, hiding the darkness that flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Did he just say it? Don't you want some substantial thanks? Guo Nian squeezed his lips and clenched his fingers uneasily. He didn't quite understand what substantial thanks meant. Come here. Luo Siyu raised his head slightly. Obviously, such a posture gave people a feeling of being out of the wind. However, it was made by him, which was particularly cold and reserved. Guo Nian squeezed his lips and approached, feeling a little anxious. Are you afraid of me? Luo Siyu hooked his lips slightly. Guo Nian moved his lips, but before she could open her mouth, her wrist was pulled by someone, and then she was pulled into a warm and hard embrace. Jiuye. Guo Nian pressed against the man's strong chest in a panic. Hard and hot. I want to kiss you. Luo Siyu's voice is hoarse, with demagoguery, and his sex is deadly. Guo Nian looked up in shock, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Why are you so surprised? Didn't you just kiss me yesterday? Luo Siyu's voice was low and hoarse, and his breath was burning. Guo Nian only felt a bang in his head, and he didn't know how to answer it for a moment. Luo Siyu hooked his lips slightly. The next second, the big hand had already clasped Guo Nian's slender waist, and the other palm held the back of his head, and kissed her moist lips with his head up. The place where he wanted to take a bite for a long time. It's very soft. It was softer than the one he kissed yesterday. Guo Nian only felt that the breath splashed between her nose was hot, as if her skin was about to burn. She couldn't help but gasp and almost subconsciously turned her head away. However, when he just turned away a little, he was fixed by the big palm on the back of his head, deepening the kiss. Well. Guo Nian whispered and quickly raised his hand against the man's shoulder and pushed it out. Luo Siyu did not move further. He retreated slightly with her force, with a thin gasp. Reject me? Luo Siyu's voice is more magnetic than just now, like a layer of sand. Guo Nian subconsciously clenched his fingers. Obviously, he understood the meaning of Luo Siyu's words. Although the hospital bed is open, I can still take it back. Luo Siyu looked up at her, looking cold and reserved. Chen Qinghe's private hospital is under the name of Lu's group. He does have enough ability to decide everything. Guo Nian's face turned pale, and his body couldn't help shaking. Luo Siyu looked sideways at her pitiful appearance and couldn't help reaching out and pinching her chin. His tentacles were slippery and soft, just like the man in front of him. She doesn't seem to know how inviting her expression is. But when a man sees it, there is only one thought in his mind, that is, let her cry under his body. Luo Siyu's eyes sank, and his rough fingers rubbed her delicate crimson lips. His voice was so low that it was almost magnetic. You want to eat hard, right? Guo Nian looked desperate, and his hand against the man's chest trembled slightly. Luo Siyu narrowed his eyes slightly, immediately picked her up and strode towards the lounge in the private room. Chapter 4. It's all in front of the house, won't you ask me to sit up? Luo Siyu didn't even have the patience to hold her to bed and pressed her against the wall at the door of the lounge. Guo Nian took a light breath, but the man's kiss had fallen, and his thick arms tightened her slender waist. His kiss was rough and hot, full of aggression. The body is scattered. The breath emitted opened its teeth and claws, like a beast that had just struggled out of the cage, just wanting to tear the woman under it to pieces and eat it. Well. Guo Nian frowned and sobbed in a low voice, and her hands instinctively raised against the man's hard and hot chest. It's just that the voice made Luo Suyu more and more excited, and he couldn't help it. But at this moment, the mobile phone in Luo Suyu's pocket suddenly vibrated. At this critical juncture, he didn't want to pick it up at all. He almost subconsciously took out his mobile phone and wanted to throw it aside. However, when he saw the name on the caller ID, his eyes, which were originally dyed full of desire, instantly dispersed. Han Mingming. Luo Suyu pursed his lips, let go of Guo Nian's slender waist, and then pinched the phone and walked out. When the phone was connected, a beautiful and delicate voice sounded in the microphone. You, I always have some clips of being with you in my mind these days. The doctor said that I may have to recover my memory. Luo Suyu turned his head and lit a cigarette, and slowly spit out a thin cigarette. Mingming, we have broken up. I didn't mean anything else to call you. Han Mingming seemed to be scared. I just suddenly recovered some memories of you. I thought you would be happy. Luo Suyu pursed his lips and said nothing. 3 years ago, Han Mingming went abroad for surgery because of a brain tumor. But because the excised part happened to be the hippocampus that connected the memory, she lost her memory. I lost most of my memories, even his boyfriend. It was also because of this that Han Mingming broke up with him. I'm going back to China next month. The doctor said that I should often get in touch with people and things in the past, which is conducive to my memory recovery. Han Mingming squeezed her lips carefully. Ayu, can you help me? The tip of Luo Siyu's tongue pressed against his upper jaw, and then, said, when will you go back to China? I'll pick you up. The 15th of next month? Okay, I got it. And at this time, Guo Nian was still shrinking on the door of the lounge, and his whole body couldn't help shaking. It was not until she heard the footsteps approaching that she raised her eyes in panic. Are you hungry? Come and have dinner with me. Luo Siyu's voice was cold, and his dark eyes did not have the slightest desire. It seems that he has just imprisoned her in his arms and kissed her fiercely and cruelly. The person who is full of murderous desire is not like him. Guo Nian pursed his lips and hesitated for a moment, and then followed Luo Si to the private room. Soon, the food was served one after another. Guo Nian subconsciously swept around and looked at Luo Suyu with some restraint. What's the matter? Let's see what I do. Just when Guo Nian was stunned, Luo Suyu swept her expressionlessly. Do I look more delicious than the food at this table? Guo Nian quickly withdrew his gaze and began to eat intently. When he was full and had enough to drink, Guo Nian put down his chopsticks. Thank you for the hospitality of the 9th master. I will invite you back another day. Don't change the day. Luo Suyu raised his eyebrows and said in a light voice, I'm just free tomorrow night. Guo Nian couldn't help being stunned, and the picture just now flashed in his mind. He was thinking. Luo Suyu wiped his mouth slowly and logically. When he raised his head, his throat rolled with the magnetic sound. What? Just have a meal. Are you afraid of being like this? Guo Nian subconsciously raised his eyes, and a pair of peach blossom eyes were full of water, which was so beautiful that it was a little charming. I didn't want to sleep with her. A trace of happiness rolled from the bottom of Guo Nian's eyes, and he hurriedly said, well, then I'll treat the 9th master to dinner tomorrow. Where do you live? I'll take you back. Luo Suyu stood up and looked back at Guo Nian. Guo Nian waved his hand subconsciously. Don't bother the 9th master. I'll just go back by myself. Let's go. It's just on the way. Guo Nian pursed her lips. She didn't report her address, and she didn't know how the master followed the way. However, now, she dares not touch the kindness of this old man. Then thank you, Master Jiu. After Guo Nian got in the car, he reported the address, but Jiang Hai was stunned. He had been in Kyoto for so many years and had never heard of the name of this community. He had no choice but to drive the navigation in the car. When he arrived at the destination, Jiang Hai glanced at the odometer. The road had just run out for 10 kilometers. It's really far enough. Guo Nian rents a house outside. She has been renting a house outside since she was kicked out by her father 5 years ago. And the place she rented is far from the city center. When she goes to work in the morning, it takes more than 2 hours by bus to get there. The location can be said to be remote and far away. As soon as Luo Si's car stopped, Guo Nian saw a familiar figure standing not far away. It's Qing Yicheng. He seems to have been waiting here for a long time. Shu saw a Maybach luxury car parked at the door, which could not be found in Kyoto. His expression was so gloomy that it almost dripped water. Even if he gave Guo Nian to Luo Si with his own hands. However, he thought that Guo Nian would not let Luo Si touch him, and he would definitely resist desperately. He didn't expect she didn't let her touch him all the time, only he was himself. What kind of bullshit contact anxiety disorder? It's all lies. Thank you, Master Jiu, for sending me back. Please slow down on the way. After Guo Nian got out of the car, he quickly waved goodbye to Luo Si. Luo Si leaned one hand on the window of the car, and his dark eyes glanced at Qing Yicheng, who was gloomy not far away, and finally fell on Guo Nian's delicate and beautiful face. What's the matter? It's at the door of the house. Don't you invite me to sit up? Go Nian was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Luo Suyu to say that. She is not a little white flower who doesn't know anything. She knows what it means to invite a man upstairs in the middle of the night. What's more, she shares a house with Shen Lingsheng. The living room is shared, and the bedroom is even smaller, so she can only put a bed. If Luo Suyu goes, there is probably no place to stand. Luo Suyu smiled, but he didn't force her anymore. Go upstairs. Go Nian breathed a sigh of relief secretly. Master Jiao, please go slowly. When he sat, Go Nian turned around and went upstairs. Luo Suyu did not leave, but directly pushed the door and got out of the car. He leaned on the car door, turned his head and lit a cigarette in his mouth. The smoke rose, blurring his handsome side face, and his bones were perfect. Qing Yicheng, who was not far away, waited for a long time. Seeing that the old man had no intention of leaving at all, he had the courage to meet him. Master Jiao. Luo Suyu put the tip of his tongue against his upper jaw, and slowly spit out a thin mouthful of smoke. His ink-colored eyes were clear and cold. What? Do you regret it? No, how dare I? Qing Yicheng laughed dryly. Well, Master Jiao, today's investment contract. Luo Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly. You can go directly to the company to sign the contract tomorrow. Qing Yicheng couldn't help but be overjoyed. Thank you, Master Jiao. With this investment, the Qing family will be saved. Luo Suyu waved his hand to Qing Yicheng with faint eyes, and his ink-colored pupils were a trace of boredom. Come on, get out of here. Qing Yicheng didn't dare to stay any longer. He could only nod and bow his head, turn around and get on the car. At this time, Luo Suyu subconsciously looked up at the unit building, casually threw the unburned cigarettes directly to the ground, and then raised his feet to extinguish the cigarettes on the ground. Back home. Yes, Master Jiao. Chapter 5. He seems to have some knowledge. Go Nian stood in front of the window and looked downstairs at this time, and she couldn't hear what Luo Suyu and Qing Yicheng said. After seeing Qing Yicheng drive away, Luo Suyu also followed him. What are you looking at? At this moment, Shen Lingsheng, who was wearing a mask, came out of the bathroom and subconsciously followed Go Nian's line of sight and looked downstairs, but she didn't even see half a person. Shen, are you on the night shift tomorrow? Go Nian raised his hand to draw the curtain, and then turned around and asked. Yes, what's the matter? I want to invite a friend to my house for dinner. Who is it? Shen Lingsheng's gossip radar is crazy. Is it the man who kissed you? Go Nian nodded awkwardly. Oh, my god, Nian, you just broke up and talked about it again. This seamless connection is awesome. Go Nian couldn't help staring at her, not. With that, she told Shen Lingsheng that Go Lian was going to have surgery and Lu Si's help. It's just that I hid something that can't be said. Why did Lian Lian get sick again? Isn't it already stable? Shen Lingsheng quickly put away the thought of laughing, frowned and said. Although she is an intern in the psychiatric department, she is a medical student and knows a little about Go Lian's condition. I heard that Go Lian's head teacher answered the phone, but I asked Lian Lian, but she refused to say. Anyway, it's better to have surgery first. I've also heard of Professor Chen Qinghe. It is said that it is a knife of the internal medicine department of the heart. Give it to her in love. You can rest assured. Go Nian nodded, but the expression on his face was not very relaxed. Now, the doctor has found it, but the problem of medical expenses has not been solved. It seems that she has to find a part-time job. At noon the next day, while Go Nian was still busy in the kitchen, there was a knock on the door. She quickly turned off the fire to open the door, and saw Luo Suyu standing outside the door with a bag. Luo Suyu only wore a white shirt and black suit trousers today, which was simple but expensive. A small gift. Go Nian subconsciously glanced at the packaging bag handed over by Luo Suyu, with the Hermes logo printed on the outside. No matter what's inside, Go Nian knows that the price must be high. Master Jiao, I can't accept this. Luo Suyu directly stuffed the gift bag into Go Nian's hand. I can't use the lady's things given by the customer. Go Nian pursed his lips and knew that he would be a little confused if he refused again. Thank you, Master Jiao. Please come in and sit down. Luo Suyu nodded and then stepped in. Go Nian began to prepare the ingredients early in the morning. Therefore, after Luo Suyu sat on the sofa for a while, the table was full of steaming food. I don't know if it suits the taste of the ninth master. Go Nian looked nervously at Luo Suyu, who picked up his chopsticks and took a mouthful of vegetables. Luo Suyu nodded. He was good at it. Then Mr. Jiao, please eat more. Luo Suyu hooked his lips slightly and hooked his hand to Go Nian. Go Nian blinked doubtfully and thought he was going to say something, so he subconsciously leaned towards him. The corners of Luo Suyu's lips were slightly hooked. I want to eat you. As soon as the words fell, his big hand had already clasped her cheek and kissed her lips. Go Nian's lips were soft and moist. At the moment of the kiss, the touch surged into his brain, making the man greedily hold it and suck a few times. Go Nian was shocked and stood up in a hurry. I was still stewing silver-eared lotus seed soup on my pot. I went to take. She almost ran into the kitchen like an escape, and her delicate and beautiful little face was still red. But just as Guo Nian stabilized his mind and prepared to serve the soup, a pair of thick arms came up from behind. Guo Nian was shocked. "Master Jiao, now that I have enough to eat, I can eat you." The man's thin lips were attached to her ear, and the hot air spewed out stirred up a layer of tender pink. Guo Nian subconsciously retreated, but behind her was a basin of water, and there was no retreat at all. Luo Suyu lowered his head, reached out and tore open Guo Nian's neckline, and his hot lips pressed against her bare shoulder. "Jiao Ye." Guo Nian struggled in panic, and his elbow suddenly hit the faucet behind him. For a moment, the old and disrepaired faucet suddenly disconnected. In an instant, the water gushed towards Guo Nian and Luo Suyu. Ah! Guo Nian was suddenly sprayed with cold water all over his body, and immediately turned around to plug the faucet. However, the switch has been knocked down, and she can't block it at all. Luo Suyu obviously didn't expect such an accident. He immediately stood in front of Guo Nian and reached out to block the water pipe. Then, he said in a low voice, "Go outside the door and close the water valve." "Okay, I'll be there right away." Soon, Guo Nian closed the water valve and came back. The water valve closed. Luo Suyu subconsciously turned around. The black hair in front of his forehead was still dripping, and it slid down the handsome three-dimensional side face little by little along the tips of his hair. Finally, it disappeared on the wet white shirt, revealing the muscular lines with clear barriers. "I'll find a towel for you to wipe," Guo Nian said, and hurried to the bathroom to take out the bath towel, and then wanted to reach out to wipe the wet clothes on Luo Suyu. At this moment, her wrist was suddenly grabbed. Guo Nian raised his eyes almost subconsciously, but just bumped into a pair of dark eyes. At this time, she found that the two of them were very close to each other, and their breaths were staggered, and they were ambiguous. Guo Nian wanted to pull back her wrist. However, Luo Suyu grabbed her wrist and pulled it slightly, and Guo Nian's whole body was directly attached to the man's hard and hot body. In fact, Guo Nian's appearance is not much better. She wore the simplest white tee jeans today. At this time, her clothes were soaked. They were twisted and attached to her body, outlining uneven lines, which made people almost unable to take their eyes off. After the long black hair was wet, it was softly attached to the back of the ear, revealing a pair of jade white ears. The skin was porcelain white and there was no blemish. "It's like a good ceramic, and I just want to make people can't help but want to kiss." Luo Suyu's black eyes can't help sinking. The delicate and tenderness under the palm of his hand made him unable to suppress the surging desire in his chest at all. The particularly prominent throat knot slid up and down. Guo Nian subconsciously lowered his eyes. And at this time, she found that her clothes were already out of shape. Especially the chest, even the ups and downs can be vaguely seen. "Guo Nian, did you wipe Luo Suyu's clothes like this?" "I'll go first to change clothes." Seeing that Guo Nian fled, he turned around and entered his bedroom with his chest. Luo Suyu smiled in a low voice. Before long, the man's protruding throat knot rolled up and down. He seemed to know a little bit. Chapter 6. How did the ninth master's clothes change? Guo Nian returned to the room and quickly changed a set of clothes from the inside to the outside. She rummaged through her wardrobe again and wanted to find a dress for Luo Suyu to change for the time being. However, Guo Nian searched for a long time and couldn't find clothes suitable for Luo Suyu. In desperation, she had to take a wide t-shirt of her own. When Guo Nian came out of the bedroom, he saw Luo Suyu frowning and fiddling with the broken faucet. The slightly wet broken hair was stroked, and the light-colored thin lips were slightly squeezed. The white shirt was attached to his body, dimly revealing the beautiful abdominal muscles and the outline of the mermaid line with a sense of sex. He subconsciously bent down, and the lines of his waist were smooth and sexy, showing a demagoguery curve under the slightly wet shirt. Unspeakable. Sexy and charming. "Master Jiao, would you like to change your clothes first?" Guo Nian opened the t-shirt in his hand with some apology. "Is this one okay?" "It's okay." Luo Suyu took the clothes in Guo Nian's hand with one hand, and unbuttoned his shirt directly with the other hand. Guo Nian didn't expect that Luo Suyu would start taking off his clothes in front of him and quickly turned around. At this moment, she suddenly heard the sound of opening the door outside the door. Before she could react, the door was pushed open, and Shen Lingxing came in a hurry. "Oh, my god, I forgot to take it." Before she finished speaking, she saw a man in only a black suit pants frowning and looking over. He still had drops of water in his upper body, from the neck to the abdominal muscles, all the way to the trousers under the abdominal muscles. "Shen, how did you come back?" Guo Nian hurried forward, raised his hand to block Shen Lingxing's excited eyes like a wolf and a tiger, and rowed at Luo Suyu. "That. Master, why don't you? Go to my room to change your clothes first." Luo Suyu was as good as flow, squeezed his lips slightly and nodded, and then turned around and entered Guo Nian's room. "Oh my god, my mother. What's the situation?" Shen Lingxing saw that the half-naked handsome man had entered the room, and then she looked at Guo Nian with two eyes. "Nian, you are good enough, you are lewd in the daytime. Guo Nian hurried to cover Shen Lingsha's mouth, making a muffled gesture, and lowered her voice and said, "You. Don't talk nonsense, yes. It's the faucet in the kitchen suddenly broken. 9. In order to help me block the water pipe, I wet my clothes. I got wet and seduced. TSK, TSK. Shen Lingxing covered her mouth and smiled, and her eyes were full of mocking smiles. This figure was amazing. As she said, Shen Lingshen seemed to suddenly think of something. She came to Guo Nian, lowered her voice, and asked excitedly, "Is this ninth master the one who kissed you before?" Guo Nian quickly made a silent gesture, "You lower your voice. It seems that it is him." Shen Lingxing seemed to have dug up some shocking gossip, and she was so excited. "No wonder when you kissed, you didn't have anxiety disorder. Just like this." Not to mention Guo Nian, even if it was her, she would definitely fall in love with him. "Let me tell you, Nian Nian, such a man is rare in a lifetime. Why are you so polite? Just sleep with him." Guo Nian was almost convinced by Shen Lingsha's mouth. Although her voice is not high, the soundproofing of the house is not good, and Balborji has been heard by Luo Suyu. "Shen, you. Didn't you come back to get something? Hurry up and go to work. Don't be late. Ah, by the way, I almost forgot the business." Hearing the words, Shen Lingshen rushed to her bedroom. After a while, she took a file bag in her hand. "Then I'm leaving, and you continue." After sending Shen Lingshen away, Guo Nian closed the door. She took a deep breath first, and then knocked on her bedroom door when her mood calmed down. "Come in." The voice that enters the ear is low and has a sense of sex. Guo Nian pursed his lips and then reached out and pushed open the door. At this time, Luo Siyu had changed into a white t-shirt. However, the originally white clothes on him were ironed, outlining a perfect muscle line. Guo Nian has seen many men wear t-shirts, but this is definitely the only one who can wear t-shirts sexually and charmingly. "Master Jiao, please give me the wet shirt, and I'll dry it for you." Guo Nian subconsciously stretched out his hand. But her wrist was suddenly held by Luo Siyu, and then she pulled it hard, and she rushed directly into his arms. Guo Nian was shocked and subconsciously wanted to withdraw. But Luo Siyu directly held her slender waist with one hand, imprisoned her whole body in his arms, and could not break free at all. "Didn't your friend just let you sleep with me?" He really heard Shen Lingshen's nonsense. Luo Siyu hooked his lips slightly, and his voice was so low that it was magnetic. "What a coincidence, I also want to sleep with you." Guo Nian only felt that his ears were hot. He was shocked by Luo Siyu's two blunt words and his face turned pale. He almost subconsciously broke free from the man's chest. Luo Siyu frowned slightly, although he wanted to put her on the bed and want her at this time. However, he looked up and glanced at the bedroom, which was a little difficult to turn around, and the sweet idea disappeared in an instant. Is this a place where people live? Thinking of this, Luo Siyu took the opportunity to let go of Guo Nian, and his face had returned to his usual cold and reserved appearance, as if the person who just said, "I want to have you" was not him. "I'm leaving." And by the time Guo Nian sent Luo Siyu downstairs, Jiang Hai was already standing by the car and waiting. However, when he saw his ninth master actually go downstairs in a white t-shirt, his expression stagnated for a moment. What's the situation? How did the ninth master change his clothes? Could it be? He couldn't help but take a closer look at Guo Nian, and then opened the car door for Luo Siyu with a respectful face. However, Luo Siyu did not get in the car, but turned to look at Guo Nian behind him. Today's meal was delicious. It was also very... His voice paused for a moment, and then the corners of his lips hooked slightly, which was exciting. The tips of Guo Nian's ears were a little hot. "I'm really sorry about what happened today." Luo Siyu couldn't help but smile, and his dark eyes were full of lust. Guo Nian lowered his eyes because of his hot and naked eyes, and his heart beat like a drum. She has never met a man like Luo Siyu. With a powerful male hormone, full of a sense of aggression, the whole person looks lustful. "Let's go." Jiang Hai can't help straightening his back. "Yes, Jiaoye." After sending Luo Siyu away, Guo Nian went back and began to clean up the kitchen. However, when I was dragging the water on the ground in the kitchen, someone suddenly knocked on the door. "Who? Hello, is this Miss Gu? I came to repair the water pipe." "Repair the water pipe?" Guo Nian frowned slightly and opened a crack in the door slightly. When he saw a man in overalls standing at the door, he was relieved. "It's just that. I didn't have a door-to-door service." The man quickly looked down at his dispatch, which was an order placed by Mr. Law. Master Law Guo Nian was stunned at first, and then took a step back and gave way to the other party. He said politely, "Thank you, Master, then I'm sorry to trouble you. I have to say that the door-to-door service master has indeed saved Guo Nian a lot of trouble. She originally wanted to go to the hardware store to buy a faucet to replace it, but she was worried that the size was wrong. Now, there is no concern about this aspect." Soon, the faucet in the kitchen was changed. Guo Nian looked at the shiny faucet, then took out his mobile phone and carefully edited a text message and sent it out. At this time, as soon as Luo Siyu got out of the car, he heard the ding vibration of his mobile phone. He subconsciously took out his mobile phone. Guo Nian, thank you, Master Jiu, for your door-to-door maintenance. The corners of Luo Siyu's lips rose slightly, and his dark eyes narrowed, which was particularly dark and charming. Chapter 7. If the ninth master slept with the girl Xie Lingxiao secretly loved. Because Guo Lian was sick, Guo Nian specially asked for 2 days off. Now that Guo Lian's condition is stable and she has returned to school, she has gone to work. Guo Nian works in Deloitte accounting firm, a listed company and the largest and highest-end accounting firm in Kyoto. She is a tax accountant, the main customer of the company and even the personal tax planning. And as soon as she stepped into the company, she heard someone calling her name. Guo Nian, I have something to ask you. It's Ling Wanwan. Guo Nian's face suddenly sank. Since she knew that Ling Wanwang and Jing Yicheng were dating together, she dragged the two of them into the blacklist. Guo Nian didn't intend to pay attention to her and walked straight to his position. Mrs. Fang of Far's group just called me and said that their group's future business will be transferred to me in the future. Please clean up quickly and give me all the information in your hand. Guo Nian couldn't help but stop and look at Ling Wanwang coldly. At Deloitte, everyone has their own customers. It is to prevent unnecessary trouble between employees in order to grab customers. And Far's group is one of the major customers of Deloitte. Therefore, on weekdays, when Guo Nian is too busy, he will ask Ling Wanwan to help him deal with the business of Far's group. However, she didn't expect that she had only taken 2 days off, and Ling Wan wanted to grab customers. Don't look at me like that. Ling Wanwen glanced at her slowly and logically. This is all Mrs. Fao's decision. If you don't believe it, you can ask her. Guo Nian sneered, you are addicted to stealing my things. When Ling Wanwan heard this, she couldn't help snorting coldly. Guo Nian, your face is really big. What's your thing? Let me tell you. Her voice is low. Whether it's Jing Yicheng or Far's group, it's not yours. Speaking of this, Ling Wanwan seemed to suddenly think of something and suddenly hooked her lips and smiled. You don't know, do you? As early as when Xing Yicheng was chasing you, I slept with him. Guo Nian only felt nauseous. She originally had contact anxiety disorder. When I was with Xing Yicheng, even holding hands would break out in a cold sweat. Now after listening to Ling Wa's words, I feel even more disgusted with Xing Yicheng. She didn't know what Ling Wanwan tried so hard to map Xing Yicheng. Even if he sprayed perfume all over his body, he couldn't hide the smell of scum. However, it is a perfect match for Ling Wanwan. Get out of the way. Guo Nian said coldly. Ling Wanwan took another half-step forward and looked up at Guo Nian mockingly. That Fao's group was originally Mr. She's bias, which made you get this discount. Do you really think it's your own ability? Now that Mrs. Fang has said something, she will let me be in charge in the future. Guo Nian, why are you arguing with me? Ling We's expression is almost ferocious and a little distorted at this time. Why can Guo Nian easily have the boss's preference and Qing Yichen's preference? And she works so hard, but she can never compare with her. Just because she is not as beautiful as Guo Nian. It's just that, now. She finally trampled Guo Nian under her feet. Whether it's Qing Yicheng or Far's group, it will be hers. Guo Nian couldn't help sneering. Since you want it, take it. Fao's group is now a time bomb. She had been checking and balancing in many ways, so that the bomb did not explode. Since Ling Wanwan wants it, give it to her. Seeing that Guo Nian walked away from him, Ling Wani was stunned for a moment, and then hooked her lips with a smug face. She knows. Guo Nian can't beat her. Now there is no protection from Xing Yicheng, and there is no trump card of Fao's group. She wants to see how Guo Nian will pull in front of her in the future. Thinking of this, the more Ling Wanwan thought about it, the more proud he became. She first sent a text message to Mrs. Fang, telling her that she would be in charge of Fao's group in the future. Then, click on Qing Yi again. Cheng's WeChat sent a sexy selfie carefully taken last night, with text, "Are you going to your place tonight? Or come to me?" Then, Ling Wanwan clicked the send button. Only the next second, a red exclamation mark appeared in front of the message sent. The following is a string of small characters. Qing Yicheng has turned on friend verification, and you are not her friend. Please send a friend verification request first, and we can chat after the other party passes the verification. Ling Wanxi blinked in a daze. What's going on? Qing Yicheng blacked her. After Guo Nian returned to his seat, he began to be busy with the accumulated business at hand. In fact, she took 2 days off, and many things were dealt with in the evening, and it didn't delay too much. When Guo Nian finished dealing with all the accumulated business and was about to get up to pour a glass of water, his mobile phone suddenly vibrated. It was Luo Siyu who called. Hey, Master Jiu. I happened to pass by the downstairs of your company and came to get my clothes. Luo Siyu's voice is as low and magnetic as ever. Guo Nian couldn't help but be stunned. What kind of clothes? Your t-shirt. Guo Nian obviously didn't expect that Luo Siyu would come to return the clothes on purpose. Her t-shirt was bought from Taobao for only a few dozen yuan. Then wait for me a moment. I'll go downstairs right away. Guo Nian told the head of the department about the situation before going downstairs. Deloitte accounting firm is located in the most prosperous business center. But those who come here to handle business are the heads of large companies and groups. But even so, when the pure black Maybach stopped at the door, it still attracted passers-by to look back frequently. This car is rare, and it is also a customized model. Even in the whole Kyoto, there are few cars. At this time, Luo Suyu was sitting in the spacious back seat, overlapping his slender legs, and looking out of the car window. He is familiar with Deloitte. After all, I just met Xie Lingxiao, the boss of Deloitte, a few days ago. It was also because of Xie Lingxiao that he had a bet with Huoling, sleeping Xie Lingxiao's secret love with the girl. That bottle of Louis XIV is yours. Only then did he have an intersection with Guo Nian. It's just Master Jiu. And just as Luo Suyu was thinking about it, he suddenly heard a soft voice. He subconsciously raised his eyes. When he saw Guo Nian in a competent professional outfit, he pushed the door out of the car and handed the gift bag with a t-shirt to Guo Nian. Thank you, Master Jiu. Please come here again. Luo Suyu looked at Guo Nian and said in a faint voice. I happened to have a meeting nearby this morning, so I came over. Guo Nian nodded subconsciously, so that's it is. After the meeting, have a meal with me. Guo Nian hesitated a little. It's really because the time at noon is not wide. It was already an hour and a half, and she was afraid of delaying her work. It's just. Why don't I invite the ninth master? Guo Nian suddenly thought of something. We just opened a seafood buffet downstairs, and the opening reward was big. And the most important thing is that it is cheap, and the per capita consumption is 188. This price is not a burden for Guo Nian. Is there a buffet with seafood? What is that? Luo Suyu moved his lips subconsciously. However, before he could open his mouth, he heard a cold and low voice. Master Luo Suyu subconsciously followed the reputation and saw a tall figure standing not far away. Xie Lingxiao, the boss of Deloitte. Mr. Xie. Luo Suyu's voice was cold, and his dark eyes were cold. I haven't seen him for a long time. Xie Lingxiao frowned slightly and looked at Luo Suyu, who was standing in front of Guo Nian. What's the matter with Mr. Luo Jiu coming to my company? It's nothing. Luo Suyu hooked his lips and glanced sideways at Guo Nian. He happened to pass by to meet a friend and made an appointment for lunch by the way. Do you want to join Mr. Jie? Xie Lingxiao frowned slightly. Does Luo Jiuye know my employee? It's not just an acquaintance. Luo Suyu smiled, looked at Guo Nian and hooked his lips and said that he was a very close friend. Intimate? Guo Nian couldn't help being stunned for a moment, and then lowered her eyes and pursed her lips. She always felt that this word was inexplicably ambiguous. Xie Lingxiao, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes slightly, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. The whole Kyoto people know that Lord Jiuye has a white moonlight girlfriend. However, because of some accidents in the operation and the memory was lost, the two separated. And Luo Suyu obviously couldn't let go of his heart. In the past few years, he has always been rombious and cold. There are not thousands of women who have been involved in gossip with him, but at least hundreds. I just didn't expect that he picked up Guo Nian this time. Chapter 8 That Lord Jiuye is just playing with you. Well, I won't disturb your work. Luo Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly and did not look at Xie Lingxiao again, but looked at Guo Nian with the corners of his lips slightly hooked. Remember to invite me to dinner at noon. When he saw Luo Suyu leave, Xie Lingxiao frowned slightly and looked at Guo Nian. How did you know that Luo Jiuye? Something happened at home a few days ago, and it was Master Luo who helped. Hearing this, Xie Lingxiao raised his eyebrows slightly and looked sideways at Guo Nian. Has the family been resolved? Guo Nian nodded. Well, it has been solved. Xie Lingxiao looked down at the gentle and well-behaved Guo Nian in front of him. His thin lips moved slightly. In the end, he couldn't help reminding that Luo Jiuye is not easy to get along with. Don't go too close, you will suffer. Guo Nian nodded obediently. Yes, Mr. Xie. Xie Lingxiao took another look at Guo Nian, and the tenderness flashed in his eyes. He packed up his things later and went on a business trip with me to Moju in the afternoon, and the round trip was almost 3 days. Huh. Guo Nian was stunned for a moment. What's the matter? Is there an emergency? Guo Nian shook his head quickly. No, I'll go back and pack up right away. She mainly didn't expect it to be so sudden. After all, if there is a need for business trips in the company, it will usually be notified a few days in advance. Guo Nian is a tax planner. There are almost no business trips, and most of them can be solved by phone and email. Seeming to see Guo Nian's doubts, Xie Lingxiao paused and then said that the business of Moju this time involves a large number of tax issues and needs your assistance. Yes, Mr. Xie, I got it. I'll get ready right away. Well, let's go. We'll leave in 2 hours. Because of the temporary business trip, coupled with Guo Nian's little experience in business trips, she was still confused when she got on the plane with her boarding pass. Is it your first business trip? In the business class, Xie Lingxiao looked at Tao Hua's eyes with a trace of confused Guo Nian, and couldn't help asking slightly from the corners of his lips. Guo Nian shook his head subconsciously. It's not. It's just that it's the first time to fly on a business trip. Before, she had a few poor business trips, all of which were to drive to the suburbs or take the high-speed rail. This time, she followed the boss to shine. Guo Nian took a plane for the first time in his life, and it was still in business class, so it was very novel all the way. When he arrived in the magic capital, as soon as the plane landed, as soon as Guo Nian's mobile phone was turned on, the text message prompting the missed phone was sent one after another. All of them were from Luo Siyu. Only then did Guo Nian remember that he had an appointment with him for lunch. Just not at this time, Xie Lingxiao is taking her to get the checked suitcase. It's really inconvenient to call, so she can only quickly edit a text message and send it to Luo Siyu. I'm sorry, Mr. Xie suddenly arranged a business trip. He was on the plane just now. So the mobile phone was turned off. Now it has just been turned on. Sorry. I will definitely apologize when I return from a business trip. At this time, Luo Siyu sat in the car with a cold face. It was not until the ding sound of the mobile phone that he glanced at it, and his face gradually recovered. However, in a flash of thought, he restrained his smile again, and his dark eyes were terribly depressed. Xie Lingxiao. Hi, check Xie Lingxiao's flight. Yes, Master Zhou. A 5-star hotel in Mordu. Xie Lingxiao is checking in at the hotel, and Guo Nian is waiting not far away with a suitcase. Just then, the mobile phone in my pocket suddenly vibrated. She subconsciously took out her mobile phone, and it was a strange call. Hello, I'm Guo Nian. Nian, it's me. Guo Nian's face immediately sank. It's Xin Yicheng. Don't call me so friendly. We have broken up. I didn't agree to break up. Xin Yicheng interrupted. The more he thinks about it these days, the more unwilling he is. He and Guo Nian have been in a relationship for 3 whole years, but they just hold hands. But even if they hold hands, Guo Nian's body is as stiff as a piece of wood every time. He could even imagine that if he slept with her, she would also look like this. However, Luo Siyu completely overturned his cognition. That Master Luo is one of the few nobles in the rich family circle, and he spends a lot more time than him in ordinary days. However, after he slept with Guo Nian, he didn't let go. Could it be that Guo Nian's appearance in bed was different from what he imagined? And this idea has been circling in Xin Yicheng's mind for several days. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he felt. He broke up with Guo Nian. Then you have to sleep with her before dividing it. Otherwise, these 3 years will be wasted. Guo Nian was directly laughed angrily, but he did not argue with Xin Yicheng. He said coldly, Xin Yicheng, give you a sentence, the best ex is like death. Nian, don't talk so much. Guo Nian's face was cold. Now that she is talking to Xin Yicheng, she feels sick. Don't call me in the future. Xin Yicheng was anxious when he heard it. Guo Nian, don't think that Lord Zhouye will be flying next to you. Let me tell you, Lord Zhouye is just playing with you. But before Xin Yicheng finished speaking, Guo Nian's side had already hung up the phone. You broke up? Just then, a low voice suddenly sounded behind Guo Nian. She subconsciously looked back and saw Xie Lingxiao standing behind her with 2 room cards in astonishment. It seemed that he also noticed that his behavior was a little inappropriate. Xie Lingxiao smiled first, and then explained that I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your call. I came to give you the room card. Guo Nian quickly took the room card in Xie Lingxiao's hand. Thank you, Mr. Xie. Xie Lingxiao pursed his lips, and his slender fingertips pushed the frame, covering the dark color under the eyes, and the voice is still cold and deep. Have you broken up with your boyfriend? Guo Nian couldn't help but be stunned, as if he didn't expect that his big boss would live a love life of a small employee. However, she thought that she might be worried that she would bring her heartbreak to work, so she quickly explained, Mr. Xie, don't worry, I won't affect my work. Xie Lingxiao knew that Guo Nian would be wrong, but he didn't explain it again. Well, you can go back to your room to rest first. The customer has an appointment for the evening, and I will call you then. Yes, Mr. Xie. It was not until Xie Lingxiao, who had been standing in place, lowered his eyes and raised the corners of his lips slightly. After Guo Nian opened the room with the room card, he was stunned as soon as he entered the door. This is also so beautiful. At this time, Guo Nian didn't bother to pack his suitcase. He rushed directly to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window with his small mouth open and admiring. Although she knows that the specifications of the 5-star hotel must not be wrong. However, I didn't expect that this place was by the Huangpu River. Standing by the window, you could overlook the most prosperous and beautiful scenery of the whole magic capital. Guo Nian enjoyed the scenery for a while, visited the rooms one by one, and then began to pack his suitcases. She put away all her daily necessities first. When I got to the bathroom, I took out my notebook and sat on the soft leather sofa to sort out the information needed for this business trip. Soon, it's evening. Because he had to meet the customer, Guo Nian specially put on light makeup. The white shirt was matched with a black long skirt, which looked very professional and competent. Have you read the information? As soon as he entered the hotel elevator with the customer, Xie Lingxiao turned his head to look at Guo Nian. I have seen it. Xie Lingxiao nodded. The eyelashes behind the lens were slender and curled up in a soft arc. He has always been very assured about Gournia's business ability. Therefore, bringing her out this time is not only the selfishness in his heart, but also the matching of Gournia's ability. The customer this time is Sun's Group, the head enterprise of Morda Real Estate. As a real estate tax planning, it is the most cumbersome, and it is impossible to be sure without several years of tax experience. After a while, Xie Lingxiao and Guo Nian came to the door of the private room. However, before I could wait to enter, I heard cheerful laughter in the room. Xie Lingxiao and Guo Nian subconsciously looked at each other before they walked in. I saw two well-dressed men sitting at the dining table, and one of them looked over with ink-colored eyes with a cold smile. Mr. Xie. Luo Suyu's slender legs were slightly crossed, and a smooth arc was outlined at his chin. What a coincidence. Chapter 9. Didn't you say you wanted to hug him? There was no expression on Xie Lingxiao's face, but his eyebrows were slightly raised, and his voice was deep and cold. Master Lu. Do you know each other? At this moment, Sun Shujing, the young master of Sun's Group, smiled. That's great. I was also worried that Mr. Xie would mind if I brought my friends here. Come on, then let's sit down and talk slowly. Sun Shujing said while ordering the waiter to serve the dishes. It's really a coincidence today that the ninth master happened to come to Moju on a business trip. Speaking of which, we haven't seen each other for more than a year. With that, Sun Shujing talked about his friendship with Luo Suyu when he studied in London, England. Luo Suyu interjected a few words from time to time, and the atmosphere was also lively. Xie Lingxiao sat aside with a cold face, that is, he only said a few words when Sun Shujing talked to him. For the rest of the time, I just listened on the sidelines, and my half-drooping eyes were as thin as water, without the slightest emotional ups and downs. And Guo Nian doesn't have to look at his boss's face at this time, and he also knows that he is in a bad mood. Although she didn't know what Lu Siyi and Lai Moja wanted to do, one thing she knew was that the immortals fought and the little ghost suffered. And she is this kid. Come on, try this, you should like to eat. And just as Guo Nian lowered his head and silently picked up the dishes for himself, a bowl of rock candy bird's nest was suddenly placed in front of her. For a moment, the private room seemed to be quiet for a moment, and everyone's eyes were on Guo Nian. Sure enough, I'm afraid of something. Mr. Xie, this is... Sun Shujing took a serious look at Guo Nian, and his eyes flashed with a flash of amazement. I have to say that the little girl brought by Xie Lingxiao is indeed very beautiful. Both the skin and the bones are impeccable. The skin is white and beautiful, and the long hair is soft. The most amazing thing is that she also has a pair of peach blossom eyes. Her eyes are very black, as if they contain ink, and her dark pupils seem to contain a layer of water light, which is fascinating. It is true that a picture of 360 degrees can't pick out any flaws. This is Guo Nian, the tax planner of our company, who is mainly responsible for the future tax planning of Sun's Group. Xie Lingxiao said with an expressionless face, and his voice was a little low. Sun Shujing looked surprised. He thought it was the vase brought by Xie Lingxiao to accompany the wine. Unexpectedly, he was a tax planner. Sun Shujing is the young master of Sun's Group. Naturally, he knows that the tax planning of real estate is the most cumbersome. The tax accountants in their group are all hired with high salaries, but they are all in their 50s or 60s. It's the first time he has seen a young and beautiful tax accountant like Guo Nian. It's just I said, Master Jiu, why did you order the ice candy bird's nest as soon as you came up, and you ordered it for this beautiful woman? Sun Shujing seemed to suddenly understand some tricks, and suddenly, he looked at Lu Siyi with an ambiguous and mocking face. But Luo Siyi did not refute, but just hooked his lips and smiled. That look it seems to be acquiesced. Sun Shujing glanced at Guo Nian again and had to say that this woman was completely in line with his aesthetics. However, since Luo Sir meets Xiang Xiang, it is naturally impossible for him to stain his fingers again. Come on, Mr. Xie, I'll toast you. Secretary Sun withdrew his gaze and toasted Xie Lingxiao with a smile. After a meal, the guests were overjoyed. Originally, Guo Nian thought that he needed to show the tax plan that was temporarily prepared this afternoon to the other party. As a result, Sun Shujing was very happy and signed the contract directly when he was drunk. When the drinking party was over, Sun Shujing didn't seem to have enough fun, and wanted to take everyone to the nightclub to continue to have fun. I won't go. Luo Suyu stood in front of the car with one hand, and there was an overseas network meeting later. Sun Shujing curled his lips with a displeased face, but he did not insist. Instead, he directly hugged Xie Lingxiao's shoulder and said, then Mr. Xie and I will continue to have fun. Well, it's not very convenient to bring a woman. Why don't you please send this beautiful woman to the ninth master? Xie Lingxiao frowned slightly and subconsciously wanted to speak. All right. Luo Siyu's thin lips were slightly hooked, just on the way. Sun Shujing immediately grinned. Okay, that's it. Mr. Xie, let's go. With that, without waiting for Xie Lingxiao to say anything more, Sun Shujing couldn't help but put his sports car on his shoulder. until Xie Lingxiao was pressed into the car. Sun Shojing, who was still walking around, turned around and winked at Lu Siyu and winked at her. The corners of Lu Siyu's lips raised a slight arc. Seeing that the driver of the Sun family stepped on the accelerator and drove away, Gonian looked at Lu Siyu beside him with a cramped face. Well, Master Jiu, it's not far from the hotel where I live, or I. Before she finished speaking, Lu Siyu directly opened the back door, waved his chin slightly, and got on the car. Gonian squeezed his lips and hesitated for a moment, and then got into the car obediently. As Gonian said, the place to eat is not far from the 5-star hotel where she stayed. Xie Lingxiao is particularly concerned about dealing with these little things. Therefore, basically, we will book a hotel near the place agreed by the customer. Soon, the car slowly drove into the hotel's underground garage. Thank you, Master Jiu, for sending me back. However, as soon as the words fell, she saw Lu Siyu glance at the driver in front of her. Ah hi, you go down first. I have something to say to Miss Guo. Yes, Master Jiu. Guo Nian subconsciously clenched his fingers and became nervous inexplicably. What is this about? When Jiang Hai got out of the car, Lu Siyu stared at Guo Nian. His voice was low and he couldn't hear any emotion. This was the first time that someone dared to let me go. As soon as he said this, Guo Nian was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that the other party said it was noon today. I have to say that she was indeed wrong with that incident. Obviously, I made an appointment in advance to invite others to dinner. As a result, he let the other party down. Even if it's because there is a temporary job, it can't be said. And this kind of thing, no matter who it is, I'm afraid they will be angry. What's more, in Gonia's eyes, Lu Siyu is still half a nobleman of her. If he gets angry and says something to Dr. Chen Qinghe, Gonia's operation. Thinking of this, Gonia's heart panics for no reason. Hug. Before the word hug was said, Gonia's whole body was gently taken into her in the hot and hard arms. A pair of warm big hands buckled her slender waist, and her chin was cushioned on her neck, tightly closed. Gonian only felt that his back seemed to be electrocuted, and an unprecedented numbness spread from his limbs and skeletons. Jiuye. Gunnan subconsciously stretched out his hand against the man's chest, and a pair of peach blossom eyes were full of water vapor, with a panic and delicate color. Lu Siyu retreated slightly along her force and let go of Gonian, but his voice was low and a little magnetic. Didn't you say you wanted to hug? Chapter 10. Doesn't Xie always like you? I just want to say sorry. Gonian said in a low voice. It's just that I didn't say the last word. That's what I heard wrong. Lu Siyu smiled and subconsciously retreated back, with a cold look of Sven's abstinence. It seemed that the heat when he just held Gonian in his arms was just an illusion. Gonian pursed his lips and only felt that the atmosphere in the carriage was inexplicably hot, and he couldn't say what it felt like. It's like some small flames spreading in the air. It makes people feel dry mouth and tongue. Thank you, Master Jiu, for sending me back. After thanking Gonian, he subconsciously pushed open the door. However, when he was about to turn around and say goodbye to Lu Si, he saw that the other party had pushed the door and got out of the car. This is to... Gonia's heart tightened. Is it possible to send himself back to the room? Let's go up together. Lu Siyu buttoned his suit jacket and looked up at Gonian. Gonian frowned slightly. Well, the 9th master doesn't have to be sent. At this time, Lu Siyu may have drunk wine. The wine is heavy and the lust is heavier. She doesn't need to guess that what will happen if he sends her back to the room. Lu Siyu raised his eyebrows, the corners of his lips slightly hooked, and his throat overflowed with a magnetic depression. I also lived here. Gonian's face suddenly turned red, and he didn't know how to answer the phone for a moment. Lu Siyu looked at Gonian's red and cramped little face, and a trace of smile appeared at the end of his eyes. What? Are you afraid that I will sleep with you? No. Gonian lowered his head and followed Lu Siyu into the elevator, and then saw him press the button on the 18th floor. At this time, she didn't dare to say anything and stood aside obediently. Which floor are you on? Lu Siyu pressed the elevator button and looked back at Gonian. Gonian said, sure enough, and pursed his thin red lips. I was also on the 18th floor. What a coincidence. Lu Siyu raised his eyebrows. It's just that the slender eyelashes cover the flash of light under the eyes. Soon, the elevator reached the 18th floor. When Gonian opened the door with the room card, Lu Siyu also opened the door. It's just opposite her. It's really a coincidence. However, Gonian didn't care about this. He said goodnight to Lu Siyu, and then quickly turned around and entered the room. And not long after she came in, a video call came over. It's Shen Lingshen's. Gonian pressed the button first, then put down the mobile phone and adjusted the visible angle. Shen Lingshen's face with a mask appeared on the mobile phone screen. Nian, the night without me, do you want me to toss and turn? Gonian couldn't laugh or cry. He was really sorry. He just came back from socializing with the boss and didn't have time to miss you. Shen Lingshen was stunned at first, and then said with excitement, are you going on a business trip with Mr. Xie? Guo Nian nodded and casually tied up his hair with a head rope, ready to remove makeup and wash his face. Damn, you don't report such important information to me. Guo Nian couldn't laugh or cry. Is it important? She sent a text message to Shen Lingsheng in the afternoon, only saying that she was going on a business trip for a few days. Of course it is important. Shen Lingsheng's voice raised 8 degrees. As she said, she grinned again with a gossipy face. Nian Nian, doesn't your family always like you? Miss, I was about to wash my face after removing my makeup. As soon as I heard Shen Lingsheng's words, the facial cleanser in my hand fell directly into the basin. She picked up the facial cleanser and stared at Shen Lingsheng angrily. Don't talk nonsense, how is it possible? Shen Lingsheng curled her lips. When she was about to speak, she heard a doorbell ringing opposite the mobile phone. Who? Shen Lingsheng's eyes suddenly lit up. There is something wrong with ringing the doorbell in the middle of the night. Guo Nian quickly wiped the water on his face with a towel. Shen, wait for me a moment, I'll open the door. However, as soon as the door opened, I saw Lu Suyu standing outside the door in a grey bathrobe. There was a black notebook under his arm, and the tips of his hair were still wet, and a fresh smell of shower gel came to his face. Have you brought the laptop power supply? Lu Suyu raised the notebook in his hand and came out in a hurry to forget to bring it. I have it. Master Jiu, please wait a moment. I'll see if the model is the same. With that, Guo Nian hurried back to the room to look through his notebook. However, as soon as she unplugged the power and was about to turn around, she saw Lu Suyu standing behind her. Guo Nian was stunned for a moment. Well, Master Jiu, please try it first. Thank you. Lu Suyu took over the power supply and tried it, and just plugged it in. Where is the socket? I'll try to see if it can be charged. Guo Nian quickly pointed to a socket in the living room. Here. Lu Suyu walked over directly with his notebook, and then bent down to plug in the power supply. I only heard a very soft sound from the notebook adaptation. Guo Nian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When he was about to speak, he heard the video call ringing of the notebook. Lu Suyu subconsciously wanted to get up and go back to the room, but he didn't know if he accidentally touched some key, so he heard the ring stop. Then, a conference room appeared in the video. More than a dozen people sat upright and looked over, and then respectfully shouted, "Ninth Master." Lu Suyu said with an expressionless face, and then looked up at Guo Nian. Is it convenient for me to have a meeting here? It won't take you up too long. Guo Nian pursed his lips and subconsciously glanced at the little power supply left on the notebook. If the other party unplugs the power and returns to his room at this time, I don't know if it will suddenly shut down. It's okay, Master Jiu, you can do it at your own. Lu Suyu nodded slightly to Guo Nian, and then looked at the people in the notebook. Well, now it's a meeting. Okay, Master Jiu, let me first talk about the financial situation of the group in the last quarter. I saw Lu Suyu sitting on the sofa with a light expression. Even in a casual grey bathrobe, he still looks reserved. Guo Nian quickly returned to the bathroom. It was not until he heard Shen Lingsheng scream on the phone that he realized that the video call had not been hung up. Turn down your voice. Guo Nian quickly turned down the volume of his mobile phone, and then made a silent action. What's the situation? What's the situation? How could the Ninth Master also be there? Guo Nian squeezed his lips, and then sat down by the bathtub with his mobile phone. He deliberately lowered his voice and said, "Don't think too much, it happened to meet. The world is so big, where do so many coincidences come from? Shen Lingsheng doesn't buy this at all. Either Lu Jiuye is interested in you and does not hesitate to chase him all the way, or you two are destined to meet each other for thousands of miles, and you can choose one yourself." Chapter 11. Is there anyone in Guo Nian's room? Guo Nian doesn't want to choose any of them. You must have thought too much. Shen Lingsheng pursed her lips and put on her face. The mask is torn off. Let me tell you, Nian Nian, you are a typical lack of love in childhood, and you will be arrogant when you grow up. Otherwise, with your conditions, you can't find what kind of rich and handsome, but choose a scumbag. Guo Nian didn't say anything. Nian Nian, you are 24. It's hard to meet a man who won't have anxiety and stress reactions. You should catch him. Listen to me, choose a sexy pajamas and go to lure him. Guo Nian saw that Shen Lingsheng's words were getting more and more outrageous, so he immediately said, "Well, you have to go to work tomorrow, go to bed early. Don't forget to seduce him." Guo Nian hung up the phone with a crying and laughing face, and did not talk to Shen Lingsheng much. It's not convenient for her to hide in the bathroom and talk. Secondly, it is because Shen Lingsheng has to go to bed early. As an intern doctor, it is simply a big hardship. She should cherish all the time she can sleep. When the video call was hung up, Guo Nian held his breath and listened to the movement outside. It's just that I didn't hear any sound after listening for a long time. Is it possible that you have left? Guo Nian carefully opened the door of the bathroom, but as soon as he opened the door, he met a solid human wall. Guo Nian smiled awkwardly. "Master Jiu, have you finished the meeting?" "No, I have encountered a little problem." Luo Suyu tilted his head, and his voice was cold and abstinent. Is it convenient for you to come and give me a suggestion? Guo Nian is a little confused. I may not be able to help. In terms of taxation. When Guo Nian heard it, he was relieved. Then I'll try. At this time, a group of executives who were still in the meeting were still looking at each other. Obviously, they were arguing about the feasibility of a business, but Luo Suyu suddenly suspended the meeting and said that he would ask a professional person to answer. As a result, a delicate face appeared on the screen after a while. This is the ninth master changing women again. Didn't you say you were going to hire a professional? However, as soon as this idea came up, Luo Suyu simply retold the business they had just discussed with the beautiful woman. Then, after a while, I heard a beautiful and skillful voice. This is a mixed investment business. The domestic tax law is a little different from that of foreign countries, and the two are related parties, so it is a little complicated to deal with. Guo Nian's words are soft but confident, and the orange lights hit her exquisite. The beautiful little face, like its own golden glow, is particularly attractive. And a group of executives also put away the contempt and doubt at the beginning, and listened to Guo Nian's explanation intently. Luo Suyu looked at her from the side, and his eyes couldn't help falling on the slender waist. There seems to be a trace of light in the depths of his eyes. Therefore, from the perspective of tax planning, it should actually be regarded as an investment with the characteristics of claims, not an equity investment. Guo Nian finally made a simple summary, and then subconsciously looked at Luo Suyu. When the four eyes met, Guo Nian saw the gloomy desire in the ink-colored pupils, as if to swallow life. Guo Nian couldn't help being stunned for a moment, but when he took a closer look, Luo Suyu's eyes had already faintly withdrawn his eyes. What do you all think? There was a very faint arc on the corners of his lips, as if he was in a good mood. Is Miss Guo a professional tax accountant? The explanation is very professional. Yes, even people like me who don't know tax knowledge can understand. It seems that the feasibility of this investment business is yet to be discussed. Listen to a group of company executives, you say a word and Luo Suyu raised his chin slightly, revealing the throat knot spit out on his slender neck. Well, today's meeting will start here. After returning, write me a feasibility report according to Miss Guo's tax planning. Yes, Master Jiu. Seeing that Luo Suyu closed his notebook, Guo Nian was secretly relieved. At this moment, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a cup on the coffee table on the edge, and she would accidentally touch it. She quickly bent down to take it away. Just now. At this time, Luo Suyu just looked back at Guo Nian, and a few strands of hair rubbed on his thin lips. It's like fluffy feathers gently brushing through his lips little by little. Huh. Guo Nian moved the cup aside and subconsciously responded. It was only when she looked at each other that she found that the two people were a little close to each other. And the eyes collided. Luo Suyu's eyes couldn't help moving down, and his low drooping eyes staggered into lines and fell between his lips. Those were crimson lips that were very suitable for kissing, which were a little seductively moist. Guo Nian only felt that his heart was tight, and he couldn't tell what it felt like. In addition to the clear heartbeat, it was the man's warm breath hitting her side face. It seemed to be quiet all around. Only the heart trembles like a drum. Those peach blossom eyes looked at Luo Suyu like this. The thick and slender eyelashes trembled slightly like feathers, which made people itch. Especially the pink lips. He wants to taste it again. Luo Suyu subconsciously approached slightly, and the burning breath sprayed into Guo Nian's slightly open lips. Ding dong. Just as the two lips were about to touch, a doorbell rang. Guo Nian seemed to suddenly come back to his senses and stood up almost subconsciously, and his jade-white face turned red directly. I went to open the door. Luo Suyu looked at Guo Nian's back, who almost ran away, and couldn't help laughing. He put his hands behind his back, and his grey bathrobe was slightly open, revealing his beautiful muscular chest. His black hair covered the dark color in his ink-colored pupils. Mr. Xie. At this time, as soon as Guo Nian opened the door, he saw Xie Lingxiao standing outside the door with a beautifully packaged box. I happened to pass by, so I bought some, which are said to be local specialties. Thank you, Mr. Xie. Guo Nian took it in a hurry. It's butterfly crisp. Shen Lingxin had been clamoring to buy some for her before. Now it's time for her to go for a run. Xie Lingxiao stared at the joy on Guo Nian's face, and his slender fingers pushed the glasses, blocking a smile in the bottom of his eyes. I have to go to Sun's real estate early tomorrow morning and go to bed early. Okay, Mr. Xie? Guo Nian nodded subconsciously. When he was about to see Xie Lingxiao leave, he heard a soft sound of da from the room. It's like the sound of someone putting something on the coffee table. Xie Lingxiao frowned slightly and looked back. Is there anyone in the room? After a while, he saw a man in a grey bathrobe coming out of the room with a silver laptop under his arm. Luo Suyu. Xie Lingxiao's eyes tightened. Why is he here? Chapter 12. This little girl is awesome. Put the power cord on the coffee table for you. Luo Suyu looked at Guo Nian lazily, and his voice was low and deep. Guo Nian was still a little confused at this time. He always felt that Luo Suyu came out of his room in a bathrobe, as if there was something wrong. Huh. Oh, thank you. Gornian blurted out almost subconsciously. A low smile overflowed from Luo Si's throat, which should be my thank you. Seeing that Xie Lingxiao's face was getting more and more gloomy, Luo Si hooked his lips with a smile. He tilted his head slightly and looked at Xie Lingxiao. His whole body looked a little evil, but he was also reserved. Good night, Mr. Xie. Xie Lingxiao narrowed his eyes slightly until he saw Luo Si return to the room, but his eyes kept falling on the door opposite. Well. Guo Nian saw that his boss's face was not very good looking, so he explained that the power cord of the ninth master's notebook was not brought, so. Xie Lingxiao subconsciously looked back. He nodded. His expression had returned to his naturalness, but his voice was faint, and he couldn't hear the joy and anger. He went to bed early and had to get up early tomorrow. Yes, Mr. Xie. Early the next morning, Guo Nian got up early. Breakfast in 5-star hotels is all included. However, Guo Nian just followed Xie Lingxia to the restaurant and saw Luo Si from afar. Luo Si wore a straight and tailored black suit today, with broad shoulders, narrow waist and long legs, coupled with his handsome face, which was particularly conspicuous in the crowd. And beside him stood a slender girl, with a bumpy figure wrapped under a brocade cheongsong, talking to him with a smile. However, Luo Si was obviously not in a good interest, and a pair of dark eyes stuck to Guo Nian's body. Especially when she saw Guo Nian bending down to pick up a drink. Her buttocks are beautiful, upturned and straight. Luo Si's throat tightened when he saw this. This posture. The woman next to him seemed to notice Luo Si's expression and subconsciously followed his line of sight. She happened to see Xie Lingxiao sitting with a woman for breakfast. I heard that a girl that Huolin likes Xie Lingxiao. Because of this matter, the guy has been nervous for half a month. Tom Man Luo hooked his lips and said. Luo Si withdrew his gaze. He was not only nervous, but also Bet with him. Bet is sitting in front of Xie Lingxiao now. Why did you come here? Luo Si glanced at Tang Manlu in a faint voice. Tang Manlu and Luo Si grew up together since childhood, and the relationship between the two has been good. I'm here to find you. Tang Manlu reached out and took Luo Si's arm. Luo Si pulled out his arm with an expressionless face, turned around and walked out. Brother Chiu, what are you going to do? Wait for me. Tom Manlu immediately followed like a fartworm. Go to the airport. Huh. You have to go back. I just arrived. After dinner, Xie Lingxiao took Guo Nian to Sun's real estate. Mr. Sunday Sun Shujing is different from yesterday's dashing indulgence. He is dressed in a straight grey dark suit without a trace of folds, and his pure blue bow tie is also meticulous, which looks particularly professional and serious. It's early enough. Sun Shujing glanced at Guo Nian inadvertently, but quickly withdrew his eyes. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Xie. Mr. Sun, you're welcome. Because it involves the financial business of Sun's real estate and tax planning. Therefore, Sun Shujing directly took Xie Lingxiao and Guo Nian to the finance room. Several people in the finance room were very excited to see Xie Lingxiao and came forward to shake hands and say hello. Xie Lingxiao has certain authority in the financial circle. Moreover, he is often invited to give lectures all over the country, and most of the finance of listed groups like Sun's real estate have naturally listened to his lectures. Even if I haven't listened to the class, I have heard the legend of Mr. Xie, so they are all fans. Then let's start. Xie Lingxia didn't make unnecessary greetings. Okay, Mr. Xie. Sun's real estate is one of the largest companies in Moju, so it involves many and miscellaneous businesses. However, Xie Lingxiao seemed to be born with a kind of magic to turn decay into magic. After his pointing and induction, the originally complicated accounts became orderly. Is there any problem with taxation? After Xie Lingxiao finished processing the accounts at hand, he turned his head and looked at Guo Nian beside him. At this time, Guo Nian subconsciously nodded. She looked down at the account in her hand. Her side face was white and soft, but her voice was confident and competent. There was a problem with the prepaid land value-added tax, and there was also a business involving the camp reform and increase. As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes fell on Guo Nian's body. Is there a problem with taxation? How is it possible? Because the tax processing of real estate is too complicated, their company has invited the bosses of the tax office to handle it. That's a senior with decades of work experience. How can he make mistakes? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help looking at Guo Nian. How can this little girl in her 20s compare with an old tax accountant with decades of work experience? At this age, I'm afraid he's not an intern, right? Mr. Xie may just ask casually. Is there any problem with taxation? How can he not know? Do you still need to ask this little girl? Unexpectedly, he said that there was a problem with taxation. I'm really not afraid of the wind blowing my tongue. Miss Gu, you may not know much about the tax of Sun's real estate. The financial supervisor pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and opened his mouth more euphemistically. After all, he is the person brought by Mr. Xie, and he has to give more or less face. I know. When I came, Mr. Xie told me. Guo Nian pursed his lips, and his voice was soft, but his tone was particularly firm. There was no problem with the prepaid land value-added tax for this real estate project developed in Sucheng in March this year. However, Sucheng issued a normative document on land value-added tax last year, stipulating that the prepayment rate of off-site real estate was 4%, and the above is 3%. If the amount of tax is paid in advance, it doesn't matter. After all, at the end of the project, Sun's real estate will settle the payment. At that time, there will be no problem in terms of the amount. But the amount of tax paid in advance is less, and it is 1%. If this is put on local finance and taxation, it is a big hole. But everyone in the office is a veteran in accounting, and naturally, they understand the interests. Especially the treasurer, his back was in a cold sweat. He quickly ran to the computer and checked the document about Sucheng mentioned by Guo Nian. It was indeed 4%. Hurry up and inform the people of the Fangzhou tax office to transfer the account back. Yes, I will inform you immediately. Seeing that everyone was busy, the treasurer wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. When he looked at Guo Nian, his eyes were a little more admired and convinced. This time, thanks to Miss Guo, taxation is not a trivial matter. What's more, Sun's real estate tree is popular. If this is known by competitors, a tax evasion hat is enough to cause Sun's real estate to suffer a heavy blow. Guo Nian quickly waved his hand. This is what I should do. The financial manager nodded secretly, saying that the little girl was not very old, but she was not greedy, and she was also humble and polite. It's rare. Did Miss Guo check the tax regulations of Suzhou City in advance? Logically speaking, Deloitte's headquarters is in Kyoto, which can be said to be 100,000 miles away from Suzhou City. Even the people of the Fangzhou tax office ignored this normative document. How did Guo Nian know? Guo Nian didn't hide it. I would regularly collect and sort out the tax documents issued by each place, and I happened to see them. Awesome. The financial supervisor was completely convinced and immediately gave Guo Nian a thumbs up, and then looked at Xie Lingxiao with a smile. Mr. Xie, your little girl is awesome. Nature. The corners of Xie Lingxiao's lips rose shallowly, and he subconsciously looked at Guo Nian. The long and narrow d'enfant's eyes flowed with a smile. His eyes were too bright and burning, but the white light was reflected on the lens, which made people unable to see the expression in his eyes. It's just that the voice is particularly low and gentle. Guo Nian is the best employee under my hand. Chapter 13. If you don't toast, you will be punished with wine. Because Guo Nian showed his hand, there was no resistance to the promotion of Sun's real estate business in the future. The business volume was originally set for 3 days, but it was processed in less than 2 days. Thank you for your hard work. As soon as Guo Nian finished dealing with the matter at hand, he looked up and just met a pair of warm eyes. Have a cup of coffee and have a rest. Xie Lingxiao smiled softly. Thank you, Mr. Xie. Guo Nian quickly took the coffee and took a sip, and the mellow taste instantly spread between his lips and teeth. The rest of the work doesn't have to be so rushed. Our flight tomorrow afternoon can be finished before then. Xie Lingxiao looked at Guo Nian's tiredness between his eyebrows, and a trace of heartache flashed in his eyes. Guo Nian put down the cup. It's okay. There's not much left. It's all done today and it's okay to finish it tomorrow. After all, it's hard to go on a business trip. It's not good to delay business. Xie Lingxiao subconsciously moved his lips, but before he could open his mouth, he heard Guo Nian's mobile phone suddenly vibrate. It was Shen Lingshen who called. Sorry, Mr. Xie, I'll answer the phone first. Well, let's go. Soon, Guo Nian went and came back, but his expression was a little flustered. Can I take back the rest of Mr. Xie's work to do? Xie Lingxiao put down the financial report in his hand. Of course, what's the matter? What's the matter? Guo Nian's face was full of apologies. Thank you, Mr. Xie. Something happened at home. Xie Lingxiao squeezed his lips with some anxiety. Do you want me to go back with you? Guo Nian waved his hand in a hurry. No, I can handle it myself. Well, feel free to call me if you need any help. Thank you, Mr. Xie. Guo Nian booked the fastest flight back to Kyoto. And when she rushed back to the rental house, as soon as she entered the door of the unit, she saw the big words written on the wall of the stairs full of red paint: debt repayment. Guo Nian went home in horror all the way. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a mess on the ground. Woo woo woo, Nian Nian, you're back. Shen Lingxing seemed to hear the movement at the door and quickly pushed open the bedroom door and ran out. Okay, it's okay. Guo Nian patted Shen Lingsheng's back and comforted her. You don't know that I was scared to death when those hooligans smashed the door. Shen Lingsheng had never seen such a battle that she was so scared that she called the police directly. Fortunately, the police came in time, otherwise, she was alone at home, and she really didn't know what the consequences would be. They said they would come again tomorrow. Shen Lingsheng's face was trembling. I'm sorry, Shanshen, I'm bothering you. Before Guo Nian finished speaking, Shen Lingsheng interrupted. Why are you being polite to me? Also, Nian Nian, what's going on? Guo Nian pursed his lips, and his face was a little ugly. On the way, she had already inquired with people and almost knew the ins and outs of the matter. It Was the eldest brother brought by my stepmother. I heard that he was addicted to gambling and owed a lot of usury, but he didn't get the money. My father told the group of people my address and asked me to. Shen Lingshen looked angry. What's your business? How can I still find you? Guo Nian squeezed his thin lips. Her father has always been this virtue. Everyone else's stepmother is more cruel than her own father. And her family is just the opposite. She and her stepmother, Aunt Wang, have always been at peace, but her own father can't wait to die outside. Otherwise, she would not have been kicked out of the house directly when she was just over 18 years old. Shen Lingxun also knows more or less about Guo Nian's family affairs. So I didn't say anything more. I changed the topic directly. I just called my colleague and told her that we would make do with her for a period of time these days, and then we will talk about it when we find a suitable house. I won't go there. You can move there first to avoid the strums. After all, the other party is Shen Lingshen's colleague. It's not appropriate for her to move there to disturb others. So do you have a place to live? Well, don't worry. Shen Lingshen subconsciously wanted to say something, but before she could open her mouth, the mobile phone in Guo Nian's pocket had already vibrated. Guo Nian subconsciously glanced at the caller ID and then pressed the connection button. Hello, Master Jiu. Luo Siyu's voice is low and magnetic. When will you go back to Kyoto? There is something I want to ask you for help. Guo Nian couldn't help being stunned and said quickly, I'm back, Master Jiu said. Where are you now? At home. As soon as Guo Nian's words fell, he suddenly heard a sound of smashing the door outside the door. Open the door, open the door. Shen Lingshen couldn't help but be shocked. They came again. As soon as the words fell, I only listened to dang with a loud noise. The door opened in response to the sound. Shen Lingshu was so scared that she hugged Guo Nian's arm and screamed, and her face turned pale. There were several fierce gangsters standing outside the door, and one of them was holding an iron hammer in his hand. Obviously, the door was smashed open. Guo Nian almost subconsciously protected Shen Lingshan behind him, and the two stepped back several steps in a row. You are Guo Nian, right? A man with tattoos on his arm looked up and down at Guo Nian with a hammer, and looked at Guo Nian's bumpy figure with a lewd smile. Guo Nian squeezed his lips and said nothing. Yang Shu is your eldest brother, right? He owes me 500,000 yen and still doesn't pay it. Your father said you have money and asked you to pay it back. Whoever owes you money, you will go to him and come to me for something. Guo Nian tried his best to stay calm and said coldly. Guo Changhe is your father, right? He said you would pay the debt. I have no money. The flower-armed man didn't care at all and came to Guo Nian with a lewd smile. You can't help it. It's natural to repay debts. Don't play tricks on me. His eyes swam around Guo Nian's body wantonly, and his eyes seemed to have a hook, as if he was going to hook off a few pieces of her flesh. He has also read countless beauties, but the little girl in front of him is more beautiful and eye-catching than those popular female stars. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is her drassy peach blossom eyes. Obviously, it has a captivating charm, but she has a cold and elegant temperament, hazy like a copy of ancient paintings, graceful. Such a look and figure. When you get to bed, you can't make him happy to death. Thinking of this, the flower-armed man grabbed Guo Nian's wrist and said with a lewd smile, otherwise, you don't have to pay back the money. Just sleep with me for a few days. Guo Nian only felt a tumbling in his stomach, his back suddenly sweated coldly, his hands and feet were cold, and his heartbeat was directly stalled. Let go of me. I have called the police. Guo Nian tried his best to break free. However, the other party's hand was too strong to drag her directly in the direction of the bedroom. Seeing this, Shen Lingshen was also anxious. She grabbed and kicked the flower-armed man. Let her go. Damn, get out of here. The flower-armed man's arm was scratched by Shen Lingshen's nails. Suddenly, he slapped Shen Lingshen fiercely with a backhand in anger. With only a pop, Shen Lingshen was directly found more than a meter away, and her whole body hit the table heavily, and her face turned pale in pain. Fuck, if you don't eat toast, you will be punished. I'll go to bed first today and you'll talk about it. The flower-armed man untied his belt with a lewd smile and tore off Guo Nian's collar. Bend down. At this moment, there was a muffled hum at the door, followed by a wailing sound. The man looked back almost subconsciously and looked at the little brothers who were still standing at the door, and all fell to the ground motionless. I don't know whether he died or fainted. Then, a tall and straight figure stepped in. The man's figure is straight, his appearance is handsome, and his eyes are deep and dark, deep and sour. A straight pure black suit sets off a superior bone, and the whole person exudes a noble and ascetic temperament, which is full of oppression. It's Luo Siyu. Chapter 14. Shall we stay at my place for one night? Damn, who are you? The flower-armed man frowned and looked at Luo Siyu and scolded. But Luo Siyu didn't even look at him and walked straight to Guo Nian. When the ink-colored eyes fell on her torn collar, the whole person seemed to be a little colder. He frowned coldly and took off his suit directly and put it on Guo Nian. Damn it. Before the flower-armed man finished scolding, Jiang Hai beside him raised his foot and kicked the flower-armed man's stomach fiercely with lightning speed. Well. The flower-armed man covered his stomach in pain and shrank into a ball. Luo Su raised his eyes slightly and squatted in front of the flower-armed man slowly, grabbing his hair to force him to look up. Which hand did you touch her? Jiang Hai subconsciously glanced at his ninth master and couldn't help but feel tight. He had followed Luo Suyu for many years and had never seen him so angry. The flower-armed man couldn't help cursing, "Get go of me. Do you know who I am? How dare you touch me? Do you believe that I killed you? Don't say it." Luo Suyu's eyebrows were cold, and his words seemed to be wrapped in ice slag. "Then I'll waste both of your hands." Seeing this, Jiang Hai hurried forward. "Master Jiao, I'll do it. Don't get your hands dirty." Luo Suyu's thin lips were tightly squeezed, his ink-colored eyes were cold, and his voice was even colder. "No need." Then, he directly pulled the flower-armed man up with one hand and dragged him all the way into the bathroom. At this time, the flower-armed man was still cursing, and Jiang Hai subconsciously wanted to teach him a lesson. However, before he could move, Luo Suyu grabbed his hair and knocked hard on the washstand. For a moment, the blood splashed, and the flower-armed man screamed in pain. He raised his head, and the blood flowed down his forehead and dripped down his chin to the ground. At this moment, a trace of bloodthirsty flashed in the eyes of the flower-armed man, and then a dagger in his hand immediately slashed at Luo Suyu fiercely. "Be careful, ninth master." Luo Suyu dodged subconsciously. And Jiang Hai, who was beside him, immediately raised his foot and kicked the flower-armed man to the ground directly, and then stepped on his arms on the ground, making him half immovable. Luo Suyu smiled. There was a smile on his face, but the cold in his eyes seemed to freeze to death. He raised his hand and fell the knife, and inserted it into the palm of the flower-armed man fiercely. "Ah fuck." The flower-armed man cursed in pain, but before he finished speaking, Jiang Hai pulled out a towel and stuffed it directly into his mouth, letting him scream and howl, but couldn't make any sound. This is followed by unilateral abuse. The door of the bathroom was closed, and I could only faintly hear the muffled sound between my throat, but not long after, even the faint sound disappeared. Soon, the door of the bathroom opened, and Luo Suyu came out with a calm face. His appearance was originally reserved and cold. When he restrained his anger like this, the breath on his body almost made people afraid to approach him. A bloody mouth was cut on the arm of his white shirt, and 2 buttons were opened at the neckline, revealing a small deep neck socket, and the whole body exuded a cold air that should not be approached by strangers. "Master Jiao, are you injured?" Guo Nian couldn't help but feel tight. Luo Suyu looked down and glanced at his arm. It should have been scratched by that bastard just now. At this moment, a siren suddenly sounded downstairs, and then several policemen came upstairs. The police roughly understood the situation and took the flower-armed man's group downstairs. Guo Nian, on the other hand, comforted Shen Lingshen and asked her to stay at her colleague's house for a few days. Nian, I'll go with you," Shen Lingshen said with a worried face, but half of her face was swollen. "No, I'm just going to record a confession. Don't worry about me. The flower-armed man is a well-known gangster in this area. There are many cases, and he has been punished for several crimes. This time, he has to stay in prison for a while." By the time Guo Nian finished the transcript and came out of the police station, it was already dark. As soon as she left the police station, she saw that the pure black Maibach was still parked at the door. The ninth master? Guo Nian was stunned for a moment. She thought he had left long ago. Luo Suyu sat in the car, pushed open the door directly and got into the car. Guo Nian hesitated a little and stood still. "What's the matter? Do you still want to stay in your rental house for one night?" Luo Suyu turned his head, and there was a cool light in his eyes. At this time, Guo Nian was still wearing Luo Suyu's coat, and a small bunch of hair was scattered on his shoulders, contrasting with his delicate little face the size of a palm, which made people want to hold him in his arms and pity him. Guo Nian pursed her lips and did not immediately say no. She really didn't dare to go back to the rental house. Then it's troublesome for the ninth master. Luo Suyu lives in Heshangyan. This is the top rich area in Kyoto. When the car slowly drove into the private underground parking lot, Guo Nian came back to his senses and regretted that he had followed Luo Suyu home on impulse. "I asked Hai to buy you a few sets of clothes. You can change them first, and then come down to eat something." Luo Suyu looked sideways at Guo Nian and said in a light voice, "Thank you, Master Zhou." Guo Nian quickly thanked him obediently. Soon, she followed Luo Suyu into the room. What she saw was a cold wind of grey and black, which matched Luo Suyu's style very well. However, the whole room looks a little deserted. The house is very large, with 3 floors, but no one can be seen. However, every place has been cleaned spotlessly. Obviously, someone usually cleans it. Guo Nian followed Luo Suyu to meet on the 2nd floor. He walked to a room at the entrance of the stairs. Luo Suyu glanced at her and said, "Your room is here. Go in and change your clothes. I'll wait for you downstairs." Guo Nian nodded. When she seed Luo Suyu downstairs, she pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as she entered the door, she saw 5 or 6 bags on the big bed, and the clothes inside were complete. She took out a set of clothes and glanced at it. It was just her size. Go Nian pursed his lips and felt a little incredible. Does he know it just by holding it? When he changed his clothes and went downstairs, Go Nian saw Luo Siyu standing in the open kitchen with a grey apron. He lowered his head and fiddled with the food in the pot, as if he heard something moving. Then he subconsciously raised his eyes, and the dark desire flashed in his eyes. I have to say that Go Nian is indeed very suitable for white. Pure and lustful. It's so tight. Sit on the sofa and wait for me for a while. It will be ready soon. Go Nian didn't want to wait. I'll do you a favor. Luo Siyu didn't refuse. He casually opened the cupboard and handed her an apron. The apron is new and has not been unpacked. After Go Nian put on his apron, he put his hands behind his back and wanted to tie the belt. I'll do it. Thank you. When Go Nian saw Luo Siyu in front of him, he subconsciously wanted to turn around. However, before she could move, she smelled a cold sandalwood fragrance mixed with a faint aroma of tobacco. Luo Siyu was very tall. When he stood in front of Go Nian like this, he almost hugged her whole body in his arms. The tip of Go Nian's nose rubbed against the man's chest, and the excessive intimate distance made her heart beat faster. All right. Thank you. Go Nian lowered his eyes to say thank you, but the tips of his ears were slightly hot. Can be partial at this moment, the earlobe was cold, and a thick finger gently touched her earlobe. What's wrong with her ear? So popular. Go Nian quickly covered his ears. It was okay. Maybe it was too hot in the room. Luo Siyu hooked his lips with a smile, and his voice was slightly deep. Oh, really? Then I'll turn down the air conditioner. Thank you. Chapter 15. We're going to bed. It's said to cook, but in fact, most of the ingredients are ready made. What Luo Siyu wants to do is just to put them all in the pot and heat them up. Soon, 3 steaming meals were placed on the table, and even ready-made porridge. Go Nian thought it was amazing. Seeing that he saw Go Nian's curiosity, Luo Siyu explained that I don't like having other people at home, so the aunt who cooks always cooks in advance and puts it in the refrigerator for me. Go Nian nodded. It turned out to be like this. It's just that he is the only one sleeping in this big room. However, Go Nian wanted to think about it, but he didn't say much. She doesn't know much about Luo Siyu, and she doesn't know his family situation, so it's better not to ask too much. After finishing the meal, Go Nian volunteered to clean up the dishes and chopsticks. Luo Siyu sat on the sofa and looked at Go Nian, who was busy in the kitchen. He inexplicably felt warm in his heart, and he couldn't say what it felt like. At this moment, the fingerprint lock at the door made a slight click sound, and then the door was pushed open, and a middle-aged woman dressed as a noblewoman came in. Her eyes fell directly on Luo Siyu, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Why did you let go of the blind date arranged for you? If Miss Zhao is not satisfied today, I will arrange a good one for you another day. Go Nian obviously didn't expect that someone would come at this time. Moreover, it seems that the person's demeanor and appearance should be Luo Siyu's mother. She subconsciously wanted to call someone. But at this moment, she suddenly saw Luo Siyu making a sharp gesture to herself without making a sound, and the corners of his lips were slightly raised. Go Nian blinked inexplicably, but also closed his mouth obediently. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Mrs. Luo felt that she was really worried about her youngest son. Since breaking up with Hao Mingming, Luo Siyu has completely cleared her mind. Even the dogs around her are probably male. She felt that she was going to become a monk in a minute, which made her worried about the transmission of the family. You don't have to worry about my affairs in the future. Mrs. Luo glared at Luo Siyu. If I don't worry, who will worry? With that, she frowned and said, you said that you broke up with Hao Mingming for more than 3 years and haven't forgotten her yet. Hao Mingming? Go Nian frowned slightly and suddenly remembered that the phone call from the hotel private room seemed to be the name. She was a little distracted, and the plate in her hand accidentally took off her hand. Bang! Mrs. Luo almost subconsciously followed the reputation. When she saw Go Nian standing in the kitchen with a helpless face, her eyes widened. Woman? Her precious son actually knew how to lead someone to the family. Hello, Mrs. Luo. Go Nian quickly said hello uneasily. Okay, you too. Mrs. Luo walked to Go Nian with a smile. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became. Go Nian's appearance is very exquisite, the kind of beauty that is still beautiful without any makeup. Moreover, there is a quiet aroma of books on her body, which makes people happy when they read it, and they want to calm down and talk to her properly. At a glance, Mrs. Luo knew that she was a serious little girl, which was not comparable to those enchanting bitches outside. What's the little girl's name? How old are you this year? Where do you live? Do you check your household registration? Before Go Nian could open his mouth, Luo Siyu walked over with a slight frown. You kid. I'm talking to this little girl. Don't interrupt. Mrs. Luo gave Luo Siyu a blank look without hesitation, and then looked at Go Nian with a smile. What's your name? My name is Go Nian. It turned out to be Miss Go. what a nice name. Okay, it's getting a little early. If it's okay, just leave quickly. We're going to bed. Luo Suyu opened his mouth faintly and began to drive people away. But when Mrs. Luo heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. Ah, yes, then I'll go first. You go to bed early. Guo Nian saw that Mrs. Luo misunderstood and subconsciously wanted to explain. However, before she could speak, Mrs. Luo raised her eyebrows at Luo Suyu, winked, and left happily. Guo Nian pursed his lips with some embarrassment. Well, I haven't finished cleaning the dishes yet. I went to the kitchen. Luo Suyu glanced at her and came to my study after finishing work. Guo Nian subconsciously raised his eyes, but before he could open his mouth, Luo Suyu had already turned around and went upstairs. After Guo Nian finished his work, he knocked on the door of Luo Suyu's study anxiously. Come in. The door was pushed open, and Guo Nian saw Luo Suyu sitting in front of the laptop on the desk. Luo Suyu has changed into a black silk home clothes at this time. His hair has not dried yet, and the tips of his hair are a little damp. His broken hair slightly covered his forehead, and his eyebrows became more and more cold. Luo Suyu raised his eyes and saw Guo Nian standing at the door, 8 feet away from him, with a reserved and vigilant face. Why are you so far away? He laughed directly and said coldly, afraid that I would be a beast. Guo Nian just took a few steps forward. Well, is it something for the 9th master to ask me to come up? After the last meeting, the following people issued a feasibility report on taxation. Please take a look. Luo Suyu turned his head, and his voice was low and magnetic. When Guo Nian heard this, he nodded quickly, okay. The computer notebook is on, and the first one is the file that Luo Suyu said. Guo Nian looked at it seriously. And now, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Come in. Soon, Jiang Hai came in with a medical box. Master Jiao, what you want? Luo Suyu's eyebrows are cold and his voice is pale. Put it here. Master Jiao, do you want me to change the medicine for you? No, I'll do it myself. Luo Suyu waved his hand and glanced at Jiang Hai with faint eyes. You go out. Guo Nian raised his eyes subconsciously. Only then did I remember that when I was at her house today, Luo Suyu's arm seemed to be injured. I don't know if it was seriously injured. By the time Jiang Hai went out of the door, Luo Suyu had already opened the medicine box. His slender fingers rummaged through it casually, and soon took out a pack of disinfectant swabs. However, he held the cotton swab in his hand and frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about how to give himself medicine. Guo Nian squeezed his thin lips and opened his mouth carefully. How about I help you take medicine? Luo Suyu subconsciously raised his eyes, and the corners of his lips raised a trace of curve. What? Aren't you afraid of me? Guo Nian pursed his lips and said hard. He was not afraid. Luo Suyu didn't care about this either. He glanced at Guo Nian with faint eyes and came here. Hearing this, Guo Nian quickly got up and walked towards Luo Suyu, and directly took the disinfectant swab in the other party's hand. Luo Suyu didn't say anything. He took a step back and sat on the chair beside him. Then, he unbuttoned with one hand. But his pair of dark eyes looked straight at Guo Nian, and his dark eyes had a trace of thrilling secret desire. Guo Nian looked up with a disinfectant cotton swab in his hand and saw this scene. For a moment, Guo Nian only felt that his scalp was numb, and even his throat was a little dry. Is it too late for her to regret now? Chapter 16. Does Miss Guo have a boyfriend now? I just treated the wound, disinfected it, and changed the medicine. Luo Suyu's voice was cold. As he spoke, he lifted his shirt, and his beautiful and smooth muscle lines loomed. Oh. Okay. Guo Nian responded with a stubborn scalp, then swallowed his saliva and subconsciously tightened the cotton swab in his hand. Luo Suyu's wound was near his right arm's shoulder. After unbuttoning, he pulled one side of his clothes aside. He was not seriously injured, but a bloody mouth was cut open. Guo Nian carefully opened the gauze before he began to disinfect the wound. Even with simple disinfection, Guo Nian was covered in a thin sweat. There was a faint layer of pink on his cheeks, and his crimson thin lips were slightly open, moist and particularly attractive. Luo Suyu subconsciously lowered his eyes, and his eyes looked at Guo Nian in front of him for a moment, and a layer of possessiveness was hidden in the depths of his eyes. His throat is rolling and his voice is low and hoarse. Do you have a boyfriend now? Guo Nian, who was still concentrating on disinfection, was stunned and almost subconsciously raised his eyes. Looking at each other, Guo Nian almost crashed into a pair of ink-black eyes with a helpless face. The eyes seemed to hide a red burning hook, which was breathtaking. Only then did Guo Nian find that the two of them were very close, and their breaths were entangled. At that moment, she only felt her heart beating rapidly a few times. It's like beating a drum. It can be different from the feeling of anxiety attacks. I just feel that it is very dry. This feeling is really weird. It seems that even the heartbeat rate is disturbed. Guo Nianxiang suppressed the strangeness in his heart and said truthfully, no. Luo Suyu turned his head slightly, his neck was slightly open, and the protruding throat knot rolled slightly. Do you want to consider following me? Guo Nian raised his eyes almost subconsciously, and his face was full of shock and panic. Why are you so surprised? Luo Suyu stretched out his hand and directly hugged her waist, holding her whole body on his lap. The ninth master. Guo Nian looked at him in panic, and his crimson lips were slightly open, but he didn't know what to say. Luo Suyu likes her expression very much. She is like a little beast falling into a trap. She is panicked but afraid, which makes people can't help but want to do something. He has never been a person who wronged himself. When this thought flashed through his mind, his big hand had already clasped her cheek, lowered his head and kissed her. Unlike the previous kiss, this kiss is direct and fierce, full of aggression. The man's lips crushed her heavily, his tongue pried open, and he domineeringly swept over and sucked every inch of soft meat. Guo Nian was so kissed that he couldn't breathe, and the tip of his tongue was sucked so painful that he could only make a faint and helpless whisper. Luo Suyu was a little overwhelmed by this sound, and his big hand followed his slender waist up. But just then, a sudden ringing of his mobile phone interrupted the ambiguous atmosphere. Guo Nian quickly stood up from Luo Suyu's body and did not dare to look into his eyes. I'm going to answer the phone. Luo Suyu also turned his head slightly and subconsciously glanced at the mobile phone on the desk. When he saw the caller ID on the screen clearly, his eyes sank. The light above his head reflected into his deep eyes, with a trace of coolness. Xie Lingxiao is really good at picking time. At this time, Guo Nian took his mobile phone out of the study and pressed the power button. Hello, Mr. Xie. Didn't disturb your rest, did you? Xie Lingxiao's voice is gentle and magnetic. No, I haven't slept yet. It's good that I didn't disturb your rest. Xie Lingxiao smiled softly, and then he restrained his voice and asked, has everything at home been dealt with? Guo Nian nodded and everything was dealt with. Tell me directly if you have any difficulties. Guo Nian couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Thank you, Mr. I will. Well, go to bed early. Mr. Xie, you too. When he hung up the phone, Guo Nian couldn't help taking a deep breath. She subconsciously squeezed her mobile phone and her eyebrows drooped slightly. The atmosphere just now was really a little ambiguous. If it hadn't been for this call, she really didn't know how to end it. Guo Nian pursed his lips and stood outside the door of the study for a while before pushing the door and walking in. Sorry, Master Zhou, I will continue to bandage your wound. Soon, Guo Nian detoxified Luo Si's wound, applied anti-inflammatory ointment, and then bandaged it. After doing this, there was a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. All right. Guo Nian couldn't help exhaling secretly, then returned to the desk and sat down, continuing to look at the unfinished documents in the notebook. Luo Suyu looked at Guo Nian with dark eyes, and his hands were slowly buttoned. Miss Guo hasn't answered my question yet? Guo Nian subconsciously raised his eyes and couldn't help but be at a loss. Luo Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly, and his deep pupils flashed with dark light, clearly reflecting her figure. Do you want to follow me? Guo Nian bit his lower lip and shook his head. Luo Suyu was not surprised. He hadn't slept with her yet, and she would definitely refuse. So, you just want to be my bed partner? Guo Nian's face turned pale, and he subconsciously clenched his fingers. Luo Suyu lowered his eyes, but he didn't force her anymore. He buttoned the last button. The slender eyelashes covered the dark color that flashed under the eyes. Don't be so anxious to answer me. I'll give you time to think about it. Because he had to find a new place to live, Guo Nian specially asked the department supervisor for an hour's leave the next day and left work early. And the house she wants to see was introduced by Luo Suyu. It is said that it is a friend of his, with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, which is just empty. For his relationship, the price is not expensive. The most important thing is that it is not far from Deloitte and the provincial hospital. Guo Nian took several videos of the house and sent them to Shen Lingshen. After a while, a video call was made. Are you too fast? Did you find a house so soon? In the video, Shen Lingshen is wearing a mask, but her eyes are shining brightly. How about it? Do you like it? Guo Nian took his mobile phone and swept around again. I like it. Shen Lingshen nodded hurriedly. Is the balcony so big? Can we grow vegetables? I love it so much. It's good if you like it. The price is still the same as before, and it's not far from our 2 companies. Oh my god, which living bodhisattva's owner is this? Shen Lingshen laughed so hard that her eyebrows were bent. The house price in that area was not low. She thought the rent would be doubled, but she didn't expect it to be the same as before. They used to live in the old community, and there was no elevator. Every summer, the sewer tastes good, and the smell is amazing. He is a friend of the 9th master. Shen Lingshen immediately put on a gossip expression of I understand. Does Mr. Luo like you? Like it? How is it possible? He just wants her to be his lover. Don't talk nonsense. How is it possible? He just helped me by the way. Shen Lingshen curled her lips with an expression of I believe you to have ghosts. However, she also knew Guo Nian's charm. She thought that when she was in high school, Guo Nian was the school beauty, and the boys who liked her could line up from the classroom to the school gate. It's not missing 1 or 2. Wait a minute. I got a phone call. Okay, then I'll hang up first. I'll go back to move with you when I'm done. When the video call was hung up, Guo Nian did not connect the phone immediately. After taking a deep breath for a long time, she pressed the connection button. However, as soon as the phone was connected, a familiar curse came over. Guo Nian, where did your dead girl go? You and Aunt Wang and I are in your previous rental house. Get out of here for me quickly. Chapter 17 Changing Men So Soon. And Guo Nian just went downstairs. I saw Lu Suyi leaning against the car door and smoking. The ninth master? Guo Nian blinked in surprise. Haven't you left yet? She thought he had sent her here and left. Lu Suyi threw the cigarette butt in his hand to the ground and twisted it out. Then he raised his eyes and accompanied me to a place. Guo Nian couldn't help but be stunned. I have something urgent now. Where do you go? I'll see you off. Don't bother the ninth master. Guo Nian waved his hand quickly. Lu Suyi opened the door directly and got into the car. Guo Nian pursed his lips and then bent down to get into the car. Soon, Guo Nian rushed to the rental house where he had lived before. Master Jiu, please wait for me here. Guo Nian pushed the door and got out of the car. He saw her father Guo Changhe sitting on the flower bed downstairs smoking a cigarette. His stepmother Wang Li stood aside with a sad face, looking much more haggard. Nian Nian. At this moment, Wang Li saw Guo Nian coming this way and hurried to meet him. Aunt Wang. Guo Nian has a good impression of Wang Li, her stepmother. She is also honest with herself and Guo Lian. If it hadn't been for her protection and the father like Guo Changhe, the life of their sisters would have been more difficult. You don't call anyone when you see your own father. Guo Changhe threw the cigarette fart on the ground and did not lift his foot to extinguish it. He frowned and stared at Guo Nian. Guo Nian's eyes were slightly cold. What are you doing here? Guo Changhe was suddenly angry. You damn girl, I won't beat you to death today. Lao Guo, seeing this, Wang Li quickly stopped Guo Changhe, who was slapped his face angrily. If you have something to say, why are you hitting the child? Guo Changhe pushed Wang Li away angrily, then stared at Guo Nian and said coldly, your elder brother was cheated in business. Well, I owe people more than 500,000 ye. I know you have earned a lot of money in the past few years. Hurry up and return the money to your elder brother. Guo Nian looked at Guo Changhe coldly and said nonsense. Do business? When did online gambling become business? When Guo Changhe saw that Guo Nian didn't say anything, he thought she had surrendered. Then he turned around and frowned and said, after all, your eldest brother is a man. You and Aunt Wang and I are old, and we don't have to worry about it. Don't you have to rely on this elder brother after dating Liang Liang? What do you expect from him? Do you expect him to bully me? At the beginning, her half-brother bullied her because of drunkenness. If the neighbor's aunt hadn't heard her cry for help and rushed to knock on the door, her life would have been ruined. However, Guo Changhe learned that the eldest brother bullied her, but instead covered her head and scolded herself for being shameless, and she would seduce men at a young age. She was so angry that she couldn't refute, but she was slapped by Guo Changhe and scolded her for being a shameless bitch like her own mother. That's when she was kicked out of the house by Guo Changhe. You still have the face to mention that matter. When Guo Changhe heard this, he was suddenly angry. Sure enough, like your mother, she is a shameless bitch. Lao Guo, what are you talking about? Wang Li couldn't listen any longer. At that time, it was Yang Xi's fault. What did you care about? Wang Li frowned. She knew what virtue her son was. It was to take advantage of the alcohol to bully Guo Nian, that is, he didn't succeed. Otherwise, Guo Nian's life will be over. However, at that time, Guo Changhe seemed to be possessed by evil, and he was sure that it was Yang Xi who was attracted by Guo Nian. Even she thinks it's unreasonable. Where is there a father who misses his own daughter so much? What do you know? Guo Changhe glared at Wang Li fiercely, and then pointed at Guo Nian and cursed viciously. She was just like her shameless mother, a bitch. Guo Nian gritted his teeth and trembled uncontrollably. No wonder my mother would rather choose an old man than you. Guo Changhe seemed to be stepped on in the tail, and his whole body almost jumped up in anger. A pair of eyes were even more red, and he slapped his palms fiercely at Guo Nian. But Guo Nian stood motionless in place, as if she had been cast a fixed spell. Guo Changhe, who was furious in front of him, overlapped with the picture in his memory curses, slaps, and the belt pulled on her body. Guo Nian only felt a layer of cold sweat on his back, and his whole body seemed to be frozen, and even his heart became cold. When he saw that Guo Changhe's slap was about to hit Guo Nian fiercely, someone suddenly grabbed his wrist. Then, Guo Nian was pulled into a warm and powerful embrace. Guo Nian subconsciously raised his eyes and bumped into a pair of dark eyes. Jiu Ye. For a moment, Guo Nian felt as if he had fallen into a piece of cotton warmed by the sun. The long-lost warmth and softness made her nose and hair a little sour. She seemed to forget when the last time she was protected. Ah, it hurts? Just then, a scream interrupted Guo Nian's trance. She almost subconsciously turned her head and saw Jiang Hai pinching Guo Changhe's wrist fiercely and screaming at him in pain. Who are they? Do you want to teach them a lesson? Lu Suyu frowned and said. Go Nian. You damn girl. Your wings are hard, right? Unexpectedly, he found a wild man to beat your own father. Jiang Hai was stunned for a moment, frowned as if he was a little unexpected, and then looked back at Lu Suyu. Lu Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Go Nian. He was. However, before Go Nian opened his mouth, Go Changhe shouted with his head, I'm her father. Go Nian just squeezed his lips and looked at Go Changhe coldly, but he didn't say a word. This is the default. Only then did Jiang Hai let go of his hand. Go Changhe rubbed his aching wrist vigorously. He looked at Lu Suyu, who was protecting Go Nian behind him without a trace, and said coldly, change a man so soon. In a sentence, even Wang Li, who was beside her, couldn't listen to the implicit malice. She quickly grabbed Go Changhe's arm and pulled her back. All right, Lao Go, let's go back quickly. Go Changhe threw Wang Li away, and then stared at Go Nian viciously. I know you have saved a lot of money over the years. Hurry up and return it to your eldest brother. Debt, if it's a big deal, I'll pay you back with interest in the future. Nowadays, those usury gangsters come to collect debts every day, and their lives can't be lived at all. He knew that Go Nian worked in a large group and must have saved a lot of money. I have no money. Go Nian almost gritted his teeth and said. Go Changhe suddenly became anxious. Why do you pretend to be poor? I have inquired about the boyfriend I talked about before. He is also a rich second generation. You must have made a lot of money from him. With that, his eyes fell on Lu Suyu, who was full of nobility and coldness. As soon as this man stood there, he knew that he was by no means a good person. Whether it's dress or temperament, it's impeccable. There must be money. Go Changhe looked at Go Nian contemptuously. Isn't this another man? You don't have money. He must have money, right? The sight seemed to be penetrating, which made Go Nian's body tremble uncontrollably, and his face turned pale. The memories of the past 10 years gushed out like opening the gate and releasing water. Go Nian stood in place and bit her lower lip gently. Her heartbeat beat uncontrollably and violently. The feeling of suffocation brought by the stalled heartbeat made her almost unconsciously clench her fingers. Chapter 18. This is Go Nian, my girlfriend. Go Nian. Lu Suyu seemed to notice Go Nian's abnormality and frowned slightly and called out. Go Nian couldn't help taking a deep breath, trying to suppress the heartbeat that had begun to stall. However, there was nothing he could do at all. I'll help you rest in the car for a while first. Go Changhe saw that Lu Suyu helped Go Nian to leave. I was in a hurry and almost subconsciously wanted to catch up. But before he could get close, a tall and straight figure stopped in front of him. It's Jiang Hai. Go Changhe had just been pinched by his wrist. He knew that this man was amazingly powerful. With him, he couldn't take advantage of it today. Thinking of this, Go Changhe suddenly cursed angrily at Go Nian's back. Go Nian, are you pretending to seduce men again? Just like your shameless mother. Lu Suyu suddenly looked back. A pair of dark pupils were like a deep well in the ancient tan, and a dark light rolled in his eyes, feeling cold. Go Changhe couldn't help but have a cold war, and the rest of the curses were forcibly blocked in his throat. Lao Go, let's go quickly. Wang Li saw that Jiang Haisheng was tall in front of Go Changhe. She was afraid that he would suffer if he stayed any longer, so she hurried to pull him. Go Changhe subconsciously glanced at Jiang Hai, frowned indignantly, and followed Wang Li in the end. What's wrong? At this time, Lu Suyu helped Go Nian into the car and reached out to probe Go Nian's forehead, and his tentacles were covered with a thin sweat. I'm fine. Go Nian dodged slightly and stretched out his hand to block Lu Suyu's hand. I just stayed alone for a while. Lu Suyu looked deeply at Go Nian and then nodded. Then you sit alone for a while. When he pushed the door and got out of the car, Lu Suyu took out his mobile phone directly. After a while, Jiang Hai, not far away, took out his mobile phone. He first glanced at the content of the text message quickly, then nodded slightly in the direction of Lu Suyu, and then turned around and chased in the direction where Gu Changhe and his wife left. Seeing Jiang Hai leave, Lu Suyu turned his head and lit a cigarette and leaned on the front of the car. He casually clicked on Chen Qinghe's chat interface and sent a message. What are the problems with the rapid heartbeat and cold sweat all over the body? Chen Qinghe's message was replied in seconds, which was obviously just free. What's the matter? Are you weak? Lu Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Don't talk so much nonsense. It's not me. As soon as Chen Qinghe received the message, he couldn't help saying cut, obviously guessing that it was Go Nian. He also knows about Lu Suyu's bet with Huoling. However, he didn't expect Lu Suyu to be so careful. Do you want that bottle of Louis XIV like this? The symptoms you mentioned are too general, but I have also seen Go Nian. It doesn't seem to have any major problems. If these are excluded, it should be anxiety disorder or something. Chen Qinghe seemed to be a little uneasy, and then sent another text message. I think the girl named Go Nian is good. Don't overdo it. Lu Suyu casually typed 3 words back, I got it. He subconsciously kicked his mobile phone into his pocket and then looked up at Go Nian in the car. Anxiety. I don't know how long it took for Go Nian to push the door and get out of the car. Just now, thank you, let the ninth master watch the joke. Luo Suyu turned his head slightly and stared at Go Nian's face for a while, making sure that she was really okay. Then he said in a faint voice, "It's okay, it's just a hand." Go Nian adjusted his breathing. "Master Jiu, didn't you say you needed my help? What's the matter?" Luo Suyu turned his head slightly, and his jawline was deep and three-dimensional. He was wearing a black shirt today, and the neckline was tightly buttoned to the last button, looking at the ascetic and inexplicable sense of sex. "My mother saw you at my residence last night. Maybe she misunderstood our relationship, so she turned her head and told the old man that his health was not very good recently." Speaking of this, he pursed his lips and his voice was very soft. "He wanted to see you." Go Nian didn't think about it and nodded. "It's okay." Luo Suyu didn't seem to expect Go Nian to agree so happily. He frowned slightly and added another sentence in a faint voice, "To be my girlfriend." Go Nian smiled. "I know. Otherwise, why does Mr. Luo want to see himself by name?" The corners of Luo Suyu's lips hooked slightly, and the dark light flowed in his ink-colored eyes. "Then let's go." The old house of the Luo family is located in the most prosperous city center. The house here can't be bought just by having money. The car drove slowly all the way into the manor, and someone immediately greeted him. "Master Jiu, you are back." Luo Suyu responded with an expressionless face, then pushed the door straight to the other side, leaned slightly and opened the door. "Thank you." Go Nian subconsciously thanked her quickly, but as soon as the words fell, a slender hand reached out in front of her. Luo Si's eyelashes drooped, and his throat seemed to roll twice. His voice was low, and his hands. Only then did Go Nian understand what the other party meant and quickly stretched out his hand. The man took the opportunity to hold the slender porcelain white hands and clasped their fingers together. Go Nian retreated uncomfortable, but he was buckled tighter. "Don't move, I'm watching." Go Nian couldn't help but purse his lips. When he was secretly glad that he didn't have much stress reaction to Luo Siyu's touch, he saw a slender and beautiful figure coming out of the main hall. "You guys are here. I'm going to grow my neck." Mrs. Luo smiled and her eyebrows were bent. A pair of beautiful eyes looked straight at Go Nian. The more she looked at her, the more happy she became. "Hello, Aunt." Go Nian called out obediently, and his voice was soft and sweet, which made people happy. Mrs. Luo suddenly laughed and couldn't close her mouth. Come on, hurry into the room to talk. The old man has been waiting for a long time." With that, she directly reached out and took Go Nian's hand and walked into the room. However, Luo Siyu also took her hand and didn't let go, so Go Nian was pulled into the room one after and. The old house of the Luo family is particularly calm and elegant. In the large living room, an old man with grey hair sat on a pure black leather sofa. He looked a little thin, but he was in better spirits. "Old man." Luo Suyu shouted in a faint voice. "This is Go Nian." He glanced sideways at Go Nian, and then his fingers clenched his hands and directly hugged her soft and boneless waist. "My girlfriend." Chapter 19. Don't move, there is surveillance here. Go Nian only felt that his back was tight, and his hands hanging on his side, his fingertips unconsciously clenched, but his face tried his best to stay calm. "Hello, old man, I'm Go Nian." Okay. The old man smiled and nodded repeatedly. His eyes were particularly bright, and even his voice softened. "Don't follow Xiaojiu to call old man. It's too out of the outside. Just call grandpa directly." Go Nian couldn't help crying and laughing, but his heart, which had been raised high, let go. Before she came, she thought that the founder of the Luo family, who was originally domineering, was a smiling, steady and dignified old man, but she didn't expect to be so amiable. Go Nian felt much more kind in an instant. "Grandpa." "Oh, that's right." Mr. Luo laughed happily. "How old is Nian Nian this year?" 24. Not bad. Mr. Luo nodded vigorously. "How long have you known Xiaojiu?" Go Nian pursed his lips and said to himself that he had only known each other for less than half a month. However, if he said it truthfully, I'm afraid it would be exposed. How about checking the household registration? At this moment, Luo Siyu, who was beside him, said in a quiet voice. Then, he reached out and grabbed Go Nian's hand. He stopped talking to them. "I'll take you to my room to have a look." "Oh, you bastard. I just talked a few words. Look so closely. It's really stingy." However, Luo Siyu didn't care what Mr. Luo said at all. He turned around and pulled Go Nian upstairs. When they got to the second floor and the two crossed the corner, Go Nian subconsciously wanted to withdraw his hand. However, before she could move, her whole body was leaned against the wall, and her tall and straight body rushed towards her with powerful male hormones. "Don't move. There is surveillance here." Luo Suyu turned his head slightly. He half bowed his body, and his light-colored thin lips stopped less than an inch away from Go Nian, as if he could touch him as long as he bent down slightly. and from behind it was like the two of them kissing ambiguously. Guo Nian swallowed his saliva with some uneasiness. Between the breaths of the two people are staggered. Then, she saw Luo Siyu's chest fluctuating slightly, with a trace of low gasp. Wild and lustful. Guo Nian didn't expect that he just wanted to shake his hand, which caused an embarrassing and ambiguous situation now. She turned her face away a little uncomfortably, and the man's warm breath sprayed on the side of her ear, stirring up a piece of tender pink. Luo Siyu stared at the originally white earlobe, which was dyed red little by little, and his throat rolled. A trace of darkness flashed in his drooping pupils, warm and hot. But in the end, it was completely restrained by him. Luo Siyu stretched out his hand and slowly hooked Guo Nian's slender waist, and I took you to my room. Guo Nian nodded obediently and didn't dare to look at the man's face. When the two entered the bedroom, Guo Nian immediately took a few steps back and distanced from Luo Siyu. Luo Siyu, who was originally holding his slender waist, subconsciously carried his back and unconsciously rubbed his fingers. It seems that there is still a warm and soft touch on it. Sit down. I'll pour you a glass of water. As soon as Luo Siyu left, Guo Nian's already tense nerves immediately relaxed, and she subconsciously looked around for a week. The bedroom is very clean. It just looks like there is no trace of life. Obviously, Luo Siyu rarely sleeps here. And the style of the whole bedroom is also very cool. The mix and match of black, white and grey, without a trace of temperature, full of abstinence. It is in line with the taste of the host. Drink water. Thank you. Guo Nian subconsciously withdrew his gaze and took the water cup with both hands. Thank you, Master Jiu, for today's matter. Guo Nian pursed his lips and said. If it hadn't been for Luo Siyu's timely appearance, she wouldn't even know how much she would have been forced by her father Gu Changhe. That person. Luo Siyu seems to be using words carefully. Is it really your father? Guo Nian smiled bitterly and nodded. Well, my own. Luo Siyu couldn't help frowning. He did investigate Guo Nian before. However, all his attention was on Guo Nian. So I don't know much about her biological parents. All we know is that the two of them divorced when Guo Nian was 10 years old. Guo Nian's mother, Shi Xiangjing, left the country after her divorce and never appeared again. It is said that she married into a rich family and filled the house for an old man. Her father soon married another woman, and her stepmother brought a son, and the two gave birth to a daughter when they got married. Guo Nian was kicked out of the house by her father when she was 18 years old. The reason was that she seduced Yang Shu, the brother brought by her stepmother. Thinking of this, Luo Siyu narrowed his eyes slightly. If he hadn't appeared in time today, Guo Changhe's slap might have really hit Guo Nian's face. He even insulted Guo Nian with such vicious words. It was too cheap for Jiang Hai to break one of his legs. Doesn't the ninth master think it's unbelievable? Guo Nian blinked lightly and smiled a little sadly, and it was just the same between the enemies. Luo Siyu didn't know why, and his heart tightened for a moment. It's like being tightened inch by cold wire, with a trace of cold suffocation. He frowned slightly and said, just don't have any time with him in the future, just as if there is no father of him. Guo Nian raised his eyes unexpectedly, as if he didn't expect Luo Siyu to say this. When ordinary people hear about family enmity, they will try their best to mediate. They will tell her that father and daughter have no overnight feud. But the enmity between her and Gu Changhe has been separated for 14 years. In fact, it's also ironic. Guo Nian lowered her eyes, holding the ceramic water cup in her hand, feeling the warmth from the palm of her hand. I don't know if it was Luo Siyu's abnormal remark, but she rarely said some things that had been buried in her heart for decades. That's something she didn't even know about her sister Guo Lian and her best friend Shen Lingshang. I told my father about my mother's out of the track. However, she was only 10 years old at that time, and she didn't even know what out of the track meant. She only saw her mother hugging and kissing an old man. Then he turned around and told Guo Changhe. However, Guo Nian never thought of it. Because of this incident, her life was completely rewritten. Guo Changhe divorced her mother in anger, and her mother followed the old man out of the country without looking back. Guo Nian, who was only 10 years old, and Guo Lian, who was 3 years old, to Guo Changhe. Since then, Guo Changhe often scolded her after drinking. He felt that the scolding was not enough, so he whipped her with a leather whip. It was also at that time that Guo Nian suffered from severe contact anxiety. Chapter 20. I'm not a good person. Perhaps he said something he had never said to anyone, and Guo Nian felt much more relaxed. It's just. Only then did Guo Nian find that Luo Siyu's face was gloomy, and a pair of dark eyes were even more gloomy. Sorry, did I say too much? Just then, she only cared about venting her emotions, and forgot to pay attention to whether people were willing to listen. No. Luo Siyu restrained his emotions, but his dark pupils were still cold. I just didn't expect that there would be such a cruel father in the world. Now it seems that breaking a leg is cheap for him. Master Jiu, you are a good person. Guo Nian looked up at Luo Siyu. Luo Siyu raised his eyebrows slightly, and his eyes couldn't help falling on her moist lips, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly wanted to taste whether the lips were as sweet as what he said. Good people? Luo Suyi sneered, and his voice was a little low. I'm not a good person. Did the little girl forget what he did to her before? Now, just because of a few words that don't hurt or itch, you say that he is a good person. It's really easy to be content. However, this good person's card made him happy. Guo Nian subconsciously moved his lips, but before she could open her mouth, she heard someone knocking on the door. Come in. Young master, the meal is ready. Madam, let you and Miss Guo go down for dinner. Got it. Luo Suyi stood up, turned around and stretched out his hand to Guo Nian. Let's go down to eat first. Guo Nian glanced at Luo Suyi's hand and hesitated for a moment before reaching out to hold it. Luo Suyi subconsciously changed to 10 fingers interlocking, and his fingers unconsciously rubbed the delicacy under his fingers. Go downstairs. After a meal, it can be said that the guests are full of joy. When Guo Nian left, Mrs. Lu took her hand and was reluctant. And when the two of them left, the trunk of the car was stuffed with Mrs. Luo, I'll take you back first, and I'll put things down for you by the way. Luo Suyi said. When Guo Nian heard this, she waved her hand in a hurry. No, I can't accept those things. Originally, she was going to pretend to be a girlfriend. How could she accept such a precious thing? Luo Suyi turned his head, and his ink-colored eyes were black. That was given to you by my mother, and they were all things used by girls. If you don't take them, let me throw them into the trash can. You can give it to your friend. Luo Suyi looked at Guo Nian with a smile. Why? Do you think Chen Qinghe needs a women's bag and a scarf? All right, take it. It's not a valuable thing. Guo Nian couldn't help but purse his lips and didn't know how to reply for a moment. She took out one of the things inside casually, which was not something she could afford. But in Luo Suyi's eyes, it was not a valuable thing. Just as Guo Nian was thinking nonsense, the mobile phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. She subconsciously glanced at the caller ID. It was Guo Lia's head teacher. Guo Nian's heart was immediately raised. Hello, Mr. Wang. Is it Guo Nian? Guo Lian was sent to the provincial hospital because of her heart attack. This time the situation is a little critical. You'd better come here quickly. Guo Nian's face suddenly turned pale. For a moment, she only felt a blank in her mind, and she couldn't even speak. Guo Nian, are you listening to me? The teacher's anxious voice came from the microphone. Guo Nian seemed to suddenly recover. She nodded in a hurry, and her voice even had a trace of tremor. I know, thank you, Mr. Wang. I will go to the provincial hospital right away. What's the matter? What's the matter? Luo Suyi frowned slightly, looked at Guo Nian, who had a pale face, and asked. Guo Nian couldn't help taking a deep breath and repeatedly told himself to calm down, but his hands were still shaking. My sister. Her heart disease relapsed again. Luo Suyi immediately frowned and looked at Jiang Hai, who was driving in front of him. Go to the provincial hospital. Yes, Master Jiu. Soon, the car drove to the hospital. On the way, Luo Suyi kept calling Chen Qinghe, but every time he was prompted to shut down, obviously he was busy. When the two arrived at the emergency room, they saw Mr. Wang pacing back and forth anxiously at the door. Teacher Wang. Guo Nian. Mr. Wang quickly greeted him, but he still frowned between his eyebrows. You are here. How is Guo Lian? Teacher Wang pursed his lips, and his face was a little solemn. In fact, I didn't know the specific situation, but when he was just sent to the emergency room, Guo Lian's heartbeat was gone. Guo Nian only felt a whirlwind, and then his legs softened. Fortunately, Luo Suyi, who was beside her, quickly took her in his arms. Don't worry, with Chen Qinghe, you should believe in his ability, and your sister will be fine. The man's voice is low, which makes people feel at ease inexplicably. Guo Nian couldn't help taking a deep breath. She calmed down for a long time before she raised her eyes. Mr. Wang, what's going on? Guo Lian, why did she have a heart attack again? Mr. Wang frowned. Since the last incident, I have put away Guo Lian's mobile phone. So, I don't know exactly what happened. However, I heard from a female classmate who has a good relationship with Guo Lian that it seems that someone has been bullying Guo Lian recently. Guo Nian's heart is tight. Who is he? I asked about this, and she said she didn't know either. Teacher, do you have the contact information of that female classmate? Yes, wait a minute. I'll give you her phone number. Thank you, teacher. When he got the phone number of the female classmate, Guo Nian dialed directly, but prompted the other party that it was inconvenient to answer the phone. Guo Nian can't do it, so he can only send text messages. Hello, classmate. I'm Guo Nian, Guo Lian's sister. I just learned from Mr. Wang that someone has been bullying Guo Lian recently. Can you tell me the specific situation? After sending the text message, she held her mobile phone and waited silently. And Luo Suyi, who was beside him, stood quietly to accompany him. After a while, the mobile phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He subconsciously glanced at the caller ID, and then took another look at Guo Nian, and then held the phone and walked towards the corner of the corridor. What's the matter? Master Jiao, as you ordered last time, the person who matched the conditions of Guo Lian's heart was found. Luo Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly, obviously did not expect it to be such a coincidence. It seems that Guo Nia's sister is really lucky. Contact the other party. He should have an operation in the next few days. Yes, Master Jiao. Chapter 21. Hello, brother-in-law. Waiting is a long process. Guo Nian didn't know how long he had been standing at the door of the emergency room, and then the red emergency light went dark. After a while, the door opened and Chen Qinghe came out in a surgical suit. Professor Chen, how is my sister? Guo Nian quickly greeted him. Luo Su met the situation and followed him. Chen Qinghe frowned slightly. With obvious fatigue, he first glanced at Luo Suyu beside him with an expressionless face, and then looked at Guo Nian and said, rest assured that he had been rescued and came back, and his life was not in danger. Guo Nian only felt that a big stone in his heart had fallen to the ground. He almost subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, and his originally pale face finally turned a little bloody. However, her current situation can't stand the second toss. My suggestion is that it's better to stay in the hospital in the near future and not go back to school. Okay, thank you, Professor Chen. Chen Qinghe nodded slightly, looked up at Luo Suyu again, and then turned around and left. A few minutes later, the door of Chen Qinghe's office was pushed open. Luo Suyu came in with a slight frown, pulled the chair in front of him and sat down. What's the matter with me? Obviously, he received Chen Qinghe's wink to him. What's the situation between you and that Guo Nian? What's the situation? Luo Suyu turned his head and looked at him. Chen Qinghe was wearing a white coat, and his eyebrows were getting colder and colder. I was also present when you bet with Huoling. Luo Suyu raised his eyebrows carelessly. Do you know you still ask? Chen Qinghe pursed his lips. I heard that Han Mingming is going back to China next month. You called me here to say such nonsense. Luo Suyu's voice was low, without a trace of emotional warmth. Chen Qinghe squeezed his lips, and a pair of feminine and narrow eyes narrowed slightly, and simply did not mention this topic again. Han Mingming is Luo Suyu's reverse scale. No one can touch it. Of course not. It's about Guo Nian's sister. What's wrong with her? Chen Qinghe put away his white coat and leaned his back on the chair. When he saw Guo Nian's appearance, I couldn't bear to tell the truth. I was afraid that if I said it, she might faint directly. Luo Suyu's expression was not too unexpected. Is her heart condition very bad? Chen Qinghe was stunned. How did you know? Luo Suyu pursed his thin lips, and he naturally knew. At the beginning, Guo Lian's first heart attack was secretly manipulated by him. It was just to let Guo Nian take the initiative to contact him. Facts proved that there was no problem with his strategy. However, I didn't expect that there was an accident this time. Although this time it had nothing to do with him. But in such a short period of time, with 2 heart attacks, Guo Lian's situation is not optimistic now. You can do the preoperative intervention treatment now, and I will solve the rest. The rest? Chen Qinghe couldn't help but feel cold. Have you found a matching heart? Almost. Luo Suyu's expression did not have many ups and downs, and his cold eyebrows were cold. He didn't know it was in the middle. What's wrong? Obviously, he hadn't slept with Guo Nian yet, but he asked Jiang Hai to secretly send someone to find the heart resources that matched Guo Lian. I didn't expect my luck to be good. Unexpectedly, he really found it. However, the way is not in line with the convention. Chen Qinghe saw Luo Suyu's expression, and an ominous premonition surged into his heart. Master Jiao, I can remind you that people's life can't be touched. Luo Suyu stood up slowly and logically, his bony fingers buttoned his suit jacket, and his voice could not hear anything faintly. Emotions are a matter of life for one life. How can you not touch it? The 9th master. Chen Qinghe suddenly became anxious and stood up almost subconsciously. Luo Suyu waved his hand, and I had a measure. Chen Qinghe pursed his lips, and his face was still solemn. All I'm leaving. Luo Suyu turned around and walked out of the door. He was only halfway there. He seemed to suddenly think of something and looked back slightly. And he looked at Chen Qinghe. Don't bet on the premise of Guo Nian's face, not even half a sentence. With that. Without waiting for Chen Qinghe to speak, Luo Suyu had already opened the door and walked out. Soon, Luo Suyu went back to the ward. As soon as he pushed the door, he saw Guo Nian holding the girl's hand on the bed and saying something. As if they heard the movement at the door, the two almost subconsciously looked this way. I have to say that Guo Nian and Guo Lian look very similar. Only the eyes are not very similar. Guo Lian's eyes are also very beautiful, looking innocent and bright. And Guo Nian has a pair of peach blossom eyes, looking straight at a person like this. It seems that he is going to drown people in those watery eyes. Sister, he is. Guo Lian looked at Luo Suyu in a daze, and her eyes were shining. Except for his pale face, he couldn't see that he had just turned around the ghost door. It seems that Chen Qinghe's reputation of a knife in the heart is not blown out. Guo Nian pursed his lips and was hesitating how to introduce Luo Suyu. Go Lian said excitedly, "Sister, are you in love?" Go Nian couldn't laugh or cry, which was a big misunderstanding. However, before she could explain, Luo Suyu walked to the bedside and stretched out a hand to Go Lian. "Your name is Go Lian, right? I'm Luo Suyu, your sister's." Luo Suyu's side face is handsome, her clothes are exquisite, and she is cold and noble, my friend. Go Nian took a sip. Friend. She didn't dare to think so at all. Her identity and status are 100,000 miles different from Luo Suyu, and they are simply people from two worlds. How can you be worthy of being his friend? Go Lian reached out and held Luo Suyu's hand with a smile, with an expression of "I understand." "Hello, brother-in-law." "Love." Go Nian quickly interrupted, frowned and said, "Don't talk nonsense." "Oh." Go Lian pouted. However, she thinks that this big brother and his sister are a good match. "Isn't he a boyfriend?" "It's a pity." "Well, you take a rest first. Professor Chen said that you'd better not go back to school during this period. I'll go to school later and bring your book." However, before Go Nian finished speaking, Go Lian immediately shook his head and said, "No, I don't want to be hospitalized, I want to go back to school. The college entrance examination is coming soon, and I have to take the exam." Go Nian pursed her lips and looked at Go Lian. Naturally, she also hoped that Go Lian could take the college entrance examination smoothly. After all, it has been persevered until now. "But, Lian, can you tell me what happened in the school? Who on earth is bullying you? You are obviously being bullied, but you still want to go back to school. What is this picture?" Go Lian squeezed her lips and subconsciously lowered her eyes. "No one bullied me." Go Lian. Seeing that Go Nian was going to be angry, Luo Suyu reached out and held her wrist directly, just blocking between the two. "Don't be angry." Luo Suyu pursed his lips. "Come out first. I have something to tell you." Chapter 22. Her life can't be kept. Go Nian frowned and looked at Go Lian. Obviously, she was still sulking about what had just happened. She didn't pay attention to her wrist and was led out of the ward by Luo Suyu. When she left the door of the ward, she realized, but when she wanted to draw back, Luo Suyu had already let go. "What does the ninth master want to say to me?" Luo Suyu took a look at Go Nian and pondered for a long time. Then he opened his mouth in a low voice. Go Lian's situation was not very good. For a moment, the expression on Go Nian's face seemed to be blank for a moment. She subconsciously moved her lips, and then found that her voice was so hoarse that she couldn't say a word. Luo Suyu pursed his lips and continued, "Now, the top priority is to have surgery as soon as possible." Go Nian couldn't help taking a deep breath and forcing himself to calm down. "Did Professor Chen tell you?" Luo Suyu nodded. "I went to find Professor Chen." However, before Go Nian could turn around, Luo Suyu grabbed her wrist. "It's useless for you to find him. Now through normal channels, you haven't found a heart organ that can match Go Lian." Go Nian keenly captured the keyword. "What about the abnormal channel?" Luo Suyu pursed his lips, and there was one. "Really?" Go Nian's eyes lit up. It's just that she seemed to suddenly think of something, and the smile on her face gradually converged. "I want to know. What does this abnormal channel mean?" "It is a private agreement transaction." Go Nian understood what it meant in an instant. Abnormal channels. Her face turned pale, that is to say, if you want to save her Go Lian, you have to exchange someone else's life. What is the identity of the other party? She is a high school girl, 1 year younger than Go Lian. Go Nian's face turned pale again. "No way." She shook her head. "It didn't work like this." Luo Suyu seemed to expect that Go Nian would refuse, and continued in a faint voice. "The high school girl had a high school student in a car accident half ago and was paraplegic. Because she has been refusing treatment, she is in a very bad state now. That is to say, she doesn't want to live herself. And the girl's parents saw that their daughter refused treatment. Instead of persuading, he took the opportunity to open a high price. I want to sell my daughter, who has squeezed out her surplus value, at a high price before she dies." Go Nian pursed her lips. "Can I see her?" "It's okay." On the way, Go Nian listened to Luo Suyu finish talking about the girl's experience. "The more I listen to it, the colder I feel. Speaking of which, the girl is similar to her. Both of her parents are divorced. Her father and mother have re-established their families and given birth to new children. But she became the superfluous one. No one cares or cares about it. Until later, the girl had a car accident. Parents who haven't seen each other for decades have just reunited. But the reason is just to ask for a high amount of compensation from the driver. Then there was a disagreement over the division of the amount of the claim, and the two had another earth-turning quarrel. No one will give in. From the beginning to the end, no one cared about the living dead lying in bed and unable to move. Maybe he is desperate for the world. The girl thought of committing suicide on a hunger strike. She tossed and turned, and the remaining half of her life was tossing and dying. So at this time, her parents thought of donation of remains. "What's the matter? What are you thinking about?" Luo Suyu looked sideways at Go Nian, and her dark eyes reflected her face. Guo Nian moved his lips and shook his head for a long time. He didn't think about anything, but felt sorry for the girl. Don't feel too guilty and blame yourself. Even if you don't accept donations for Guo Lian, her life can't be saved. And even if it's not Guo Lian, it will also be someone else. The girl's fate is doomed. Things in the morning and evening. It's just that she did too much to her parents. They didn't even bother to give alms, even the last warmth before death. I just want to get a bigger head fortune after the girl dies. Soon, the car drove into a dilapidated community on the edge of the suburbs. As soon as the car stopped, Guo Nian saw a man and a woman standing in front of the door of the unit building in the distance. Seeing that Lu Siyu pushed the door and got out of the car, the two greeted them with a smile. Are you Mr. Lu? The middle-aged man grinned and showed 2 rows of big yellow teeth, with a strong smell of smoke on his body. Lu Siyu couldn't help frowning slightly. Seeing this, Jiang Hai quickly stood in front of him and separated the two. Are you Li Qingqing's father? The middle-aged man nodded hurriedly. It was me. Jiang Hai pursed his lips and said expressionlessly, is it convenient for us to go upstairs to see Li Qingqing? Convenient. Before the middle-aged man could open his mouth, the middle-aged woman beside him couldn't wait to open his mouth. Go, I'll take you upstairs. What are you doing? What are you stealing? The middle-aged man glared at the woman fiercely and pulled her aside. Then he nodded to Lu Siyu and others and said, my house is on the 5th floor. I'll take you up. The corridor of the unit building is very dirty. There is a large area of black mottled at the door of every family, which is a trace of garbage disposal all year round. The whole corridor exudes a sour smell. When he went to the 5th floor, as soon as the door was pushed open, Guo Nian smelled a rotten smell, and then saw a lifeless girl lying on a shabby bed. The mattress and quilt on the bed seemed to have not been washed for a long time, and they exude a strong smell. At this moment, Guo Nian's eyes met the girl named Li Qingqing on the bed. That was an indifferent and numb expression. Guo Nian has never seen a living person's face. Come on, sit down. The middle-aged man is still greeting enthusiastically. And Guo Nian seemed to be unable to stand it at last, so he turned around and walked out the door. Guo Nian. Lu Si quickly chased after him when he met him. It was not until he ran downstairs that Guo Nian took a deep breath, as if he had just fallen into a suffocating world. What's the matter? At this moment, the middle-aged man also chased out and asked breathlessly. Lu Si glanced at Guo Nian, then looked away and looked at the middle-aged man. He said in a faint voice that we accept the donation of the remains. When the middle-aged man heard it, he was immediately overjoyed. That's good. As he said, he rubbed his hands again. That condolence money. How much do you want? The middle-aged man immediately stretched out 5 fingers. Lu Siyu frowned. 500,000 yen? The middle-aged man quickly corrected it. 5 million. Are you going to rob? Lu Siyu sneered. The middle-aged man pursed his lips and said with an uncomfortable face. My daughter is only 17 years old. I've had a checkup before, and there was no problem with her heart function at all. 3 million. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. The price is 4 million yen, which can't be less. Okay, it's a deal. Guo Nian suddenly raised his eyes and looked over. Chapter 23. Does the 9th master mean to let me be your lover? The 9th master. Guo Nian subconsciously wanted to speak. However, before he finished speaking, Lu Si shook his head at her, and then glanced at Jiang Hai, and you took care of the rest. Yes, Master Jiu. Jiang Hai nodded respectfully, and then raised his eyes to glance at the men and women who were full of joy on the side. Let's go, follow me. Okay, it's coming. Seeing that the 3 of them left, Guo Nian looked at Lu Siyu and shook his head and said, no. What's more, 4 million. She couldn't take out so much money at all. Do you want to watch Guo Lian die in front of your eyes? Guo Nian's face turned pale, and his face was full of hasty, as if his heart was held dead by someone, and he couldn't breathe half of it. Of course she won't. But I know you are worried about money. Lu Siyu looked down at her, and her eyelashes drooped darkly. Guo Nian, what can be solved with money is the easiest thing in the world. Guo Nian's expression was a little stunned. Looking at the dark pupils in front of him, he already understood the meaning of Lu Siyu's words. Does Miss Guo hate me? Guo Nian was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Lu Siyu to suddenly ask this question. She shook her head almost subconsciously, not hating it. That's good. Lu Siyu raised his chin. Guo Nian blinked his eyes lightly, and his eyes couldn't help falling on the man's smooth chin. He looked at the beautiful thin lips and raised a shallow curve, as if a feather had scratched her heart. It's numb and itchy. However, Lu Siyu's next words made all the ripples disappear. I'll pay the money. You follow me, okay? Sure enough? She knew it was such a condition. Guo Nian subconsciously moved his lips, and then he realized that his voice was very hoarse. Therefore, the 9th master means. Guo Nian pursed his lips and asked me to be your lover. He didn't just need her to be a physical companion. Instead, he and his soul should be sacrificed together. Luo Suyi stared at Guo Nian with a pair of dark eyes, a little dark, and a low voice. I happened to be interested in you, and I also lacked a female companion around me, so you are the most suitable. The most suitable. Guo Nian wants to laugh a little now. Yes. Just because of this 4 million. She is indeed the most suitable. When Qing Yicheng said that Luo Suyi was playing with her, she didn't take it seriously. Now it seems. Is Master Luo waiting for today? 4 million. It turns out that she is worth so much money. Do I have any choice? Guo Nian raised his eyes, and a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes flashed with crystal clear light. Luo Suyi seemed to notice the mockery and coldness between Guo Nian's words, and he couldn't help frowning slightly. Somehow, when he met Guo Nian's eyes, his heart tightened. As if he had been touched by something. He subconsciously moved his lips, but before he could open his mouth, Guo Nian said, "Why me?" Guo Nian suddenly felt that maybe from the first meeting of the two, it was a game. Otherwise, why would Qing Yi give himself away as a gift for no reason? Luo Suyi looked down at her, and there was a deep depth hidden in his ink-colored pupils. His crimson thin lips moved, but he did not answer her in the end. He withdrew his gaze, his voice was light, his chin was tightened with a line, and he looked noble and flowing. You don't have to be in a hurry to answer me now. Go back and think about it carefully. Let's go. I'll take you back first. Guo Lian is still waiting for you in the hospital. Because Guo Lian's condition stabilized, Guo Nian went to work early the next morning. However, Guo Nian had just arrived at the office. Before he could sit down, he felt that the eyes around him were a little strange. Guo Nian frowned slightly. She was in a bad mood and wanted to find someone to snay. At this moment, the money that has usually been paid with Guo Nian came over. Mrs. Fang of Fa's group came and is now talking to Lin Weiyi in the VIP room. By the way, isn't you always in charge of Fang's group? Why? Lin Wanwan wanted it, so I gave it to her. You are so stupid. Qian Duoduo looked angry. This Fang's group is a listed company, and the monthly fixed withdrawal alone has thousands of achievements, right? How could you give such fat meat to Lin Wanwan? Guo Nian just smiled and didn't explain much to her. In her opinion, Fao's group is not a fat meat, but a time bomb. She is now waiting for the bomb to explode by itself. Just now, when I heard Lin Wanwan in the tea room, she was saying bad things about you to many colleagues. You. The rest of the words, Qian Duoduo couldn't say at all. Lin Wanwan actually said that Guo Nian sold meat and body to hook up with customers, and Mr. Fang of Fao's group was exchanged for her body. Therefore, Mrs. Fang then changed Guo Nian and asked her to replace her. Qian Duoduo looked righteous and indignant. At that time, I really wanted to go up and tear her mouth. Well, Guo Nian comforted Qian Duoduo. Don't worry about her. She won't be arrogant for long. When Qian Duoduo heard it, he was overjoyed. What does it mean? There is gossip. Tell me quickly. When it comes to the secret of Fa's group, it is naturally impossible for Guo Nian to bring it out casually. The minimum professional literacy is still necessary. Guo Nian took a few sheets of paper from the table. I went to the bathroom first. Oh. Nian, you are not interesting enough. Soon, Guo Nian went into the bathroom. When she washed her hands, she heard a movement at the door. She subconsciously raised her eyes and saw Ling Wanwei walking in high heels. Ling Wan seemed to know that she was in the bathroom for a long time. She first glanced at Guo Nian coldly, and then took out the makeup bag to make up for herself. Guo Nian, I really underestimate you, she said while applying lipstick. She used to pretend to be a chaste girl, but secretly hooked up with men one after another. Guo Nian turned off the tap and looked at Ling Wanwan coldly. You can even get such a large order of Luo's group. It seems that you have not only slept with Lord Jiuye. Before Ling Wanwan finished speaking, she felt that her hair was pulled by someone, and the pain made her scream. My hair. Guo Nian, let go. Ling Wanwan was dragged into the partition by Guo Nian's hair all the way without any image, and then threw her directly in. Ling Wan was caught off guard and plunged directly into the toilet. Chapter 24. What? Are you afraid that I will eat you? The toilet in the bathroom is automatically flushed. As if he was sensed, he sprayed water and poured Ling Wanwan's hair through. Ling Wanwan screamed and held the edge of the toilet, lifted her head out of the toilet, and her wet hair stained with toilet water was impressively attached to her face, pointing hysterically at Guo Nian. Guo Nian, how dare you do anything to me? Guo Nian took a few steps back with some disgust, as if he was worried about being drenched by the water on Lin Wei's hair, but a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes looked at Lin Wei's coldly. What's the matter? Is there water in your mind? I've been beaten, and you actually asked me if I dared. In the past few days, because of the worry and anxiety of Guo Lian, Guo Nian's mood can be said to be extremely bad. Ling Wanwan took this time to provoke her. He also mentioned Luo Siyu. You. Ling Wei's face turned red with anger. At this time, her hair was messy, and the delicate makeup on her face was even more beautiful. It's like a ghost. Guo Nian looked at Ling Wanqi coldly. Don't provoke me in the future. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as just putting your head into the toilet next time. With that, without waiting for Lin Wanwan to say anything, Gornian had turned around and walked out of the bathroom. When Gornian arrived at the office, before he could sit down, he heard someone shouting, "Gornian, Mr. Xie asked you to go to the office." Gornian was stunned at first, and then he quickly responded, "Okay, thank you." She hurried back to her workstation and took out her notebook. It's all about the tax planning of Sun's real estate. She has finished it in her spare time these days. Knock knock knock, come in. As soon as Gornian pushed the door, he saw a familiar figure sitting in front of Xie Lingxiao. As if he heard something moving behind him, he subconsciously clicked his feet and the chair turned over. It's Luo Suyu. He looked at Gornian with a slight hook on his lips, and his eyebrows were smiling. Gornian couldn't help but tighten his heart, but he quickly restrained his thoughts, quickly withdrew his eyes and looked at Xie Lingxiao. "Mr. Xie, are you looking for me?" Xie Lingxiao was sitting in a chair at this time, with a newly signed contract in front of him. However, his expression was indifferent, and his eyes were inexplicably cold. "Luo's group has just signed a tax contract with our Deloitte, and Luo Jiuye called you to be in charge." Gornian was stunned and almost subconsciously looked at Luo Suyu. Let her be responsible for the tax of Luo's group. Gornian couldn't help but think of what Lin Wanwan had just said to herself in the bathroom. She said, "You can also get such a big list as Luo's group." Is it true? Luo Suyu actually came to Deloitte to sign the contract in person. "Miss Guo, please take care of me in the future." At this moment, Luo Suyu stood up and stretched out his hands with clear joints. Gornian squeezed his lips and paused for a moment. Then he reached out and held it. "Please take care of her." However, just as she was about to let go, her hand was pulled by someone. Gornian raised his eyes in surprise, and then felt that a finger was gently sliding through the palm of his hand. Numb and restless, Gornian almost subconsciously withdrew his hand and looked up with a slight frown. However, at this time, Luo Suyu stood aside with faint eyes. It seems that the person who just slipped his fingertips over her palm was not him. Xie Lingxiao looked at Luo Suyu, who was flying at this time, with a gloomy face, and his thin lips pressed tightly. It's really haunting. He thought that Luo Suyu had given up, but he didn't expect to be entangled in his company. However, although Xie Lingxiao doesn't like Luo Suyu, since he is a customer now, he is naturally a guest. He still has the minimum professional ethics. Gornian, take a look at the contract. If there is no problem, I will be responsible for the tax planning and cooperation of Luo's group from today. Xie Lingxiao's voice is light, without a trace of emotional warmth. Okay, Mr. Xie. Gornian couldn't help taking a deep breath and then took over the contract. Although she always feels that it is better to have a clear relationship with Luo Suyu now. But Deloitte's salesmen are all base salary plus commission system, and Luo's group's order is definitely a big order. In ordinary days, Xie Lingxiao is personally responsible for the business of large groups like Luo's group. It didn't fall on her head at all. She is short of money now. Therefore, there is no reason not to answer. As for Luo Suyu, she can't avoid it. She doesn't have to get along with Qiang. Besides, he, a big president of a multinational group, can't be idle to stare at her as a tax accountant. It's just that. Gornian still underestimated the idleness of Luo Suyu, the big president. Pure black Maybach galloped on the highway. Gornian has been turning his head and looking out of the window since he got in the car. Luo Suyu, on the other hand, looked at her with his head. His dark eyes were full of ink, and he couldn't see the joy and anger. For a moment, the atmosphere in the carriage was almost out of breath. I don't know how long it took. After all, Luo Suyu gritted his teeth, stretched out his big hand and hooked Gornian's slender waist directly, holding her whole body to his lap. Ah! Gornian couldn't help exclaiming. His body suddenly lost its balance and almost subconsciously hugged Luo Suyu's neck. Are you losing your temper with me? Luo Suyu's brows frowned slightly, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Just because he wants her to be a lover, not a bed partner? Does this little girl know what a bed partner is? That's a gadget. But when she is her lover, she will be able to enjoy more resources and opportunities, which even she can't reach for a lifetime. Even if he is tired of playing in the future, she can live another kind of life that is completely different from now by relying on those things. You let me down first. Gornian's subconscious struggle. With the warm and soft jade in his arms, the man's breathing soon became heavier. Luo Suyu's face sank. If you don't want me to get you in the car, you'd better not twist it. Twist. Gornian frowned slightly. When he noticed the reaction under him, his face suddenly turned red. Let go of me. Gornian didn't dare to move. He just leaned against the man's hard and strong chest, and a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes stared at him angrily. Luo Suyu's hand around her waist suddenly tightened and let her rub it inch by inch. Gornian noticed his movement and was so angry that he hammered him with his fist. But Luo Suyu was unmoved, and the force in his hand increased, which almost made Gornian feel a little pain. Luo Suyu. Gornian was so anxious that he was about to cry. Luo Suyu hooked his lips slightly, leaned over and held her small and white earlobe. Are you still angry with me? Guo Nian couldn't help but tremble slightly. He only felt that half of his body was numb, and there was almost a trace of crying in his voice. No more trouble. Master Jiao, don't do this. Luo Suyu frowned slightly, knowing that if he continued to tease him, he would cry for himself. As soon as he let go, Guo Nian immediately sat down against the car door and distanced as much as possible. Luo Suyu didn't care either. He raised his cold eyebrows slightly. Have you thought about what I told you yesterday? No. Guo Nian threw out 2 words without thinking about it. When the smile on Luo Su's face deepened, he thought about it slowly, not in a hurry. Soon, the car slowly drove into Luo's group. As the most prosperous and towering group building in Kyoto City, Luo's group is particularly majestic in the lobby alone. Guo Nian followed Luo Suyu with his notebook in his arms and went directly into the elevator dedicated to the president. Brother Jiang, may I ask what floor is the finance office on? Because it is a special elevator for the president, there is no one else. In addition to Luo Suyu, the only thing Guo Nian can ask is Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai, who was still acting as an action mural, never expected to be cued and looked up in a daze. Then, he turned his head to see his 9th master at the first time. Luo Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Guo Nian with a smile. He didn't have to go to the finance room. I have asked them to move all the materials to my office. Luo Suyu's office is on the top floor. The whole floor is the president's area. As soon as the elevator door opened, Jiang Hai automatically disappeared, so that Guo Nian had no chance not to be alone with Luo Suyu. Soon, Guo Nian entered the office with Luo Su. The whole office is a clear grey color, full of abstinence. However, it gives people a cold and serious feeling, which makes people unconsciously tense their backs. Miss Guo looked very nervous. Luo Suyu smiled gently and reservedly, and the ending was picky, which was indescribably seductive. However, he raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Guo Nian without hesitation, just like the momentum around him, full of a sense of aggression. What's the matter? Are you afraid that I will eat you? Chapter 25. It's a vixen at first glance. Guo Nian squeezed out a professional fake smile. No. The hair is up. Luo Suyu stretched out his hand and rubbed Guo Nian's white and tender arm, and the corners of his lips were slightly hooked. Guo Nian's eyes widened. Obviously, he didn't expect that Luo Suyu would touch himself in his office. The information is over there. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Luo Suyu tilted his head and raised the corners of his lips slightly. He looked as if he was not him who had just started. Guo Nian glared at Luo Suyu, and then walked towards the sofa piled up with information. I have to say that the information brought by Luo Suyu was very complete. Guo Nian simply looked through it and found that the necessary information was complete, so he quickly calmed down and read it. Luo Suyu sat in his position and looked sideways at Guo Nian not far away, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips slightly. The position of Guo Nian's sofa is right. Facing a large floor-to-ceiling window glass, the bright light outside sprinkled on her body, stunning a light halo around her, hazy like an ink painting in the south of the Yangtze River. Luo Suyu picked up the corners of his lips faintly, and then lowered his head to start working. As time passed, the office was very quiet, only the rustling sound of flipping pages and the sound of pens falling on the paper. A group of quiet years. I don't know how long it took, but Guo Nian's mobile phone on the table suddenly vibrated. She subconsciously glanced at the caller ID and frowned slightly. The phone was made by my stepmother Wang Li. However, in ordinary days, she and Wang Li have always been in the well and not in the river. Although the relationship is not as bad as Guo Changhe's, the stepmother is the stepmother after all, and it is impossible to get too close. Hello, Aunt Wang. Nian Nian, I didn't disturb you at work, did I? Wang Li's voice in the microphone was low and hoarse, and there was a strong tiredness in her careful voice. No, what's the matter? What's the matter? That's right. Just now, Yo-Yo's head teacher said that Yo-Yo bullied her classmates at school, fought with her classmates, and asked me to go to school. Guo Yu is the child of Guo Changhe and Wang Li's remarriage, and Guo Nian is considered half-sisters. But I'm taking care of your father in the hospital now, and I can't leave. Guo Nian frowned slightly. What's wrong with my father? Your father's leg was broken by robbery. He just had the operation yesterday. Wang Li sighed and said that he came back from you that day. How did he encounter a robber on the road? Seeing that we had no money on our body, he broke your father's leg. Robbery? Guo Nian frowned slightly and always felt that something was wrong. This is Kyoto. Robbery in broad daylight? I really can't leave here, so can you help me go to Yo-Yo school? Guo Nian pursed his lips and hesitated for a moment. Okay, I'll go there. Thank you, Nian Nian. After hanging up his stepmother's phone, Guo Nian frowned slightly. Although she is now trying her best to make a clear relationship with her, Guo Yu is the sister who is related to her by blood. Even if that blood relationship is on Guo Changhe, whom she hates most. What's more, Wang Li asked her for the first time, in public or private, she should go there. It's just. What's the matter? At this moment, Luo Siyu, who had been working with his head down, suddenly raised his eyes. Is there anything urgent? Something happened at home. I'm going out for a while. I'll go with you. No, I'll just go there by myself. Luo Siyu stood up straight, picked up the suit jacket on the side and put it on his arm. Let's go and come back early. Guoyou's school is Qingshui Middle School. Although it is a private school, it is a well-known school in the local area. But all the students who can get in are either the top students or the children of rich or expensive. When Guo Nian arrived at the office, he saw Guoyou standing aside with his head down. A large area of his clothes were wet, and he smelled a coquettish stench from afar. And beside him stood a noble woman in very noble clothes. At this time, she was pointing at Guoyou and cursing hard. Look at your poor appearance. Families like yours can't teach students who can't produce good morals, and there are many poor people. You didn't learn well at a young age and bullied your classmates. The lady's face was docating, and her words were extremely harsh. Guoyou's hands twisted the corners of his clothes, his eyes were red, and his whole body looked like a trapped beast. Yo. At this moment, Guo Nian walked quickly to Guoyou and asked with concern, are you alright? Sister. As soon as Guoyou saw Guo Nian, he almost cried. Who are you? At this moment, the lady frowned slightly and looked up and down at Guo Nian. I have to say that Guo Nian's appearance is indeed impeccable. Goose egg face, peach blossom eyes, exquisite and beautiful eyebrows, unique temperament. It's just that in the eyes of a lady, it's coquettishness. It's a fox at first glance. I am Guoyou's sister. Guo Nian looked at the lady with an expressionless face. Are you the parent of this student? Please keep your mouth clean. This is the teacher's office, not the vegetable market where you are scolding. The lady's face turned black directly. Unexpectedly, Guo Nian said that she was the aunt of the vegetable market. Where did the bitch come from? Didn't your parents teach you to respect the elderly and love the young? It's really uneducated. Guo Nian looked at the noble woman coldly. The premise of respecting the elderly and loving the young means that the other party is an individual. You made the lady so angry that she couldn't say a word. Guo Nian didn't pay attention to her anymore. A pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes looked around for a week. Excuse me, who is Guoyou's head teacher? I am. Just then, a young man with glasses stood up. I was Guoyou's head teacher, and my name was Zhao Jie. Hello, Mr. Zhao, I want to know the specific situation. Zhao Jie couldn't help rubbing his hands and looked at the lady staring at him with some embarrassment. This happened in the girls' bathroom, and I didn't know the specifics. Since you don't know, Mr. Zhao, why did you inform me on the phone that my family bullied my classmates? Guo Nian looked at Zhao Jie with burning eyes. Seeing that Zhao Jie squeezed his lips and couldn't speak, the lady beside him suddenly became anxious. It was your bully. Look at my child's head is swollen. If it's a concussion, you poor people can't afford to pay even if you lose your money. As the lady said, she pulled over the girl who had been sitting on the side with her legs crossed, and pulled the hair on the back of her head for Guo Nian to see. Guo Nian subconsciously glanced and found that the back of the girl's head was swollen. However, her back is also wet. Although she looks a little embarrassed, it is much better than Guoyou Lai. Yo, tell me, what's going on? Guo Nian turned around and looked at Guoyou. She bent down and asked in a warm voice. Guoyou's hand twisted the corner of her clothes. She first glanced at the girl opposite, and then quickly lowered her eyes. No. It's about me, she fell down by herself. Chapter 26, I'm her brother-in-law. You fart. The girl suddenly pointed at Guoyou and said a dirty word. Guoyou was so scared that he trembled and almost subconsciously hid behind Guo Nian. Obviously, you deliberately spilled water on the ground, which made me fall. The girl stared at Guoyou fiercely. Guoyou bit his lip desperately, and his whole body trembled. Guo Nian quickly took Guoyou in his arms and patted her on the back gently. Don't be afraid. With me, no one will bully you. Up to now, if Guo Nian doesn't know what happened, then she is stupid. Mr. Zhao, why are you still in a daze? Hasn't the matter been clarified? It's my child who was bullied by this student. Hurry up and expel her. When Zhao Jie heard this, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and rushed to the round. Mrs. Liang, don't worry, haven't you found out yet? Well, what's the matter with your teacher? What do you mean by not checking clearly? Such a small matter can't be solved. You ask the director of your department to come out, and I want to talk to him. The more Zhao Jie listened, the more shocked he became. The Liang family is one of the shareholders of the school. Although it is not a major shareholder, it also has an investment and can't afford to offend. What's the name of the department director? Isn't it a step to ask the principal to evaluate? At this moment, a cold and low voice sounded, and everyone almost subconsciously followed the reputation. I saw a tall and straight figure leaning against the door of the office, and I don't know how long he has been standing there. Who are you again? The lady frowned slightly, only feeling that she seemed to have seen this man somewhere. But she couldn't remember where she had seen him for a while. Luo Suyi subconsciously glanced at Guo Nian and then pointed to Guo Lian with the corners of his lips slightly hooked. I can be regarded as her brother-in-law. Guo Nian couldn't help staring at him. The lady frowned slightly and looked at Luo Suyi in front of her. The clothes on her body looked good, but she couldn't see the brand. It should be an unknown brand. It is worthless. What's more, what kind of serious and good man would a vixen be? These years, which powerful man is not a middle-aged man with a big belly and a round waist? Such a young and handsome man is even more difficult to find with a lantern. Thinking of this, the lady raised her chin and wanted to find the principal. Okay? Who is afraid of whom? Let's go. Let's go to the principal's office now. Let the principal come to comment. Zhao Jie was in trouble as soon as he heard it. It's just a very simple student dispute. How can it come to the headmaster? So where is the face of his head teacher? Mrs. Liang, don't be angry first. Zhao Jie quickly stopped the lady. It's not a big deal, and I don't think Liang is a big deal. After all, they are all classmates in the same class. Why don't we turn big things into small things and small things? What do you mean it's not a big deal? Mrs. Liang suddenly became anxious. Is it a big deal that her head has to bleed? Today is my daughter's fate. This injury is the brain. In case of concussion, it will kill people. Zhao Jie frowned. He was the head teacher of this class. In fact, he also knew what kind of character the students were in everyday life. Guo Yu has always been cautious, good at studying, good-tempered, and never made trouble. It's Liang Shuang, who is late and leaves early, fights and causes trouble, and bullies his classmates. He usually turns a blind eye. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Liang turned black and white upside down today. Mrs. Liang, although there is no camera in the girls' bathroom, there is a recording. If you insist on going to the principal, then we will check the recording. Zhao Jie tried to scare him. Just check, who is afraid of whom? Mrs. Liang stung her head. Zhao Jie was at a loss after all. There was really no recording. When Liang Shuang, who was beside him, heard it, his face turned pale. She almost subconsciously bit her lower lip, and then reached out to hold the lady's arm, covered the back of her head and said, "Oh, Mom, I suddenly have a headache. Let's go to the hospital first." Mrs. Liang was anxious when she heard it. "Xiao Shuang, are you all right? Headache." Mrs. Liang suddenly felt very distressed. "Oh, what should I do? This must be a concussion." Seeing this, Zhao Jie also wanted to calm down. "Mrs. Liang, why don't you send Liang Shuang to the hospital for a checkup first?" Mrs. Liang was not grateful at all and immediately waved Zhao Jie's hand away. "Mr. Zhao, let me tell you, you must fire this classmate who bullied my child today. Otherwise, I will go to the principal to sue. At that time, I will be fired." Zhao Jie was also a little impatient when he saw that Mrs. Liao was not good at it. He couldn't help frowning, but before he could open his mouth, he heard a rush of footsteps coming towards this side. Then, the principal ran in a hurry. "Principal Zhang." When Mrs. Liang saw the person coming, she couldn't help but smile proudly. She knew that according to their Liang family's investment in the school, how could the principal offend them? The Liang family is the gold owner of the school. "You see, why did she still alarm you?" Mrs. Liang greeted her with a smile and let Mr. Zhao deal with these little things. However, before she finished speaking, Principal Zhang, who she wanted to greet her, suddenly bypassed her and walked straight to Luo Siyu. "Master Zhou, why are you here?" Principal Zhang looked respectful. "Why didn't you say it in advance so that I could go out to greet him?" "It's nothing. I just drove my friend here." Luo Siyu glanced at Guo Nian. Principal Zhang immediately took a look and shook hands with Guo Nian with a smile. "Hello, I am the principal of Qingshu Middle School. My name is Zhang Liping." "Hello, President Zhang. I'm Guo Nian, Guo You's sister." Principal Zhang nodded with a smile and said, "Guo Yu, I know that this child is the best student in the whole school all year round, and he is a good student in our school." Principal Zhang. At this moment, Mrs. Liao, who couldn't hold it on her face, frowned and came over. "I haven't seen her for a long time." Zhang Liping had asked about the situation clearly before he came. Seeing Mrs. Liang, who still wanted to get close to him, he couldn't help frowning and said, "Liang Shuao has been bullying his classmates for a long time, not only skipping classes, but also making trouble all day long. Do you know about these things, Mrs. Liang?" Mrs. Liang was stunned. "How could it be? My daughter is very good." "Good." Principal Zhang sneered and immediately took out the recorder on his board and pressed the play button. As a result, a sound of bullying and abuse in the bathroom came out. "And the owner of the voice is Liang Shuang." In the recording, she cursed Guo Yu repeatedly. Just because Guo Yu accidentally stepped on her foot, she poured the urine water on Guo Yu. However, when he was about to leave, because the water on the ground was too slippery, Liang Shuang accidentally fell directly to the ground. After listening to the whole recording, Liang Shuao's face turned pale. And Mrs. Liao's face turned blue and whiter. She glared at Liang Shuang fiercely, and then slapped her fiercely with all her strength. "Ah! Liang Shuang was slapped by her and fell directly to the ground. For a moment, I only felt a buzzing sound in my ears, as if a needle was stuck. At this moment, she suddenly felt a liquid flowing out of her ear. She subconsciously raised her hand to wipe it, and her hand was bright red. Blood. Blood. Chapter 27. This woman looks a little familiar. At this time, everyone was scared. Obviously, they didn't expect Mrs. Liu to do it suddenly. Zhao Jie hurried forward. Liang Shuang, are you all right? However, Liang Shuang opened his eyes wide in a daze as if he didn't hear it. Why can't she hear the sound? When Zhao Jie saw this situation, his face couldn't help but change. He quickly called 120 and sent him to the hospital. Only then did Mrs. Liang realize that something had happened. She came forward in a panic, and her face turned pale. Xiao Shuang, don't scare your mother. How are you? It's just that Liang Shuang looked panicked. She could only see Mrs. Liao's mouth closed, but she couldn't hear any sound at all. Mom, why can't I hear you? When Mrs. Liang heard it, she felt black in front of her eyes, and she almost fainted. For a moment, the whole scene was chaotic. The 120 ambulance arrived soon and took Liang Shuang and Mrs. Liao away. Master Jiu, I'm so sorry to make you laugh. Principal Zheng smiled apologetically. Luo Suyu doesn't care about this either. Although Luo's group is the largest shareholder of Qingshui Middle School, he is only supporting Guo Nian, and he can't involve other levels. Luo Suyu turned his head and looked at Guo Nian beside him. Can he leave? Guo Nian pursed his lips and then looked at Principal Zhang. My sister's clothes were wet. Can I take her back to the dormitory to change her clothes first? Of course. Principal Zhang nodded with a smile. Although he didn't know who Guo Nian was, if he could ask Luo Suyu to come forward, the relationship between the two must be extraordinary. Thank you, Principal. After finishing Guo You's work, Guo Nian left with Luo Suyu. Thank you for today's matter, Master Jiu. As soon as he got on the car, Guo Nian thanked me sincerely. Just say thank you. Luo Suyu turned his head, and his low voice was deadly. Guo Nian pursed his lips and didn't answer. She always feels that since Luo Suyu proposed to follow him to her yesterday, this man seems to have changed. Although there was no excessive behavior, it always made Guo Nian feel that there was something different. It was like tearing open the disguise and revealing the truest desire in front of her. It can be seen that it was disguised before. Luo Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly and took Guo Nian into his arms. Why didn't he say anything? Guo Nian was shocked. He was afraid that he would mess with himself like he did in the car last time. I don't know how to thank him. Luo Suyu stretched out his hand and pinched Guo Nian's chin with deep eyes. You know what I want. Guo Nian hurriedly turned his face away and said nothing. Luo Suyu didn't force her anymore. She hadn't eaten the food you cooked for a long time. If she didn't cook in person, she would treat it as a thank you gift. The house I just moved to is not all the things. Guo Nian tried to politely refuse. Go to my place. The corners of Luo Suyu's lips were slightly raised, and I had everything there. Soon, the car slowly drove into Luo Suyu's residence. After Guo Nian entered the room, he changed his slippers directly. However, I found a pair of men's black leather shoes at the door. The size looks smaller than that of Luo Suyu. Is it possible that there are still people at home? And just as Guo Nian was about to be puzzled, he heard a lazy voice. You're back. I'm waiting for you for more than an hour. Guo Nian, almost subconsciously raising his eyes, he saw a man in topless and trousers walking down from upstairs carelessly. Guo Nian blinked in a daze. Before he could react, his eyes were already covered. Huoling, get out of here and put on your clothes. Luo Suyu was almost furious, which made Guo Nian's eardrums hurt a little. It's just Huoling? Why does this name sound so familiar? Guo Nian's eyes were covered, but a piece of news he saw a few days ago quickly flashed in his mind. The president of a well-known rich family met at night, the two of them were intimate, and they entered and exited the five-star hotel. If she remembers correctly, the man who made headlines with Luo Suyu was called Huoling. Fuck. At this time, Huoling was obviously a little confused by Luo Suyu's voice, but when her eyes fell on the woman who was covered by Luo Suyu's arms, she understood what was going on. Seeing Huoling turn around and go upstairs, Luo Suyu pursed his lips with a gloomy face. Fortunately, the damn Huoling still knew how to wear pants. Otherwise, he will chop him up. Huoling quickly went and came back. She was wearing a black shirt and opened 3 buttons at the neckline, revealing her strong, honey-colored chest. Her short and hard black hair stood up. When she raised her hands and threw her feet, she could see a fierce and cold breath. Master Jiu, it's promising. You actually brought someone home. Huoling frowned slightly and looked up and down at Guo Nian. However, halfway through the words, he seemed to suddenly think of something and said TSK. This woman looked a little familiar. Why are you here? At this moment, Luo Suyu suddenly opened his mouth to interrupt him. His eyebrows and eyes were cold, and even his voice was cold. Huoling from Guo Nian's body shang withdrew his gaze and then raised his eyebrows to look at Luo Suyu. Your old man is really a nobleman. Isn't today Chen Qinghe's birthday? I came to you to discuss where to go tonight. Luo Suyu frowned slightly, and then he remembered. Go to the GA bar. Huo Ling nodded, then picked up the suit jacket on the sofa and walked to the door. It's just that when he passed by Gornian, a face suddenly flashed in his mind, and he immediately frowned and said, "Hiss, she's not the one. If you want to get out of here, what are you talking about?" Luo Suyu interrupted directly without hesitation. Huo Ling was stunned at first, and then she nodded with a clear face. She looked at Gornian with the corners of her lips slightly hooked. This beautiful woman would come with her tonight. It happened that there were so many people. Gornian subconsciously looked sideways at Luo Suyu. Normally, Chen Qinghe is Gorlier's attending doctor. Since she knew his birthday, she naturally wanted to congratulate him. It's just. I know, I'll take her there with me then. Luo Suyu opened his mouth in a faint voice. Huo Ling couldn't help but smile, smiling and handsomely. It must be very lively tonight. After sending Huo Ling away, Gornian pursed his lips and stopped talking with a look of desire. Luo Suyu glanced at her and said with a smile, "What? Did I pull out your tongue? Just say what you want to say." Well, Gornian seems to be considering his words. Am I disturbing you? Luo Suyu couldn't help but be stunned. Excuse me? Gornian nodded and didn't know how to explain it. However, seeing that Luo Suyu still looked tempted, he took out his mobile phone to search for the news he had seen a few days ago and handed it to him. Luo Suyu frowned and picked it up, and then saw the huge red title on the screen below is a photo of two men walking side by side. A hotel, and one of the men's avatar took an enlarged face, which turned out to be himself. And the other man, even if he didn't show his face, Luo Suyu recognized him. It's Huo Ling. Luo Suyu looked up with a calm face and finally knew what Gornian meant. Very good. Luo Suyu couldn't help grinding his teeth. He would let her know whether he liked men or women sooner or later. Chapter 28. That's good. It really caught up with you. After Huo Ling left, Gornian went into the kitchen. Wearing the apron she used last time, she began to clean up the fish. Luo Suyu sat on the sofa in the living room with a laptop in front of him, obviously in a meeting. However, his eyes glanced at Gornian in the kitchen from time to time, and there was a soft smile that even he had not noticed in the corners of his eyebrows. A group of companies are high after all, we all look at each other. After all, it's rare to see my ninth master show this look during the meeting. So everyone quickly exchanged glances. I'm afraid the ninth master is not in love. That's all for today's meeting. You can sort out a feasibility report for me. Yes, Master Jiu. Luo Suyu put down the notebook in front of him and then raised his eyes. At this time, Gornian had already brought up the cooked food, and the steaming fragrance of rice immediately filled the whole room. That's good. The craftsmanship has improved again. Luo Suyu put a piece of fish in his mouth and nodded. Gornian laughed dryly and said that she just steamed it. The main reason is that this fish is delicious. No, it's expensive. She has read it in Xiaohongshu before. It is said that a catty costs tens of thousands of yen, and it is still priceless in the market. Just when she was steaming the fish, she was still a little nervous, afraid of spoiling the fish. When he was almost ready to eat, Gornian asked, Master Jiu, do you know what Professor Chen usually likes? I can't go to his birthday party tonight, and I can't go empty-handed. Although Gornian hasn't saved much money over the years, as long as she can afford it, she will naturally not be stingy. What's more, her sister Gorlier's surgery still relies on Professor Chen Qinghe. Luo Suyu wiped his mouth slowly and logically. Qinghe never accepts gifts for his birthday, so you don't have to prepare. Huh. Gornian couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't it good to go empty-handed? What's wrong? Luo Suyu raised his eyes, and everyone was empty-handed. All right. Gornian pursed his lips, then got up and began to clean up the dishes and chopsticks. Seeing that Gornian entered the kitchen, Luo Suyu lowered his eyes, took out his mobile phone, and sent a text message directly to Chen Qinghe. Go, tell your friends that we don't accept any gifts for your birthday this year. Whoever dares to bring gifts, I will break his leg. At this moment, Chen Qinghe, who had just come down from the operating table and was about to go back to the office to have a good rest, received a text message from Luo Suyu. However, after reading the text message, Chen Qinghe's brows wrinkled into a lump. Is Mr. Luo doing well again? Soon, night fell. There is still a little heat wave in the night in Kyoto, which is so hot that people's hair is restless. Looking around, the commercial street is bustling with people. Although it had just dark, the door of the GA bar was bustling. Because Huo Ling booked the venue, all the people who came to the bar were from rich people in Qingyushui, and the door was naturally full of luxury cars. By the time Gornian and Luo Su met, the bar was already very lively. Master Jiu, this way, please. A waiter was obviously waiting at the door. When he saw Luo Suyu get out of the car, he immediately greeted him. Have Chen Qinghe and others arrived? If you reply to the ninth master, Master Chen and Master Huo have already arrived. Luo Suyu nodded, and then looked back at Guo Nian behind him, and stretched out his arm to her with the corners of his lips slightly raised. Let's go in. Guo Nian just glanced at it and didn't move. Luo Suyu hooked his lips and smiled, and simply took her hand directly. The waiter guided all the way and soon arrived at the private room of the VIP. As soon as the door opened, the originally lively room immediately quieted down. Luo Suyu, who was almost all of his eyes, quickly stood up and respectfully shouted, "Ninth Master." Luo Suyu didn't look at the crowd, and his eyes fell directly on Chen Qinghe, who was sitting in the center. The birthday star came early enough. "I'm waiting for you. Come and sit down quickly." Chen Qinghe patted the position beside him. Huo Ling is sitting in Chen Qinghe's left hand, while the right hand is always empty. But everyone in the room knows that this position is reserved for Luo Suyu. "Come on, sit here." At this moment, Luo Suyu turned around and looked at Guo Nian, pointing to the position next to Chen Qinghe and said. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes fell on Guo Nian. In fact, as early as when Luo Suyu entered the door, they noticed that Luo Jiuye had brought a female companion. It's just that no one cares about it. But they never thought that Luo Suyu would let his female companion sit first. What's the matter with this woman? Haven't you heard of the rise of new aristocrats recently? While everyone was thinking nonsense, Guo Nian didn't pay attention to these details at all, only to see her packing in her hand. The exquisite small box was handed to Chen Qinghe. "Well, Professor Chen, happy birthday. A small heart is not a respect. Don't dislike it." Chen Qinghe couldn't help being stunned and almost subconsciously frowned at Luo Suyu. "Didn't you say you wouldn't let me accept the gift? He also said that whoever dares to give a gift will break his leg. You are hitting?" In fact, it is not only Chen Qinghe who has this idea. Everyone present is also waiting to watch the excitement. On this year's birthday, Mr. Chen has something to say first. If you don't accept the gift, whoever gives the gift will break his leg. Therefore, everyone came empty-handed. Unexpectedly, the female companion brought by Master Lu was so ignorant. For a moment, everyone was waiting for Guo Nian to be kicked out of the private room. "Thank you." Chen Qinghe reached out and took the gift, and subconsciously glanced at Luo Suyu, who looked like nothing happened. Miss Guo had a heart. Guo Nian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief secretly, and then smiled and said, "Professor Chen was polite." Seeing Chen Qinghe accept the gift with a smile, everyone looked at each other in a daze. This isn't it. What about the agreed not to accept gifts? What about the agreed leg break? It's different from what we agreed before. However, after this small episode, it made everyone realize a reality. That is, the female companion brought by Lord Jiuye today is afraid that the relationship with Jiuye is not simple. Thinking like this, everyone wanted to come forward to find Guo Nian to get close. Everyone is a human spirit. Everyone wants to salute Luo Suyu, but they suffer from the no way. No matter what Guo Nian's identity is, he handed over the business card first, just in case she is the only female companion brought by Luo Suyu today, in case she can have a relationship. At this time, Guo Nian never thought that he could receive so many business cards from the general manager of the group company just for a birthday party. These are all potential customers. As long as it is negotiated into an order, it is a very considerable income. It's really an unexpected joy. Seeing that Guo Nian was happily collecting the business card, Luo Suyu, who was leaning on the back of the sofa, took a sip of champagne with the corners of his lips. But just then, someone suddenly poked him on the shoulder. He subconsciously turned his eyes and saw Huo Ling raising his eyebrows at him, smiling evilly. "That's right, he really let you catch up." Chapter 29. I couldn't suppress the fire burning in his chest. Luo Suyu frowned slightly, and then remembered that he had not instructed Huo Ling. But Guo Nian is by his side, and it is not convenient for him to talk. However, in this way, Luo Suyu's appearance became an acquiescence in Huo Ling's eyes. Huo Ling couldn't help but hook her lips slightly, and then took out a pure black gold-plated business card from her pocket and handed it to Guo Nian. "This lady, let's get to know each other." Guo Nian subconsciously took the business card and glanced at it. "Unfortunately, I don't know any of the two gold-plated characters of dragons flying and phoenixes dancing." However, Guo Nian recognized this face. It's the one who had a scandal with Luo Suyu. "Does Miss Guo work in Deloitte?" Huo Ling looked at the business card handed over by Guo Nian with the corners of her lips slightly hooked, and asked knowingly, "I know your boss." Guo Nian was not surprised. Their boss, Xieling Xiao, is also from the noble youth circle in Kyoto, and they don't know each other well. Huo Ling glanced around with the corners of his lips slightly hooked. Speaking of which, Qinghe also happened to invite Xieling Xiao. Why didn't he see him? As soon as he said this, Guo Nian couldn't help being stunned. "Mr. Xie is also coming. It should be almost there." Chen Qinghe took a sip of red wine, and his pale lips were dyed with a layer of red, adding a little evil and charm. As soon as the words fell, the door of the private room was pushed open. A tall man pushed the door and came in. There was a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and the lenses glowed white in the light. His height was particularly eye-catching in the private room. Mr. Xie. Mr. Xie. Several people who know each other got up to say hello one after another. Xie Lingxiao nodded slightly to the crowd, and soon, his eyes fell on Chen Qinghe, who was sitting in the center. However, at this moment, the afterglow of his eyes just caught a glimpse of Guo Nian sitting beside him. Guo Nian. Xie Lingxiao frowned slightly. Why are you here? Mr. Xie. Guo Nian subconsciously stood up to say hello. However, before she could get up, she was grabbed by Luo Siyu's wrist and said lazily that there was no Mr. Xie or Mr. Xie here. Guo Nian was pulled back to the sofa by Luo Siyu. He crooked his body and crashed into Luo Siyu's broad and strong arms. Luo Siyu only felt a warm and soft jade in his arms, and almost subconsciously reached out and hugged her slender waist. Guo Nian quickly stood up and sat down. However, the fact that she had just rushed into Luo Siyu's arms still made her very embarrassed. She couldn't help but raise her hand and put the broken hair in front of her forehead behind her ears, revealing a pair of soft and rosy earlobes. And Luo Siyu's eyes were glued to the pair of red little ears. The man's throat knot obviously rolled up and down, and a pair of dark eyes overflowed with a strong desire that could not be hidden. After a long time, he lowered his eyebrows and picked up the wine glass in front of him and took a sip. But you can't suppress the fire burning in your chest. You're late enough. Chen Qinghe said with a smile. I took over a transnational business temporarily and came late. Xie Lingxiao withdrew his gaze, then looked at Chen Qinghe and punished himself 3 cups. At this time, several beautiful women beside him quickly brought a glass and filled Xie Lingxiao with red wine. Thank you. Xie Lingxiao said thank you in a cold voice. Sven's abstinence. The beautiful woman who came to deliver the wine couldn't help blushing slightly. She was polite. SN. At this time, there was an untimely cold sneer in the private room. Suddenly, it was Huoling sitting on the sofa with a golden knife. Everyone in the circle knows that Huoling and Xie Lingxia can't deal with each other. One is a famous slutty man. He has never broken people around him, and he doesn't like men and women. The one who plays in private is called a wave. The other one is famous for his cold abstinence. He has never seen any woman close to him in ordinary days, and there is almost no news. One cold and one hot. Every time we meet, we have to fight. Xie Lingxiao subconsciously glanced at Huoling, but said nothing more. He raised his hand and drank the wine glass. The beautiful woman beside her hurriedly came forward and fell down again. It was not until he finished 3 cups that Xie Lingxiao put down the wine glass in his hand and found a position directly opposite Guo Nian and sat down. At this time, Guo Nian can be said to be like sitting on a needle felt. After all, the boss is sitting opposite, although it is not working time now. However, the timidity towards the boss in her bones still made her a little uncomfortable. What would you like to drink? At this moment, Luo Siyu tilted his head and came over, and a cold sandalwood fragrance seemed to penetrate. Casually. Guo Nian laughed dryly. She doesn't know how to drink either. What's more, 9 out of 10 of the wine bottles here have foreign words written on them. I can't understand it at all. Luo Siyu picked up the champagne in his hand and poured half a glass for Guo Nian. Then you can try this. The degree is low, slightly mellow and not intoxicating. Thank you. Guo Nian took a small sip. It was sweet and glutinous, and the taste was mellow and delicious. She couldn't help taking several sips. Drink slowly. Luo Siyu raised his hand to gently block Guo Nian's wrist. His voice was low and magnetic. Although the alcohol content of this wine was not high, it was still a little strong. Don't get drunk. Guo Nian nodded obediently. She has to go to work tomorrow, so she can't get drunk. However, this wine is really sweet and mellow. Guo Nian couldn't help but take a few small sips, and then put down the wine glass until the cup reached the bottom. Luo Siyu looked at Guo Nian and glanced at the champagne bottle in front of him. The corners of his lips hooked slightly. Do you want to pour him another glass? No need. Guo Nian waved his hand in a hurry. Although this champagne does taste good, it is not a drink after all. Don't be greedy for cups. As the people in the private room were drunk, the atmosphere soon became lively. Several men and women came together and had a good time. And Guo Nian only now did he recall what Luo Siyu meant by some back energy. She only felt hot on her face and dizzy. It's like sitting on a ball of cotton, and involuntarily bursts of hot bubbles from the heart. Guo Nian knew that it was alcohol. Well, I'm going to the bathroom. Do you want me to accompany you? Luo Siyu asked. Guo Nian waved his hand in a hurry. No, I'll just go by myself. Luo Siyu nodded and turned left when he went out. When he got out of the private room, Guo Nian felt a cool wind coming to his face, blowing away the heat all over his body, but his whole body was much more awake. She went to the bathroom to wash her face again, and then she felt that the alcohol was gone. However, just as she turned around and wanted to go out, she saw several girls in dresses standing behind her. At the head was a tall and delicate girl with a sharp chin slightly raised and looked at Guo Nian with an unkind face. Guo Nian subconsciously wanted to bypass, but the girl directly blocked her way. Guo Nian moved to the other side again, but was blocked by the girl again. Are you the female companion brought by the ninth master? Tang Manlu looked up and down at Guo Nian, and he looked like a vixen. When she was in the private room, she felt that the woman was familiar. But I just can't remember where I have seen it. It was not until Xie Lingxiao appeared that she remembered that the last time she chased Luo Siyu to the devil's capital, she had seen this woman having breakfast with Xie Lingxiao in the hotel. What a shameless vixen. The front foot hooked up Xie Lingxiao, and the back foot hooked up with Luo Siyu. Guo Nian frowned slightly and asked for help. Tom Manlu stared at Guo Nian, but did not move. I have to say that even if she is also a woman, the first sight of Guo Nian was amazing. No wonder it can get into Luo Siyu's eyes. But, so what? With this face, she is nothing. Chapter 30, then I'll feed you. Thinking like this, a cold light flashed from the bottom of Tom Manlu's eyes, and he reached out and grabbed Guo Nian's face fiercely without any sign. Guo Nian was originally a little wary of the obviously unkind-faced girl in front of him. When he saw the girl doing it, Guo Nian almost hid aside without thinking about it. Tom Manlu suddenly rushed into the air, and in addition, he was still wearing high heels on his feet. He rushed towards the pool uncontrollably. Ah! Tom Manlu couldn't help exclaiming pain. Her stomach just hit the corner of the washstand, and the pain made her face turn white. Manlu. Seeing this, several people behind him couldn't help but change their faces and hurried forward to help Tang Manlu. Don't leave me, hold this bitch down for me. I'm going to scratch her vixen face. Tom Manlu pointed hysterically at Guo Nian and shouted, ignoring the image at all. As soon as Guo Nian heard this, she subconsciously wanted to run out, but before she could run a few steps, she was already blocked. However, those women stopped, but no one dared to do it. After all, this Guo Nian is the female companion brought by Luo Siyu. They are not as noble as Tang Manlu. In ordinary days, the Tang family is close to the Luo family. Moreover, Tang Manlu grew up with Luo Siyu, Chen Qinghe and Huoling since he was a child, and his relationship is naturally not as good as them. They dare not do what Tom Manlu can do. That's Luo Siyu. In case you annoy that master. They can't eat and walk around. What are you still doing in a daze? Hurry up and hold her up. Tom Man shouted angrily. Seeing this, Guo Nian couldn't care about anything else. He immediately pushed a girl away and ran out. At this moment, she only felt that her eyes were dark, and her whole body suddenly rushed into a broad and strong embrace. Guo Nian subconsciously raised his eyes and just met a pair of ink-colored eyes. It's Luo Siyu. At this time, the girls who originally wanted to take care of them turned pale when they saw someone coming. Yo, it's so lively. At this moment, Huoling leaned against the door of the bathroom and looked at the crowd with a smile. Only then did Guo Nian see that there was still someone following Luo Siyu, so he quickly retreated from his arms. Thank you, Master Zhou. Luo Siyu, who was holding a thin waist, took it back, and his face was so gloomy that it almost dripped water. Brother Zhou. At this moment, Tang Manlu, who was embarrassed, came over, grabbed Luo Siyu's arm, and said delicately, the female companion you brought is really awesome. She just bumped into me, and she didn't apologize. You don't care. A ninth master, a ninth brother. From the name alone, the distance and proximity will immediately distinguish the difference. Guo Nian frowned slightly and looked at Tang Manlu coldly with a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes. This woman will sue the wicked first. Tang Manlu held Luo Siyu's arm tightly in his arms and touched him intentionally or unintentionally with the bulge in front of his chest. Luo Siyu frowned slightly and pulled his arm back, and said coldly, my man, when is it your turn to teach you a lesson? Tang Manlu couldn't help being stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Luo Siyu to give her so much face. The Luo family and the Tang family have been friends for 3 generations. She and Luo Siyu have been childhood sweethearts who grew up together since childhood. However, today, just for the sake of a vixen, Luo Siyu actually killed her. Are you alright? Luo Siyu walked to Guo Nian and looked at her up and down. I'm fine. Guo Nian shook his head. She didn't suffer a loss. It was Tom and Lu Fao who pushed her but didn't push her, and he hit the washstand by himself. Luo Siyu took another look at Guo Nian and found that there was nothing wrong, so he completely relaxed. Let's go. I'll take you back. Guo Nian pursed his lips. Professor Chen sighed. Don't worry, I'll just tell him. Seeing that Luo Siyu and Guo Nian left, Tom Man stared at Guo Nian's back with resentment, and his eyes were on fire. All one, everyone has left. If you stare again, your eyes will fall out. Huoling leaned against the wall and said. Tang Manlu glared at Huoling and asked you to take care of it. Huoling shrugged her shoulders, and I'm leaving. Tang Manlu quickly grabbed Huoling's sleeve. Wait a minute. I have something to ask you. Say. Tang Manlu squeezed his lips and frowned. Brother Zhou cares so much about that woman. He doesn't like her, does he? Huoling hooked her lips and smiled, thinking too much. How is it possible? With that, he glanced at Guo Nianli. In the direction of driving, the voice continued faintly, "That's what your ninth brother just caught up with." It was fresh, and naturally, he wanted to hold it. Tom Man Lu couldn't help but light up, and then he relaxed. She knows. How could Luo Suyu fall in love with other women? It's just a new thing, just a play on the spot. When he is tired of playing, throw the vixen aside. At that time, who cares about her life or death? Thinking of this, Tom Man Lu hooked his lips with a proud face. "Go Nian, right? Wait for me." And at this time, Go Nian followed Luo Su to meet the car. Maybe she was startled and sweating. When she just came out, she blew the wind again. At this time, she felt a little cold, and her hands and feet were even colder. What's worse, the alcohol that had been suppressed with difficulty came up again. What's the matter? Luo Suyu got into the car and kept looking at Go Nian's face. Seeing that her cheeks were a little abnormally flushed, he reached out and probed the temperature of her forehead. "The tentacles are hot. Do you have a fever?" Go Nian felt dizzy in his head at this time. Hearing Luo Suyu's words, his brain slowed down half a beat before he reacted. She quickly raised her hand and touched her forehead. "It's really a little hot. It's okay. Just take a nap." Luo Suyu bent down slightly, took off his suit jacket, and covered Go Nian's whole body. "Then you should squint for a while. When you get home, I'll call you." Go Nian originally wanted to take a nap. "It's just that I didn't expect to fall asleep directly with this squint." When the car got off the highway and waited for the red light, Go Nian, who was still leaning on the back of the seat, leaned out slightly. And just as her head was about to hit the window glass, a pair of big hands directly held her face. "The tentacles are hot. The temperature is a little scary. Go Nian." Luo Suyu called out softly, but Go Nian didn't react at all. Luo Suyu frowned and shouted a few more times, but Go Nian still did not respond. "Jiang Hai, change the road and go home." "Yes, Master Jiu." Soon, the car drove into the villa where Luo Suyu lived. As soon as the car stopped, Luo Suyu bent down to pick up Go Nian and strode into the house. Go Nian burned badly. The whole person was almost in a semi-coma. Luo Suyu carried her directly back to his bed, not caring about her wet sweat at all. He immediately took a thermometer to measure Go Nian's body temperature 39 degrees 5. Go Nian. Luo Su still didn't react when he met her, so he helped her up with an antipyric in his hand. "Get up and take the medicine." At this time, Go Nian was he was confused and opened his eyes quietly, but he frowned with a beautiful brow. His voice was soft and simple, and he didn't take medicine. He took antipyretics to re-deaf the fever. Go Nian didn't care about this at all. He struggled for a while, and his whole body shrank into the quilt. He said in a muffled voice that he didn't take medicine. Luo Suyu couldn't help taking a deep breath, glanced at the antipyric pill in his hand, and then at Go Nian in his arms. He immediately tore open the quilt. "Then I'll feed you. Don't eat." Before the last word medicine was spit out, Luo Suyu raised his head and took a sip of water. Then he bit the pill in his mouth, held the back of Go Nian's brain with one palm, and bent down to press it. Chapter 31. I'm afraid he will really wipe the gun away. In the bathroom. The sound of dripping water has never stopped. Luo Suyu didn't even take off his clothes. He stood under the shower in the bathroom and let the cold water hit his head. The wet white shirt was twisted against the body, outlining the right figure, and every inch of the muscle line was so sexy that it made people scream. He subconsciously raised his head, and his neck was very long. He raised his hand and pressed the forehead hair that fell with the flow of water to the top of his head. His ink-colored eyes became deeper and deeper, with a thrilling desire. Luo Suyu obviously didn't expect that just a kiss could make him lose control. He felt that his self-control was just a joke in front of Go Nian now. If not, the girl was still fevering. I'm afraid he would really wipe the gun away. I don't know how long it took for Luo Suyu to leave in a bathrobe. "Come out." His hair was just simply wiped and not dried. There were still drops of water dripping on the ends of his hair, which dripped into the bathrobe, and the stain was dyed dark. The moonlight outside the window is seductive, and only one bedside lamp is on in the room. The light in the whole bedroom is dim, but it also looks warm. Luo Suyu walked to the bed, bent down, and was hit by the thin hair, slightly covering his eyes. He first rubbed his slightly cold hand, and it was not until he was sure that his palm warmed up that he reached out to probe Go Nian's forehead. The tentacles are a thin sweat, but the temperature has dropped. Luo Suyu wiped Go Nian's sweat with a clean towel, and then measured his body temperature with a thermometer -36 degrees and 8. "Don't burn." Luo Suyu was secretly relieved, and then he completely relaxed. Early in the morning of the next day, the sunlight came in through the thin gauze curtain, coating the whole room with a layer of warm gold powder. Go Nian, who was in bed, moved slightly, but there was a faint pain in his forehead. "It's like someone is holding a hammer to chisel her head." She frowned and opened her eyes. A pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes were still a trace of confusion because of hangover and high fever. She subconsciously wanted to raise her hand and rub her eyebrows, but found herself lying in a warm embrace at this time. Guo Nian only felt a bang in her head and almost subconsciously raised her eyes to look. The light in the morning sprinkled on Luo Siyu's body. His side face was handsome and three-dimensional, and his slender eyelashes were lying quietly. He lost his usual sense of aggression, but a little softer. Perhaps Guo Nian's movements were too big. Luo Siyu frowned slightly and opened his eyes with a faint look. "Are you awake?" Because he just woke up, Luo Siyu's voice was low and hoarse, and his magnet was a mess. Guo Nian blinked in a daze, and his brain was almost blank. Who am I? Where am I? However, Luo Siyu didn't notice Guo Nian's confusion. He skillfully reached out and probed the temperature of her forehead. It was not until he was sure that he no longer had a fever that he withdrew his hand. Guo Nian quickly stood up and wanted to sit up. However, because the two slept hugging each other, she was almost held in Luo Si's arms, and their legs were put together for some knowing, and the posture was intimate and ambiguous. "What are you going to do?" Luo Siyu held her slender waist and took her back into his arms. At this time, Guo Nian's lower abdomen was held up, and the hot temperature made her heart tremble through the thin shirt on her body. Luo Siyu rubbed, and his eyes were deep and lustful, as if he was going to suck people in. "Do you want to run when you wake up?" Guo Nian only felt that the man was dangerous and terrible at this time. He quickly leaned against his strong chest and wanted to break free. Luo Siyu turned over and directly put her on the bed, looking at her condescendingly. "You burned me all night yesterday, but you suffocated me to death." Guo Nian subconsciously moved his lips, but before she could open her mouth, Luo Siyu had already leaned over and kissed her. The man's gasp suppresses the woman's delicateness. Everything seemed to be in a mess. And when Guo Nian felt that one hand was moving up the hem of his clothes, he quickly reached out and put his hand against the man's strong abdominal muscles, and so on. "What's wrong?" Luo Siyu's eyebrows were gloomy, every inch of muscle on his body was tensioned like a stone, and his forehead was still sweaty. "I wanted to vomit." Guo Nian's face was full of panic, and he blurted out a word before he got through his mind. Luo Siyu frowned slightly and looked at the woman with a pale face under him. He knew that her fever had just subsided. At this time, his body was weak and could not stand his tossing. Seeing that Luo Siyu got up and let her go, Guo Nian climbed up with difficulty, and his agility was simply amazing. Luo Siyu was directly laughed at, this little liar. "Why am I here?" Guo Nian was far away from the bed, and then he dared to open his mouth. Luo Siyu stood up with his body, poured a glass of water for Guo Nian and handed it over. "Thank you." Guo Nian was not polite. He quickly said thank you, then took the glass of water and drank a glass of water directly. Only then did he feel that his thirsty throat felt more comfortable. "You had a fever last night." Luo Siyu hooked his lips slightly and continued, "I was worried that no one would take care of me alone at home, so I took you home directly." "Oh." Guo Nian pursed his lips. She always felt that she owed more and more people to Luo Siyu, as if she couldn't figure it out. "Well, I'll go out first. You come down for dinner after washing." When Luo Siyu turned around and left the room, Guo Nian ran to the bathroom. However, when he saw himself in the mirror, he quickly looked down at his body. "Because I slept all night in clothes yesterday, the dress on my body was so wrinkled that I could hardly see it. Moreover, she had a fever and sweated all over yesterday." Guo Nian lowered his head and smelled his body, and immediately frowned in disgust. She had to go back and change her clothes. And just as Guo Nian was thinking nonsense, the door was pushed open again. Luo Siyu stood at the door with two big bags in his hand. "These are the clothes I bought for you last time. I guess you should be able to use them." "Thank you. Then you change your clothes and I'll go down first." Guo Nian lowered his head and rummaged through the bag. The size of the clothes was all hers, and everything was available. "It's really..." Guo Nian looked at the clothes in his hand with a complicated face. After a while, he restrained his emotions and began to change his clothes. Soon, Guo Nian changed his clothes. When he got downstairs, Guo Nian smelled the faint fragrance of rice. There was a pot of white rice porridge and several plates of yellow and green side dishes on the table, which made people move their index fingers. Guo Nian had a hangover all night, coupled with a fever, and now he is very hungry. "Come and sit down." Guo Nian was not polite. He pulled out the stool and sat down. "This is the porridge I asked my aunt to cook for you in advance. After a hangover, drink some white rice porridge, which will make your stomach feel better." As Luo Siyu said, he served Guo Nian a bowl of rice porridge. "Thank you." Guo Nian was really hungry at this time, so he didn't say much. He took the small bowl and drank it. "Drink slowly. I'll take you to the company later." Guo Nian subconsciously moved his lips. When he was about to speak, he heard a click of the door lock. Suddenly, someone pressed the fingerprint lock to open the door. "Master Tio, When I met Guo Nian's round peach blossom eyes, I immediately got stuck." Then Huo Ling looked at Luo Siyu with an unimaginable face. After laughing for a long time, she said with an evil face, "You are good enough." Unexpectedly, I fell asleep so soon. Chapter 32, Just Have Fun. Luo Siyu frowned slightly. In the past, because of the convenience of the picture, he simply entered the fingerprints of Huoling and Chen Qinghe directly. However, now it seems that it has to be cancelled as soon as possible. Why are you here? Luo Suyu wiped his mouth slowly and frowned slightly. Huoling curled her lips, pulled away the chair and sat down. She directly served herself a bowl of soup. After taking a big sip, she looked at Luo Suyu and came to sleep. The porridge in Gornier's mouth almost spit out. Sleep. Could it be that these two people are really Huoling? Luo Suyu frowned and said. Huoling was stunned for a moment and subconsciously glanced at Gornier and then realized what was going on. Gornier thought he was in the way. She stood up quickly. Well, I'll go first. You can talk. However, before Gornier could take a few steps, Luo Suyu grabbed her wrist. I'll see you off. No need. Luo Suyu didn't listen to what she said at all. He picked up the key on the table and let's go. With that, he looked back and glanced at Huoling, who was sitting on the chair on the ground. You waited for me to come back honestly. Huoling nodded, but his eyes fell on Gunyang behind Luo Suyu, and his pure black eyes narrowed slightly. Isn't it just a bet? Lord Zhouye played quite seriously. Luo Suyu's residence is not far from Deloitte. However, because it was the morning rush hour, it took more than half an hour to get there, which was about 10 minutes. Thank you, Master Zhou. Luo Suyu tilted his head and looked at Gornier, who waved at him, with the corners of his lips slightly raised. All right, hurry up. Master Zhou, slow down on the road. Goodbye. When Luo Suyu left, Gornier turned around and entered the elevator. However, after the elevator door was closed, a figure flashed out from behind a car. She squinted her eyes slightly, and her eyes were burning with resentment and jealousy. Ling Wanwan originally thought that Lord Zhouye was just playing with Gornier. After all, it was just a woman sent by Qing Yicheng as a toy. If she had enough fun, she would throw it away. However, she never thought that Gornier was so lucky that she could hook up with a person like Luo Suyu. That's Lord Zhouye. Compared with Qing Yicheng, I don't know how many levels higher it is. Even looking at the whole Kyoto, there are few people who can compare with this master. Why did such good luck fall on Gornier? Thinking of this, Ling Wanwan subconsciously clenched her fists and then took out her mobile phone. The light from the mobile phone screen reflected on her face, distorted by jealousy, which looked particularly terrible. She turned out of Deloitte's company forum and directly typed a title anonymously exchange body for resources, where is the professional ethics and bottom line of Deloitte female employees. At this time, Luo Suyu drove directly back to his residence. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Huoling sleeping on the sofa, with a layer of black and blue under her eyes. Obviously, he wandered all night last night and didn't sleep at all, so he ran to his house early in the morning to make trouble. Why do you sleep with me? Go home and sleep. Luo Suyu kicked the sofa, then raised his hand to tear off his tie and looked at Huoling impatiently. He is extremely tall, and the jawbone of his side face is sharp and three-dimensional. When he looks down at people like this, the line is pulled deeper. With his movements, it is slightly pulled, and the indescribable sense of sex is charming. Huoling opened her eyes in a daze, and what she see was such a picture. Why is it so late? He stood up sleepily and sat up, and then glanced at Luo Suyu. You are quite in the play, and you returned the car to pick up and send. With that, he shook his dizzy head. I admit that I have lost the bet. Go to my place to get wine another day. The bottle of Louis XIV is yours. What nonsense are you talking about? Luo Suyu glanced at Huoling faintly. Don't mention gambling in the future. Huoling was stunned at first, and then frowned and said, What do you mean? You haven't lost yet. Huoling was stunned for a moment, and it took several seconds to react. Zhouye, don't talk about it. You have chased until now, but you haven't slept yet. Luo Suyu nodded. Unexpectedly, it's still Huoling looked unimaginable. Didn't you take the girl home last night? Thinking of this, Luo Suyu frowned. The most outrageous thing is that he ran to take a cold shower. Even he himself felt incredible. However, he changed his mind and thought that Gornier was sick and had a fever. If he took advantage of the danger even at that time, he would be too beastly. Huoling couldn't help frowning when she saw that Luo Suyu didn't say anything. Master Zhou, you don't really like that little girl, do you? How is it possible? Luo Suyu almost subconsciously blurted out and glanced at him. Hasn't he woken up yet? Huoling raised his eyebrows. Yes, this man has always remembered Hang Mingming. How can you fall in love with someone so soon? Then you are. Luo Suyu slowly tore off his tie and unbuttoned 2 buttons, just for fun. It's rare for him to be so interested in a woman. What's more, Gornier is gentle and beautiful, and his temper and personality inexplicably poked his point. It's very comfortable to be with her. Huoling smiled and put one hand on the edge of the sofa, looking lazy and wanton. I looked at the little girl with different eyes. It was a matter of time to take her down. He sneered softly. He really didn't expect to get it so soon. It seemed that the woman Xie Lingxiao had a crush on was nothing. Luo Suyu frowned slightly. For some knowing, he felt very uncomfortable listening to Huolin talking about Guo Nian in such a frivolous tone. It's like what belongs to you is being leased at will. It's awkward and awkward. Deloitte accounting firm. It's almost noon. Guo Nian is busy dealing with business. Just then, the mobile phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Guo Nian glanced at the caller ID and quickly picked it up. Hey. Guo Nian, there is a customer visiting at the front desk. Please come and receive it immediately. Do you have customers? Guo Nian nodded quickly. Okay, I'll go down right away. When Guo Nian went downstairs, he saw a tall figure standing in front of him in the distance. The man has a long figure, broad shoulders, a pure black suit, and a beautiful appearance. Just standing there like this gives people a sense of grace. However, when he saw the man's appearance clearly, Guo Nian's face instantly sank. At this time, Qing Yicheng also saw Guo Nian, immediately hooked his lips and smiled, and quickly waved his hand to her. Nian Nian. Guo Nian turned around and left without thinking about it. However, before she could walk a few steps, she was caught up by Qing Yicheng in 3 steps and 2 steps and grabbed her arm. Let go of me. Guo Nian shook off Qing Yicheng's hand. But because of Qing Yicheng's touch, a layer of cold sweat suddenly on her back, and even her heartbeat accelerated a little. At this time, Qing Yicheng looked at the girl standing in front of him, and his eyes were full of obsession with her. He subconsciously wanted to hold Guo Nian's hand, but she directly dodged it. Nian Nian. Qing Yicheng couldn't help taking a deep breath. I was wrong about what happened last time. I apologize to you, okay? It's the Lord Zhouye who called for you. I can't resist at all. Nian Nian, I really like you. Do you like it? Guo Nian was directly laughed angrily. Qing Yicheng, your liking is really disgusting. Chapter 33 Mr. Xie's feelings for Guo Nian are extraordinary. When Qing Yi saw that he was so low-voiced, Guo Nian was unmoved at all, and he couldn't help but get angry. He knew Guo Nian's temper. Sori looked soft and beautiful, but he was very difficult to talk to. But no matter what she determines, the 9 cows can't pull back. Qing Yicheng almost gritted his teeth and approached Guo Nian. Are you so cruel? I have apologized to you in a low voice. What else do you want? Do you have to kill the fish and break the net? Guo Nian looked at Qing Yicheng coldly. I have made it clear that we broke up. Don't harass me anymore. The beauty you think. Qing Yicheng's expression was ferocious. From childhood to adult, but there is nothing he can't get what he wants. Even Guo Nian, who was called the iceberg goddess by the students, he still caught up with him. Moreover, he really liked Guo Nian, otherwise he would not have been in love for 3 years. Just because she said that she had contact anxiety, he had never touched her. He has always held her as an eyeball. But what? But she turned her head and met Luo Su in bed. He has become a complete fool. Guo Nian, don't want to dump me. I haven't agreed to break up yet. Guo Nian looked at Qing Yicheng coldly. At this time, I was even glad that I found out his true face 1 step earlier. As for those 3 years of love, just think of it as feeding the dog. Ling Wanqi has already told me that you slept with her during our relationship. Qing Yicheng, you really disgust me. Qing Yicheng frowned and cursed Ling Wanwan, a bitch, in his heart. Then he lowered his voice and said, she and I are just to solve our physiological needs. Guo Nian, I'm a man. I guard the person I love all day long, but I can't touch it. Do you know my suffering? Guo Nian just wanted to laugh. Torment? In order to overcome her anxiety disorder, she has been receiving mental and drug treatment with the help of Shunling Shou. Those drugs themselves are very stimulating to the body. For a while, she was once tossed and turned to eat nothing. Basically, what do you eat and spit out? Half of my life almost got involved. However, Qing Yicheng actually told himself that he was suffering. Since it's so painful, it's good to break up. Don't come to me in the future. Guo Nian said a cold sentence and didn't want to say anything more to Qing Yicheng, so he immediately turned around and left. Come back. Qing Yicheng grabbed Guo Nian's wrist and even raised his voice. Do you want to break up with me and climb another high branch? Let me tell you, there is no door. For a moment, the whole hall turned their eyes to Qing Yicheng and Guo Nian and couldn't help whispering. Guo Nian only felt a layer of cold sweat unexpectedly on his back, his heartbeat almost without intervals like a stall, and his face was even more pale. But at this moment, Qing Yicheng's wrist was suddenly grabbed by someone, and he was so strong that he almost crushed his bones. The pain almost exclaimed in pain, and he almost subconsciously let go of Guo. Read the hand. Damn it. Qing Yicheng subconsciously wanted to curse, but when he looked at a pair of cold and unparalleled Danfeng eyes, the swear words that came to his mouth were swallowed by him. Xie Lingxiao. The boss of Deloitte is also the young master of the Xie family of the rich family. Not to mention, Qing Yicheng, even the whole Jing family can't afford to provoke. Mr. Xie. Guo Nian looked at Xie Lingxiao, and a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes were red. Because of the anxiety attack, her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Xie Lingxiao frowned and almost subconsciously looked at Qing Yicheng coldly. Qing Xiao was so majestic that he actually ran to Deloitte. Qing Yicheng looked embarrassed, and there was no more stubbornness and majesty in front of Guo Nian. Guo Nian. She is my girlfriend, and we just had a little argument. However, before he finished speaking, Guo Nian said coldly that we broke up long ago. Qing Yicheng's face turned pale and he glared at Guo Nian fiercely. Did Mr. Qing understand? Xie Lingxiao looked at Qing Yicheng coldly, and his slender fingertips pushed the mirror. The frame covered a kind of gloomy dark color. In the future, I will come to Deloitte to make trouble and HRSS the female employees of my company. I will definitely ask Mr. Qing for an account. As soon as Qing Yicheng heard that Xie Lingxiao mentioned his father, he immediately calmed down. Mr. Xie, don't be angry. I really didn't mean to make trouble. Xie Lingxiao raised his eyes, and the lens was shining white under the light. He said that he was more like wrapped in ice slag. Get out. Qing Yicheng's face turned blue and white. He didn't expect Xie Lingxiao to be so shameless for himself, and even let himself get out in front of Guo Nian's face. However, he couldn't afford to provoke Xie Lingxiao, so he could only turn around and leave with hatred. Are you alright? When Qing Yicheng left, Xie Lingxiao looked at Guo Nian and couldn't hide the concern on his face. Guo Nian waved his hand. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. I don't think you look very good. Xie Lingxiao pursed his lips. Do you want to go back and have a rest? No, I'm really fine. Guo Nian couldn't help taking a deep breath and cheering up. Mr. Xie, I'll go up first. Xie Lingxiao looked at Guo Nian's leaving back and did not take his eyes back for a long time. I don't know how long it took, but he lowered his eyes and took out his mobile phone directly. I'll talk to the business department later. I'll have half a day off in the afternoon. Yes, Mr. Xie. Just after Xie Lingxiao hung up the phone and left, a slender figure flashed out from behind a big pillar. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and her eyes were full of gloomy jealousy. She knew that Mr. Xie's feelings for Guo Nian were extraordinary. Now it seems. Her intuition is right. Thinking of this, Lin Wenwen subconsciously clenched her fist, and her long nails almost sank into the palm of her hand, but she didn't feel any pain at all. On what basis? Why does Guo Nian have the best? But she can't even get a Qing Yicheng door. Just because of that face? No, she is unwilling. She wants Guo Nian to fall completely into the quagmire and can't climb up in her life. After Guo Nian returned to the office, he quickly adjusted his mood and soon devoted himself to work. Now, she has just taken over the tax planning of Lu's group, and there are still a lot of things to do. However, after a while, the people from the personnel department came to announce that they would take a temporary half-day break in the afternoon, so that everyone could finish the work at hand quickly and go home after work in the morning. Oh my god, how could there be such a good thing? Have a half-day holiday? Long live the boss. However, the holiday notice was sent to the office, and there was also an anonymous post posted on the company's forum. The title is, Exchange the Body for Resources, and the professional ethics of Deloitte female employees were trampled on. And followed by a photo. Suddenly, it was a photo secretly taken in the underground garage when Lu Suyi sent Guo Nian to work this morning. Although she only patted Guo Nian's side face, anyone could recognize her at a glance. Moreover, the photo has also been processed, deliberately covering Lu Suyi's license plate. However, even so, the luxury car can directly prove the value of the owner. The post was just posted this morning. The following comments are almost all about the humiliation of slutty women. Almost all the comments in the message began to speculate from Guo Nian's beautiful figure and side face in the photo. Directly characterize Guo Nian to take advantage of his body, shameless. And some people even left an anonymous message with Guo Nian's name, worksheet number, and even ID number and mobile phone number. This is clearly to use the sharp blade of cyber violence to nail her to the pillar of shame. Chapter 30. For the person in the photo who drove a luxury car to take Guo Nian to work was Lu Siyu. Nian. Seeing that the people in the office began to talk, Chen Duoduo came over with a worried face. There was a post on the company forum. I know. Guo Nian pursed his lips. I just saw it. Chen Duoduo was stunned at first, and then he looked indignant. I don't know which bitch was talking nonsense and splashed dirty water on you. As she said, she stared at Ling Wanwei's position fiercely. I didn't need to think about it. It must have been Ling Wanwei who did it. Guo Nian lowered his eyes subconsciously. In fact, she also suspected Ling Wanwen. Because below that post, there is also a message from the anonymous thread starter. I know almost all about her situation. Even on some difficult to distinguish questions about truth and falsehood, people can't tell which is true and which is false. And there is no second person in the whole company who is so familiar with her situation except Ling Wanwen. Thinking of this, Guo Nian directly took out his mobile phone and dialed 110. Chen Duoduo on the side looked at Guo Nian's dial and was stunned. He immediately gave her a thumbs up to express his strong support. Hello, is this the police station? I want to call the police. Guo Nian's voice is not loud, but now the whole office is paying attention to her secretly, and naturally, he hears what she said. Unexpectedly, you called the police. For a moment, everyone looked at each other, but they were also happy to watch the excitement. Although Guo Nian is usually well popular, but for girls, people like Guo Nian, who are beautiful and have excellent business ability, are naturally enviable. For men, knowing that they can't afford to climb high, they inevitably give birth to some dirty thoughts, thinking that women who are better than themselves in the whole world are on the top with their bodies. Therefore, most of the people who left messages under that post this morning were men. And not long after Guo Nian called the police, Xie Lingxiao came over with his pressure. In an instant, the people who were still waiting to watch the excitement hurriedly withdrew their eyes and pretended to be serious and began to work. However, I couldn't help muttering secretly in my heart. Is it true that the post said that Guo Nian has a relationship with their big boss? Although, in ordinary days, they also know that Mr. Xie is always a little different from Guo Nian. However, that is Xie Lingxiao. Everyone in the circle knows that this man is not close to women and doesn't even have any news. How can it be related to Guo Nian, a female employee? However, now it seems. It doesn't look like an empty hole. Mr. Xie, why are you here? Guo Nian obviously didn't expect that an anonymous post could alarm the big boss. I know about the post. I have asked someone to check it. Xie Lingxiao's voice was cold, with a hint of depression. Guo Nian pursed her lips. I also called the police just now. The police should come soon. As soon as she finished her words, she heard a sound of footsteps outside the office door. Guo Nian frowned slightly and thought to himself, did the police arrive so soon? Except for Guo Nian, everyone else also looked up at the door almost subconsciously. The door of the office was pushed open, and a tall man came in. His side face was handsome, his body was tall, and a pure black customized suit set off his good figure. It is precious, cold, and extraordinary. This is the first word that comes to everyone's mind when they see a man. Master Lu, why did he come? And just when everyone was in a daze, they saw Lu Suyu. He went straight to Guo Nian, and a pair of dark eyes looked straight at her, as if he wanted to confirm something from her face. Guo Nian couldn't help but be stunned. Master Zhou, why are you here? Lu Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly, and his voice was not fast or slow, elegant and calm. If there is a rumor about me, I will naturally come here. Xie Lingxiao, who was beside him, narrowed his eyes slightly, and the gloom flashed through his pupils. Obviously, he already knew what Lu Suyu meant. When he saw the photo in the post, he almost recognized that the car was Lu Suyu's at a glance. Lu Suyu said and turned his head to look at Xie Lingxiao. Mr. Xie, the atmosphere of your company is not right, even they dare to make yellow rumors of customers. As soon as this was said, the whole office was silent. What? What does this mean? Could it be that the person in that photo drove a luxury car to take Guo Nian to work? Lu Suyu. Xie Lingxiao snorted coldly. Guo Nian had called the police. When it was found out who did it, I would definitely not forgive him. I will definitely give an explanation to the ninth master. Lu Suyu smiled softly, which couldn't be better. Soon, the police arrived. However, when they saw Lu Suyu and Xie Lingxiao also present, the two policemen were stunned. What's the situation? Didn't you say that a female employee of Deloitte was rumored? Why are these two gentlemen here? However, doubts are doubts, and both policemen are also professional. Although the anonymous post has been deleted, they still directly asked the technical department to track the IP address, and soon identified the mobile phone number and the owner of the registered mobile phone number. Mr. Xie, Mr. Lu, that's right. The appraisal result sent by colleagues in the technical department is a post from a person named Lin Wanwang. As soon as this was said, everyone in the office looked at Lin Wan. At this moment, everyone found that Lin Wanwang's face was pale, and there was no blood on her lips. Obviously, she looked like a thief and felt guilty. It turned out to be her. The policeman seemed to notice the crowd's sight and immediately frowned and said, "Who is Lin Wanwang?" Lin Wanyi stood up tremblingly and trembled vigorously. She never thought that the matter would be so big. Guo Nian, that bitch, even called the police for such a small thing. I just wrote it for fun. Lin Wanwang grumbled and swallowed her saliva. I had deleted it. Only then did I know that when Guo Nian called the police, she was actually already panicked, but she still had the last hope. It was not until she saw Lu Suyu coming that she panicked and quickly logged into the company's forum to delete the post. However, she didn't expect that even if the post was deleted, she could still be found. Is it written for fun? The policeman was directly laughed at. You are slandering and spreading rumors. The circumstances are serious, but they will go to jail. When Lin Wanwang heard this, his face suddenly turned pale. I knew I was wrong. I would never dare again. The police subconsciously wanted to speak, but before he could open his mouth, he heard a threatening shout at the door behind him. Lin Wan, you little bitch, get out of here. Everyone subconsciously followed the reputation and saw a lady standing at the door angrily. It's Mrs. Fang of Fang's group. Chapter 35 Xiao San is Guo Nian, not me. Guo Nian frowned slightly. She is very familiar with Mrs. Fang, because she was responsible for the tax planning of Fang's group before. She also has the most contact with Mrs. Fang on a daily basis. However, later, Mrs. Fang became close to Lin Wanwan. In the end, even the business of Fang's group was directly given to Lin Wanwan. Obviously, a few days ago, Lin Wanwan also entertained Mrs. Fang. The two talked and laughed, and they looked like sisters. What's wrong with this sudden today? Mrs. Fang, please calm down first. At this time, several security guards rushed forward, thinking that Mrs. Fang was here to make trouble and wanted to dissuade her. I didn't think that Mrs. Fang directly waved the security guard's arm and roared, "What are you stopping me for? Do you want to protect Xiao San, who seduces other people's husbands?" As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned. Xiao San. Could it be Lin Wanwan? At this time, Lin Wan's face was pale, and her face shrank straight behind the chair, not as arrogant as usual. She is scared to death now. She obviously did it very secretly. Every time she asked Mr. Fang to open the room one day in advance. Moreover, in order to prevent being photographed, she arrived at the hotel more than an hour in advance. After that, she always waited for Fang to leave for a long time to make sure that there was no one before she left. It's just to try to avoid going out with Mr. Fang. However, she never thought that she was already so cautious that Mrs. Fang could also know. And at this time, seeing Lin Wan's appearance, Xie Lingxiao could probably guess it. At this point, he has to come forward. Mrs. Fang, please calm down first and talk to me in the lounge, okay? I'm not going. Mrs. Fang is obviously angry at this time, and she doesn't even give Xie Lingxiao a face. He immediately rolled up his sleeves and rushed towards Lin Wanwan. I have to tear that bitch up today. Ah! Lin Wanwan was pulled by Mrs. Fang's hair and screamed in pain. However, several colleagues around him avoided this, and no one dared to persuade them to fight. Several security guards were also in a hurry and did not dare to go forward. Mrs. Fang was born with big arms and round waist, and her arms were thicker than Lin Wanya's. Moreover, she was also cruel. After a while, Lin Wanwa's beautiful hair was torn off, and her face was scratched with bloodstains by her nails, which looked miserable. Don't hit. Lin Wanwan cried in pain. However, Mrs. Fang didn't listen at all and began to tear her clothes. Lin Wan wanted to wear less, wearing a pink hip-length short skirt. Because he was pressed on the ground and torn by Mrs. Fang, there was already a landscape under him. If she tears off this layer of cloth again, she will really run naked. Lin Wanqi desperately protected her chest. For a moment, she was anxious and hurriedly cried, Mrs. Fang, you called the wrong person. The person who slept with Mr. Fang was not me, but Guo Nian. As soon as this was said, Mrs. Fang was stunned for a moment. She almost subconsciously stopped her movements and then looked up at Guo Nian, who was not far away. Seeing that Mrs. Fang finally stopped, Lin Wan knew that there was still a turning point in this matter. She quickly got up and desperately protected the few cloths in front of her chest. She pointed to Guo Nian and said, It's Guo Nian, it's really Guo Nian. Mrs. Fang, you have to believe me, I'm really innocent. Guo Nian squinted slightly, obviously not expect Lin Wanwan to suddenly open her mouth and bite her. It's not me. Guo Nian said coldly that I have no private contact with Mr. Fang except for my daily work. What are you pretending to be a saint? Lin Wanwan pointed at Guo Nian, his face full of hysteria. I have seen you go in and out of the hotel with Mr. Fang. It's at the Violet Hotel. With that, she was afraid that Mrs. Fang would not believe it, so she quickly looked back. Mrs. Fang, I have really seen Guo Nian and Mr. Fang go in and out of the hotel together. If you don't believe it, you can ask the waiter over there to see if the opening record is the two of them. The reason why Lin Wanwan dares to say so is naturally something to rely on. In fact, she was also afraid that one day the East Window incident would happen, so she secretly kept an eye on it. Every time she goes out to open a room with Mr. Fang, she leaves Guo Nian's name. In this way, even if something really happens, she can push 2, 5 or 6, and plant all of them on Guo Nian. When Lin Wanwan saw Mrs. Fang looking at him with a gloomy face, he couldn't help shivering. Then he hurriedly said that what I said was true, and Mrs. Fang, think about it. Why did Mr. Fang change Guo Nian? That's because Guo Nian used this relationship to blackmail him, so he wanted it. In other words, I heard Guo Nian calling Mr. Fang in the toilet. If you don't believe me, you can ask Mr. Fang. Guo Nian bit her lip desperately, which she never thought of. Up to now, Lin Wanwan still wants to bite herself. This kind of thing was originally to investigate the time. However, once it is spread out, no matter what the final result is, her reputation will be ruined. No one cares whether she is innocent or not. As the saying goes, spreading rumors is one mouth, and refuting rumors is broken. Lin Wanwan just recognized this. Just when Guo Nian's anger was nowhere to vent, a low and cold voice sounded in his ear. It was really a mad dog. At this time, he still bit people randomly. Guo Nian almost subconsciously looked sideways and saw Lu Si's eyes narrowed slightly, his dark eyelashes drooping down, and his eyebrows were full of disgust. What's the matter? Does Mrs. Fang believe what she says? Mrs. Fang was stunned at first, and then she came back to her senses. Damn it. She almost fell for the way of this little bitch. Thinking so, Mrs. Fang slapped Ling Wei's face fiercely in anger. Ling Wei was fanned so that her head buzzed, and her whole body fell to the ground, and her mouth smelled bloody. However, before she could react, a lot of photos were thrown on her body. She subconsciously glanced at it and almost fainted. There are photos of her and Mr. Fang doing things in the car. This. How is this possible? Ling Wei's face was full of disbelief. She remembered that time. It was when she ran to see Mr. Fang in the name of Guo Nian and asked Mr. Fang to hand over the business of Fao's group to her. She will be better than Guo Nian. But Mr. Fang, the old pervist, touched her, even in the car. She half pushed and half-heartedly followed him. Since then, she has been with Mr. Fang. Therefore, she didn't expect that the only time would become a fatal blow. You bitch vixen. He still climbs and bites people until he dies. Mrs. Fang kicked Ling Wei fiercely in a hurry. She seemed to feel that this was not enough to relieve her hatred. She immediately grabbed Ling Wei's hair with one hand. While she raised her hand and held her head, she suddenly tore off the last piece of cloth on her body with the other hand. Ah. Chapter 36. Do you have a boyfriend now? The farce of fighting Xiao Sen finally came to an end when Xie Lingxia stepped in to stop it. Seeing Li Wenwan lying naked on the ground, like a sow to be slaughtered, Mrs. Fang still kicked a few more times with hatred, and then turned around with Xie Lingxiao and went to the lounge for tea. Because this matter also involved Guo Nian, Mrs. Fang also apologized to her. Miss Guo, look, I'm so sorry. Mrs. Fang pursed her lips. In the past, it was Ling Waiyong, the vixen, who told me that you had a relationship with my husband, so I asked her to replace you. Unexpectedly, she lured a wolf into the room. It's okay, Mrs. Fang. Mrs. Fang sighed. It's good that Miss Guo doesn't blame me. As she said, she took a sip. Today's incident was actually thanks to the ninth master, otherwise, I would have been kept in the dark by the dog men and women. Guo Nian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the words, Lu Jiuye. Mrs. Fang nodded. Those photos were given to me by Lord Jiuye. Moreover, he also told me that the tax thunderstorm of Fao's group had been targeted by the tax bureau and asked me to fill in the hole as soon as possible. Guo Nian pursed his lips and said to himself, sure enough. The reason why she gave up the business of Fao's group to Ling Waowang so happily before was because of Mr. Fao's open and secret tax evasion. She found out several accounts and wanted Mr. Fang to fill them in as soon as possible. However, Mr. Fang ignored her at all and said that she was nosy. Guo Nian had to spend a lot of thought on tax reduction, which was worthy of filling one or two for him, but he still couldn't plug the big hole. She knew that, according to Mr. Fao's spleen, it would only get worse and worse in the future. Now it seems. She was right. Ling Wenwen actually helped to make false accounts to evade taxes. It's really impatient to live. As Mrs. Fan said, she reached out and held Guo Nian's hand. Miss Guo, don't take the past to heart. Fang Chenda, that bastard, has been kicked out of office by me. In the future, I will leave the business of Fao's group to you, so that I can rest assured. After talking to Mrs. Fang, Guo Nian left the president's office. Seeing that it was time to get off work, she finished tidying up her desk and then took out her mobile phone to call Lu Siyi. Hey. The man's voice is low, probably biting a cigarette butt, which is a little ambiguous. Master Jiu, thank you for today's business. In Guo Nian's opinion, if it weren't for Lu Siyi, just because of Ling Wei's climbing bite, she has to be full of fishiness. Don't be so polite to me. Lu Siyi smiled and wanted to thank me for attending tonight's party with me. I was in need of a female companion. Guo Nian pursed his lips and agreed happily, okay. Then go downstairs. I'm downstairs in your company. Soon, Guo Nian took the elevator downstairs. As soon as he opened the door and sat in, Lu Suyi glanced at the river and the sea and went to the silver cabinet. Guo Nian blinked doubtfully. Didn't he say he was going to the party? Lu Suyi smiled and couldn't help but glance up and down at Guo Nian. So, are you going to wear this to accompany me to the party? Guo Nian subconsciously looked at his professional clothes and then he realized. Let's go. I'll choose an evening dress for you first. Silver cabinet. The most prosperous large shopping mall in Kyoto. Soon, Guo Nian followed Lu Si to the top floor. These are all the stores of major luxury brands, and the decoration is particularly luxurious, which is dazzling. At this moment, Lu Si's mobile phone suddenly shook. He subconsciously glanced at the caller ID, and then looked sideways at Guo Nian. You wait here first, and I'll answer the phone. Guo Nian nodded hurriedly. Seeing that Lu Si was leaving with his mobile phone, Guo Nian looked around by himself. She saw a clothing store not far away, so she wanted to go there and have a look. It's just that, as soon as I arrived at the door, I saw a man and a woman holding hands coming out of it. She didn't care either, but the man suddenly stopped, then frowned slightly and shouted tentatively, Guo Nian. Guo Nian looked back, almost subconsciously. When she saw the man's face clearly, she vaguely remembered. Hou Lei. Her neighbor's brother when she was a child. We grew up together. However, after Guo Nian was kicked out of the house by Gu Changhe, she almost never returned home, and naturally, she never saw him again. Unexpectedly, I met here today. Brother Lei. Guo Nian nodded slightly to Hou Lei, and his attitude was not familiar. Although the two families are neighbors, Hou Lei usually bullies her a lot. Even once, he used an excuse to let her come to his house to play, and suddenly hugged her and wanted to bully her. Fortunately, it was the neighbors' aunt at home that didn't let him succeed. That is, from then on, she usually hid when she saw Hou Lei. However, compared with Guo Nian's coldness, Hou Lei's attitude is very warm. Oh, he has grown so big that I didn't dare to admit it just now. Guo Nian pursed his lips and did not answer. He subconsciously glanced at the direction where Luo Siyu left. Seeing that he still didn't come back, he lowered his eyes. Hou Lei, who is this person? Perhaps it was Hou Lei's unconcealed enthusiasm and surprise. The girl around him seemed to be a little unhappied and squinted at Guo Nian. I have to say that Guo Nian's appearance is definitely exquisite and beautiful. Not only is it in line with men's aesthetics, but even women have to admit that she is indeed beautiful. This is my former neighbor, Guo Nian. Hou Lei introduced with a smile. The girl said oh, but the hostility on her face was still not diminished. She looked up and down at Guo Nian, and then curled her lips. She could see that the woman was wearing the most ordinary urban white-collar commuting clothes, which were definitely not high-end, and even at a glance that it was not high-grade. Thinking of this, a trace of contempt appeared on the girl's face. Sister, do you work here? In the girl's opinion, Guo Nian can never afford the clothes here. These are all luxury brands, and the simplest t-shirt costs thousands of yen. Therefore, in addition to working here, she really didn't expect that there was a second possibility. Guo Nian subconsciously moved his lips, but before she could open her mouth, Hou Lei next to her continued to say, so you are working here? With that, he looked around. It seemed that it was useless to go to this famous university. Guo Nian was a famous top student in their area when he was a child. I have been the first in the whole school since I was a child. Later, he was admitted to a famous university with the first place. Hou Lei had always felt that he couldn't climb up to Guo Nian. Now, the house in his hometown has been demolished, and the divided house and the compensation for demolition are tens of millions. Now seeing Guo Nian so depressed, his heart can't help but feel like moving again. Guo Nian pursed his lips. Obviously, he didn't want to say anything more to them, and he didn't explain. If there was nothing else, I would go first. Oh, don't go. Hou Lei almost subconsciously wanted to pull Guo Nian's wrist, but she directly dodged. It's hard to meet it. How about I go in and buy a few more clothes so that I can give you a commission? As he said, he didn't wait for Guo Nian to pick up, and he said to himself, it's not easy for you to be a girl. No matter how many years you struggle, it's like this. Unless. As he said, he looked straight at Guo Nian. Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask, do you have a boyfriend now? Chapter 37, I am Nian Nia's boyfriend. Guo Nian pursed his lips, obviously a little impatient. She subconsciously moved her lips, but before she could speak, she put her hands directly on her shoulders. Nian Nian, have you been waiting for a long time? Guo Nian turned around in a daze, and then saw Luo Siyu looking at her with the corners of his lips slightly hooked, and his dark eyes were full of a numb smile. You are. Hou Lei frowned slightly and looked at the man beside Guo Nian. Whether it is height, appearance or demeanor, it is simply 360 degrees of being crushed without a dead angle. Even if Hou Lei has become an upstart in recent years because of the demolition of his family, he has a lot of confidence. However, when I saw Luo Siyu, I couldn't help but feel timid. Luo Siyu tightened his arms and subconsciously took Guo Nian into his arms. He replied in a faint voice that I was Nian Nia's boyfriend. Boyfriend? It's not just Hou Lei who said this. Even Guo Nian was stunned and looked up at Luo Siyu with almost a shocked face. Let's go. Didn't you say you were going to buy clothes? Luo Siyu held Guo Nian's slender waist and immediately walked to the store. Hou Lei's expression stiffened, but he remembered that Guo Nian was working here. But the man said he would come into the door to buy something. Does he think that he doesn't know that Guo Nian is actually a salesman here? It's really good to pretend. Thinking of this, Hou Lei immediately pulled his girlfriend and followed her in. Honey, if Guo Nian's boyfriend buys a dress here today, I will buy 2 for you. If he buys 2, I will buy 4 for you. Anyway, if he buys a few pieces, I will buy you double. The girl was overjoyed when she heard it. Thank you, husband. The clothes here are famous luxury brands, and they are usually the private clothes of celebrities. She also begged Hou Lei for a long time before he reluctantly bought a skirt with him. Nowadays, as long as Guo Nian's boyfriend buys 1 for Guo Nian, she can get 2 clothes. Such a good thing is simply a big luck. Guo Nian listened to Hou Lei's obviously provocative words and subconsciously wanted to speak. However, before she could open her mouth, Luo Siyu casually picked up a white t-shirt on the shelf, this one. At this time, the saleswoman came over quickly. Sir, Hello, do you want this one? Hall Lei mocked openly. He knew that the clothes here were so expensive that how could ordinary people afford them? The man's swollen face made him fat, but he just chose the cheapest t-shirt. It's really a shame. This one, and this one. Luo Suyu casually took 2 more pieces and handed them to the salesman. The salesman almost smiled. Okay, sir. Hall Lei's face was stiff with a smile at this time. He suddenly remembered that he had just said that if Gonya's boyfriend bought a few pieces for Gonyan, he would buy twice as much for his girlfriend. Now it seems that it is difficult for him to buy 6 pieces. This one, and this one, this one. However, before it was over, Luo Suyu took several pieces of clothes from the shelf one after another. The salesman held a pile of clothes with a smile. Sir, do you want these? Then I'll wrap it up for you. I don't want these pieces. Luo Suyu glanced at Gonyan with a faint voice. The color was too old-fashioned and didn't match my girlfriend. Ha ha ha. When Hall Lei heard it, he immediately patted his big legs and laughed regardless of the image. For a moment, he burst into tears of laughter. Nian Nian, where did you find a boyfriend? It's so funny, ha ha ha, I thought he wanted it. As a result, there was a sentence the color is too old-fashioned and doesn't match my girlfriend. Ha ha ha, it's really a swollen face and fat. At this time, the salesperson couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. She held a pile of clothes in her arms and didn't know how to react for a moment. Luo Suyu looked up at Hall Lei, and his ink-colored pupils were cold. He pointed to the clothes in the arms of the salesperson and said in a light voice, except for these, all the other 170 yards should be packed for me. I want them all. As soon as he said this, Hall Lei's laughter suddenly stopped. His expression froze, and he couldn't even believe his ears. The salesman reacted quickly and immediately smiled. Okay, sir, I'll pack it for you right away. The 9th master. Seeing this, Gonyan quickly reached out and pulled his sleeve. With so many clothes, she can't wear them all in a year. Moreover, she just casually scanned the tag of a piece of clothing, which was thousands of yen larger. These hundreds of clothes. Luo Suyu reached out and held Gonya's hand, and the corners of his lips were covered with a scalp-tingling pampering. However, when his eyes turned to Hall Lei, who was still shocked, there was a slight chill in his dark eyes. Well, it's your turn to buy, don't you have to buy twice as much? Hall Lei's face turned blue and white. He opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a word for a long time. I don't know how long it took, but he glared at Gonyan and Luo Suyu fiercely, and then pulled his girlfriend away. Master Jiu, I can't wear so many clothes at all. Don't buy them, okay? Seeing that Hall Lei had left, Gonyan said in a hurry. Luo Suyu looked down at her, so he went back and put it on slowly. With that, without waiting for Gonyan to say anything more, he directly took out a black card from his arms and handed it to the salesman to swipe the card. Okay, sir, a total of 895,600. Gonyan listened to the long list of numbers and felt that he could not save the money for several years without eating or drinking. Let's go. Let me ask Jianghai to send you to your place. Let's go buy evening dresses first. Master Jiu. Luo Suyu didn't listen to Gonyan and took her hand directly to the store next to her. Master Jiu, here you are. Before the two of them walked in, a beautiful woman who looked shrewd and competent had already greeted her, obviously recognized Luo Suyu. Luo Suyu nodded carelessly, raised his chin slightly and pointed to Gonyan beside her, choosing an evening dress for her. Lisa looked up and down at Gonyan with a smile, and then came forward to hold her hand. Okay, Master Jiu, I guarantee to satisfy you. Soon, Gonyan changed into a pure black evening dress surrounded by a group of people. Her skin is white, like a good sheep fat jade, and the combination of black makes the whole person white as if she is shining. It's just... Gonyan raised his hand to cover the obviously undulating ravine in his chest. Is it too revealing? Lisa looked at Gonyan with a stunned face. Miss Gore matched this dress so well. It was simply too beautiful. Don't say it's a man. Even a woman can't take her eyes off her. With that, she took Gonyan's hand and said, let's go out. The 9th master must like it very much. Gonyan was pulled out of the fitting room half-draggingly. She still covered her chest with her hand a little uncomfortable. A pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes were full of water, full of uneasiness. Master Jiu, take a look. Lisa opened her mouth like an invitation. At this time, Luo Suyu was sitting on the sofa with his legs slightly crossed and reading the magazine. When he heard the sound, he subconsciously raised his eyes. However, when this eye fell on Gonya's body, the pure black eyes darkened, and the larynx rolled up and down uncontrollably, and something that had never happened before spread to the blood of the whole body. Chapter 38. How do you know whether it's suitable or not without trying it? It seemed that Luo Suyu's eyes were too hot, and Gonyan pulled up the dress in front of his chest uneasily. Unexpectedly, this kind of action makes the ravine in front of the chest more and more seductive. Lisa, you go out first. Luo Suyu's eyelashes moved, and his voice was slightly hoarse. Lisa was stunned at first, and then smiled ambiguously. He immediately turned around and walked out. When he was about to leave, he did not forget to close the door thoughtfully. Seeing Lisa leave, Guo Nian couldn't help clenching his fingers nervously, and his palms were sweating a little. Nian Nian, come here. The man's voice is low and hoarse, and it's a mess of magnetism. Guo Nian is an adult. How can she not understand the emotion in Lu Siyu's eyes at this time? She squeezed her colorful lips. Well, I don't think this dress is very comfortable. I'm going to change it. With that, without waiting for Lu Siyu to speak, she turned around and wanted to walk to the changing room. However, before he could walk a few steps, a broad and hard chest was attached to his back, with scorching heat and a sense of aggression. The back of Guo Nian's evening dress was almost hollow, with most of her back naked. She could even clearly feel the man's heartbeat, which encouraged her again and again, indescribable danger. What are you running for? Lu Suyu opened his mouth in a low voice, and the burning breath hit Guo Nian's side face and behind his ears, bringing a burst of indescribable numbness. I'm going to change my clothes. Guo Nian subconsciously wants to struggle. At this moment, she suddenly felt that her waist was tight, and her whole body was suddenly turned around. She subconsciously exclaimed, and the next second, her whole body was already pressed against the door of the fitting room. The waist is really thin. Lu Suyu wrapped her slender waist, with a strong desire in his eyes. Master Jiu. Guo Nian was shocked by Lu Siyu's action and tried to push him away against the man's strong chest. And Lu Siyu wrapped the woman's waist like a water snake like this, but deliberately did not hug her tightly, enjoying the feeling of her rubbing around in his arms. It was very flirtatious. It was also crisp. Don't move. Lu Suyu lowered his eyes slightly, and his fingers slid over Guo Nian's fair cheeks, and there was a depth in his eyes. Master Jiu, you. Let go of me first. Lu Suyu hooked his lips slightly, as if he had a low smile. And the next second, the unexpected next action possessed and kissed her lips. This kiss is different from any previous one. Full of a sense of aggression. His lips crushed her heavily, and his tongue forcefully pried open her teeth. The burning male hormone breath made Guo Nian's head dizzy, making her breathing difficult. The strength seemed to be sucked away. Her limbs were sore, and only her fingertips still had some strength, but she could only clench the cloth of the man's shirt. Material. At that moment, Guo Nian only felt that his brain was blank, and his whole body seemed to be flashed by an electric current. Just when Guo Nian thought he was about to suffocate, Lu Suyu retreated slightly. His deep eyes looked at the woman in front of him who was kissed and confused, and couldn't help biting the corner of her mouth. It's so sweet. The man's breath was too hot, and Guo Nian's head was still a little dizzy, and he couldn't think at all. She even slowed down for a long time before her brain realized what Lu Suyu said. It's just that she opened her mouth and stopped in place, completely unaware of what to answer. Follow me, okay? Guo Nian finally found his thoughts. She subconsciously resisted Lu Suyu's chest. Jiuye. We are not suitable. If it weren't for Guo Lian, they wouldn't have intersected at all. What's more, she also has her own self-esteem and pride. She witnessed her mother cheating on an old man and being his lover since she was a child. Guo Nian will not be like her mother no matter what. How do you know whether it is suitable or not without trying? Lu Siyu's face was ambiguous and unclear. Guo Nian's body stiffened and his head was about to explode. I'm going to change my clothes. She didn't know where the strength came from. She suddenly pushed Lu Siyu away, turned around and got into the fitting room. At this time, Lu Siyu's arms suddenly lost the warm and soft jade, and he couldn't help laughing. He subconsciously lowered his eyes and glanced at the bottom, and then hooked his lips helplessly. This little girl just left him here. Guo Nian didn't dare to come out after hiding in the fitting room for a long time. She was really scared by Lu Suyu. The vivid desire is undisguised. It seemed that he was going to swallow himself alive. Knocking. At this moment, the door was knocked, and then Lu Siyu's lazy and cold voice sounded. Didn't he plan to come out? Guo Nian pursed his lips, then took a deep breath, and then opened the door and walked out. However, when she thought she was going to face Lu Siyu alone again, she found that Lisa was waiting outside the fitting room with a smile. Miss Guo figured it out. Lisa smiled. Just now, the ninth master said that the evening dress was too revealing and asked me to choose another one for you. With that, she stretched out her finger and pointed to another white long skirt on the display rack. What does Miss Guo think of this one? Guo Nian nodded quickly. Okay. Compared with the one just now, it is simply conservative. Okay, then come with me to the fitting room and I'll change it for you. Thank you. However, when he came out after changing his clothes, Guo Nian looked through the mirror and found that he had just said it too early. The design of this pure white evening dress was indeed simple and generous, and the front, chest and back were not exposed much. However, this evening dress is designed to be waist retracted, which vividly outlines her uneven figure. Big breasts, B-waist, buttocks, long legs. Guo Nian once felt that conservative clothes could be worn like this. Well, Guo Nian subconsciously wanted to change another one. However, before she could open her mouth, Lu Siyu said in a faint voice, just this one. Lisa immediately nodded with a smile. Okay, Master Joe. Seeing that Lisa had taken Lu Siyu's black card to swipe the card, Gornia curled his lips depressedly. She subconsciously glanced at herself in the mirror again. For the first time, she felt that she was too good-looking and burdened. Let's go. Lu Siyu walked over and stretched out his arm to Gornia. Gornia pursed his lips and reached out to pull it up. The corners of Lu Siyu's lips couldn't help rising high and turned his head to look at Gornia. My patience is limited. You have to reply to me as soon as possible. Chapter 39. Your ninth brother is busy inside. Nightfall. There are bright lights in the hall of the Shengdu Hotel, and the plans are staggered. But all the people who participate in this kind of top business reception are business celebrities in Kyoto. Everyone gathered together in twos and threes, chatting and drinking, but their eyes looked in the direction of the door from time to time. It is said that the ninth master of the Law family will also come tonight. If you can get on top with this god of wealth, you will really be soaring. Before long, Huoling and Chen Qinghe appeared at the party one after the party. As soon as the two people appeared, they attracted the attention of many people in the business world and approached them one after another. So much so that the two were surrounded by people after a few steps. Huoling and Chen Qinghe didn't care and followed everyone easily. Until he heard a noise from the door, he knew that it was Lu Su who had encountered it. Master Jiu. Hello, Master Jiu. For a moment, the whole party was undercurrent, but those who had enough to go straight to say hello, and those who didn't have enough stood not far away to meet their heads and ears, thinking about how to get close to the old man. It was the first time for Gornia to attend such a large-scale commercial party, not to mention that he was directly surrounded by people. She could sense the seemingly nothingness of the crowd falling on her, but those eyes seemed to be valuing herself. Gornia couldn't help taking a deep breath. I don't know if it was because there were too many people around her, but she only felt a little out of breath. Even the palm of his hand is sweating a little. What's the matter? At this moment, Lu Siyu suddenly turned his head and looked down. Is it uncomfortable? He remembered that Chen Qinghe had told her before that she had anxiety disorder. Gornia pursed his lips and wanted to find an excuse to leave. I had a little headache. I'll take you to the lounge to have a rest. Lu Siyu said and nodded slightly at the people around him. Sorry, excuse me? Everyone was stunned, but they still gave way obediently. Seeing that Lu Siyu took Gornia to the lounge, everyone looked at each other. What's the situation? Who is that woman just now? The girlfriend of the ninth master? I've never heard of it. Whose family is that? I don't know, I haven't seen it. At this time, listening to everyone's whispers, a slender woman not far away almost crushed the red wine glass in her hand. Several girls around Tong Manlu subconsciously looked at each other, and no one dared to speak for a moment. But everyone in the circle knows Tong Manlu's thoughts. She likes Lu Siyu. Moreover, she has always regarded that man as herself. Since Lord Jiuye broke up with Han Mingming, there has been no female companion around him. Over time, people are used to taking Lu Siyu and Tang Manlu as a couple. It's just that. No one thought that Lu Siyu had a more female companion today. Moreover, the sharp-eyed man has found that the woman was the one brought by Lu Siyu on Chen Qinghe's birthday banquet. Is it possible? Is it really a girlfriend? Of course, everyone only dared to think nonsense in their hearts, but no one dared to say it out. Tang Manlu's character is notoriously hot. The girls who tried to hook up with Lu Siyu before all had a miserable end. They dare not offend her. Tang Manlu gritted his teeth at this moment, and his silver teeth almost broke. She has to attend this reception during this period. Therefore, I have been busy with body maintenance and skincare, and I want to be Lu Suyu's female companion at the banquet. On the contrary, I forgot to clean up the vixen named Gornia. However, she never thought that the vixen would follow here. Thinking of this, she put the wine glass in her hand heavily on the table, and then got up and walked towards the lounge. However, before she could approach, she was blocked by a tall and straight figure. Miss Tang. Tang Manlu looked up at Jiang Hai and got out of the way. I want to go in to find Brother Jiu. Jiang Hai pursed his lips. I'm sorry, Miss Tang, the ninth master has just ordered that no one is allowed to go in. When Tom Manlu heard this, his face suddenly turned gloomy. No one is allowed to go in. What are these two doing in the lounge? That vixen. Go away. Tom Manlu subconsciously wanted to push the river and the sea. However, Jiang Hai's body was like a wall, and she couldn't push half of it with her strength. Manlu. Just then, a lazy voice sounded behind him. Then, Tang Manlu's shoulder was hugged. She subconsciously looked back and saw Huolin smiling at her with a sullen face. Tom Manlu waved Huolin's arm and asked me to do anything. Why do you always pester the ninth master? Come and have a drink with me and Qinghe. Huolin, Chen Qinghe, Lu Siyu and Tang Manlu grew up together since childhood. In addition, the interests of the four families are connected, so the relationship between the four of them is also good. Tang Manlu glared at Huolin angrily. Who wants to drink with you? I want to go in and find Brother Jiu. Your ninth brother is busy inside. Hua Lin hooked her lips with an ambiguous face. Tang Maoluo subconsciously wanted to open his mouth, but before she could say anything, Hua Lin had already put her arms around her neck and couldn't help pulling her away. Let go, damn Hua Lin. I hate you so much. Hurry up and let go of me. It was not until he saw Hua Lin taking Tang Maoluo away that Jiang Hai turned around and stood back at the door of the lounge. At this time, in the lounge, Guo Nian was holding a glass of hot water and blowing hot air. The water vapor was thick on her thick black eyelashes, like raven feathers, which was like a depicted Jiangnan ink painting. Are you feeling better? Luo Suyu subconsciously put the back of his hand on Guo Nian's forehead, obviously still remembering that she had a fever yesterday. Guo Nian subconsciously retreated and dodged Luo Suyu's touch. Luo Suyu's hand froze in midair, and he couldn't help frowning slightly. To protect me like this? Guo Nian pursed his lips and didn't answer. She hasn't forgotten what happened in the dress-fitting room in the afternoon. She's not crazy. Naturally, he was hiding a little. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Guo Nian subconsciously put the water cup in his hand on the coffee table and then got up and stood up. Let's go out. She always feels that it's a little dangerous to share a room with Luo Suyu. It's better to go out. Luo Suyu leaned on the back of the sofa and looked up at Guo Nian. I have to say that this white evening dress shows Guo Nian's figure vividly. Especially the thin waist, it seems that one hand can hold it. Moreover, Guo Nian's buttocks are very beautiful, upturned and straight. Even if you stand like this, people's eyes can't help but fall on it. Luo Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly, only feeling a little tight in his throat. Chapter 40. Are you in love with Luo Jiuye? Guo Nian has been standing and waiting for Luo Suyu's response. Therefore, just looking at his eyes, a little bit of lust appeared, and it overflowed little by little. Guo Nian stepped back cautiously, and Luo Suyu, who couldn't stand it, threw a hot look. Well, I went out to get some air first. She subconsciously turned around and wanted to go out, but before she could walk a few steps, she held a strong arm on her slender waist. What are you in a hurry? Luo Suyu subconsciously tightened her arms and felt the softness of her waist. You. Let go of me first. Guo Nian quickly wanted to break the arm around his waist, but he couldn't shake it for a long time. The waist is so thin. Luo Suyu put one hand around her waist and leaned his head close to her ear. His voice was so hoarse that it seemed that it could be strangled with a little force. The burning breath was sprayed on the side of Guo Nian's face and ear, arousing a layer of tender pink. Guo Nian couldn't help shrugging his shoulders, and then quickly pushed his head on his shoulder with his hand. Luo Suyu was forced to raise his chin when he was pushed, and then he couldn't laugh or cry. Why did you push me? Itchy. Guo Nian was not polite. He put his palm on Luo Suyu's chin and pushed him out desperately. Luo Suyu didn't wave her hand, but just smiled, and then took the opportunity to let go of Guo Nian's waist. Guo Nian was suddenly liberated, and immediately left Luo Suyu far away. I'm afraid that he will recruit her again. Why are you looking at me like this? Luo Suyu hooked his lips slightly. What's wrong? Are you afraid that I will eat you? Guo Nian didn't say anything. Luo Suyu didn't care either. He rubbed his chin that had been pushed by Guo Nian, and then said that there seemed to be no problem. Let's go. Let's go out. If you don't go out again, you will inevitably be arranged by someone. He is nothing. It's mainly Guo Nian. This little girl is very thin-skinned. After Luo Suyu came out of the lounge, he was immediately surrounded again. Guo Nian learned to be smart this time. Before Luo Suyu could react, she had let go of his arm and got straight out of the crowd. Luo Suyu wanted to pull him, but there were so many people around him that he couldn't catch her at all. Luo Suyu frowned slightly. Seeing that Guo Nian smiled and waved at him, he turned around and walked away. Then he pursed his lips and looked back at the river and sea that had been following him. Jiang Hai immediately withdrew from the crowd and walked quickly in the direction of Guo Nian. At this time, Guo Nian was suddenly liberated, so he directly found a corner where there was no one to sit down. Just as she was looking at the colorful food on the table and was about to taste it one by one, she noticed a tall figure approaching. Guo Nian raised his eyes almost subconsciously and just met a pair of feminine and narrow eyes. Mr. Xie. Guo Nian stood up in a hurry, his face full of unconcealed restraint and tension. At this time, Xie Lingxiao stood in front of Guo Nian with a slight frown. There was a pair of glasses with a gold border on the bridge of his tall nose. The lenses glowed white under the illumination of the crystal lamp, which only gave people a feeling of coldness and unapproach. Why are you here? Well, I came with the ninth master. Xie Lingxiao frowned. It was Luo Suyu again. He had clearly told her to stay away from Master Luo Jiu before. Now, it seems that she didn't take it seriously. Xie Lingxiao pursed his lips, and a trace of darkness flashed in his eyes. He admitted that he had unusual feelings for Guo Nian. However, he never thought of taking it by force. Since he knew that she had a boyfriend, he had never crossed the line. Later, when he heard that she broke up with her boyfriend, he was very happy. He thought he had finally waited for the opportunity. Unexpectedly, he was taken the lead by Luo Siyu, who was killed halfway. Are you in love with Lord Jiuye? When Guo Nian heard it, he couldn't help but be stunned. Love? No. Guo Nian shook his head almost subconsciously. How is it possible? How can she deserve her status? Guo Nian subconsciously lowered his eyes, and a trace of mockery quickly flashed in his peach blossom eyes. The master just wanted her to be his lover. Xie Lingxiao couldn't help being stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that it was not. Well, does it mean that he still has a chance? Mr. Xie. And just as Xie Lingxiao was overjoyed, he suddenly heard a delicate voice behind him. He subconsciously restrained his expression and looked back, and saw Tom Manluo in a low-breasted short skirt coming over with a glass of red wine. Xie Lingxiao frowned slightly, but his voice was faint, and he couldn't hear the joy or anger. Miss Tang. Tang Man came over with a smile on his face. I said that he looked like Mr. Xie from afar. Unexpectedly, it was really. As she said, she glanced at Guo Nian, who looked at her coldly. Is this lady your girlfriend? Xie Lingxiao subconsciously glanced at Guo Nian, but did not directly deny it. She just said in a faint voice that she was an employee of our company. It turned out to be a person from Deloitte. Tom Manluo couldn't help but smile. I'm really sorry about what happened last time. I may have misunderstood. I thought you were Brother Jiu's girlfriend, and I drank some wine. Therefore, it's a little out of order. Miss Guo has a lot of it. Don't argue with me. Guo Nian couldn't help raising his eyebrows slightly. Obviously, he didn't expect Tang Manluo to react like this. She also thought that the other party was looking for fault. Thinking of this, Guo Nian's eyebrows softened, but his voice was still faint. Miss Tang was serious. Since it was a misunderstanding, just say it. Tang Manluo smiled. Miss Guo is indeed a seen person. With that, she picked up the red wine beside her and poured a glass of red wine for Guo Nian. This glass of wine is regarded as a toning wine. With that, Tommen pushed the wine glass down in front of Guo Nian with his palm. 2 white pills slipped from her palm and soon disappeared into the red wine. Come on, Miss Guo, toast. Tang Manluo took his wine glass with a smile and touched the cup in front of Guo Nian, and then raised his head and drank the wine in his glass. Guo Nian glanced at the red wine in front of him with some hesitation. She drinks too much. I was so drunk after drinking a glass of champagne last time. Why doesn't Miss Guo drink? Tang Manluo put the empty wine glass on the table and looked at Guo Nian with a hurt face. Is it so shameless? Didn't you do it all? Is it okay to take a sip? Guo Nian pursed his lips and had no choice but to pick up the wine glass in front of him and take a sip. Seeing this, Tang Manluo couldn't help but smile, and then stood up with his wine glass. I saw that Miss Guo seemed to be a little drunk. There happened to be a terrace over there. Why don't Mr. Xie and Miss Guo go there to get some air? Chapter 41. Guo Nian was drugged. Guo Nian felt dizzy at this time. She didn't know what the temperature of the glass of wine that Tommen poured for her was. I only know that the degree should not be low. Otherwise, it is impossible to react so quickly. Xie Lingxiao glanced in the direction of Tong Manluo's finger. He was no stranger to this place. So I know that there is indeed a terrace in the direction of Tommen's finger. Thank you, Miss Tang. Mr. Xie, you're welcome. Tang Manluo nodded to Xie Lingxiao with a smile, and then glanced at Guo Nian, who had obviously shown a little charm, and then walked away with a glass of pride. At this time, Guo Nian felt that his head was getting more and more dizzy, and even his body was a little hot. What's wrong with you? Xie Lingxiao obviously noticed Guo Nian's abnormality. He frowned slightly and looked at Guo Nian's slightly pink cheeks. Do you want me to help you go to the terrace to breathe? Guo Nian felt that his body was very hot at this time, and it was not only hot. It was like thousands of insects squirming in the blood, with bone to itching. Guo Nian waved his head at Xie Lingxiao with the only remaining clear thought. No, I can go by myself. Xie Lingxiao saw that Guo Nian's cheeks were getting redder, and even her bare skin had a faint layer of pink, so she hurried forward to help her. But Guo Nian subconsciously dodged. The alcohol content of the wine just now may be a little high. I'm just a little dizzy and don't need to help. Xie Lingxiao couldn't help but pursed his lips, but he didn't force it. Let's go, I'll take you there. At this time, Luo Si, who had just finished socializing with a wave of people, was free, so he subconsciously looked for Guo Nian's figure around. I just looked around, but I didn't find Guo Nian. Instead, Jiang Hai saw that he was looking for people everywhere and walked over quickly. The 9th master asked you to look at the person, where did he go? Luo Siyu frowned and said. Jiang Hai subconsciously straightened his back, and we saw Miss Guo and Mr. Xie heading towards the terrace. Luo Siyu squeezed his lips and looked at Jiang Hai coldly. Jiang Hai only felt that his back was tight, and a layer of cold sweat was already floating on his body. However, Luo Siyu didn't have any more seizures and immediately walked towards the terrace. The hotel's terrace is not close to the hall, but luckily it is open air. Therefore, many guests who have drunk too much choose to come here to breathe and sober up. It is far from the hall, but it is very quiet. Except for the occasional drunken guests who come to breathe, it is very secluded. But Lu Siyu didn't wait to reach the dew. On the stage, Xie Lingxiao's voice was faintly heard, and his tone was mixed with some concern and worry. Guo Nian, what's wrong with you? Are you all right? When Lu Siyu heard the words, his face couldn't help but feel a little gloomy. He immediately accelerated his pace and walked towards the terrace. When he arrived, he saw that Guo Nian was leaning in Xie Lingxiao's arms, his cheeks were red, and his body was even more transparent with an abnormal pink. Xie Lingxiao. Lu Siyu couldn't help shouting angrily. He almost subconsciously came forward and took Guo Nian in his arms. What did you do to her? Xie Lingxiao frowned. When I helped her over, she was like this. Lu Siyu didn't listen to him at all at this time, and gently shook Guo Nian in his arms. Guo Nian. Guo Nian. Guo Nian seemed to hear someone calling her name, so she wanted to respond. However, when it came to the mouth, it became a charming whisper, which made people's bones soft. Lu Siyu's face immediately turned black. What did you give her a drink? He looked up and stared at Xie Lingxiao. Xie Lingxiao frowned slightly. At this point, he obviously guessed what was going on. I saw that she had just had a glass of wine. Speaking of this, he seemed to suddenly think of something. It was the wine that Tom Manlu poured for her. Lu Siyu's face was slightly gloomy. He stopped Guo Nian and picked him up, turned around and walked out. Seeing Guo Nian's appearance, Xie Lingxiao was relieved to let Lu Siyu take her away. She almost subconsciously wanted to step forward to stop her. However, before he could get close, he was directly blocked by Jiang Hai. Get out of here. Xie Lingxiao's voice is low and he is not angry and arrogant. But the river and the sea are motionless. Seeing that Lu Siyu had gone far away with Guo Nian in his arms, Xie Lingxiao took action directly. However, Jiang Hai is Lu Siyu's close bodyguard, and his skills are naturally not bad. Although Xie Lingxiao also practiced in ordinary days, he was far worse than Jiang Hai, who was born as a professional bodyguard. He was trapped in the same place by Jiang Hai, and could only watch Lu Siyu take Guo Nian away. And at this time, Guo Nian was soon carried into a room by Lu Siyu. At this time, Guo Nian's medicine came up. He lay on the bed, frowned and gasped carefully. His whole body was so charming. Lu Siyu squeezed his lips heavily, and his face was so gloomy that it seemed to drip water. On the one hand, he was worried about Guo Nian. But on the other hand, he couldn't stand it just by listening to her gasp like this. After a while, the door was knocked. Lu Siyu frowned and looked back. Who? It's me. It's Chen Qinghe's voice. Only then did Lu Siyu get up to open the door. What's going on? I heard from Jiang Hai that Guo Nian was drugged. Chen Qinghe frowned slightly and subconsciously walked towards the bedroom. However, before he could take a few steps, he was blocked by Lu Siyu. Don't go in. Lu Siyu's eyebrows were gloomy. He doesn't want anyone to see what Guo Nian looks like now. Not to mention him, even a man can't stand it. Chen Qinghe went to see Lu Siyu with a puzzled face. What's the matter? Why are you stopping me? Didn't you let me take a look at Guo Nian's situation? Lu Siyu has a calm face. You don't need to look at it. I just need to tell you. A row of question marks appeared on Chen Qinghe's head. What's wrong with this? Don't even let him see it. Then why did you ask him to come here? As if she understood the meaning in Chen Qinghe's eyes, Lu Siyu squeezed her lips and then said. She was now blushing, slightly panting, and a little delirious. There was a reaction to calling her name, but she couldn't wake up. Chen Qinghe blinked, and then realized what Lu Siyu meant. However, after thinking about it, his handsome face was even more bad. When Lu Siyu saw Chen Qinghe staring at him all the time, he couldn't help but feel a little impatient. He immediately frowned and said, What are you looking at me for? Tell me what's going on quickly. How to cure it? Chen Qinghe gave Lu Siyu a blank look, and then said that it should have been drugged. According to the symptoms you described, the amount of medicine should not be light. Specifically, you have to draw blood for testing to know what kind of medicine it was given. Blood sampling? Lu Siyu frowned and had to smoke. Chapter 42 Master Qiu, let go of me first. Nonsense. Chen Qinghe's anger obviously came up, and he couldn't maintain half of his usual cold and reserved appearance, and even swear words came out. I'm not a magic doctor. I know everything after listening to your symptoms. Lu Siyu's face was gloomy, and he obviously noticed that he was too pretentious. If this is put in the past, the women around you can give them away at will. But only Guo Nian. This is not a good sign. Obviously, it's just for fun. Why does he care so much? Got it. Lu Siyu threw out a sentence stiffly. You wait here and come in to draw blood later. Lu Siyu first went in and cleaned up Guo Nian. In fact, Guo Nian is nothing at this time, and even his clothes are not messy. The buckle is fastened all the way to the top of the neck, which can be said to cover it without leaking at all. But in Lu Siyu's eyes, Guo Nian's voice alone can make him unable to control it. All right, come in. Chen Qinghe waited outside the door for a while. When he heard Lu Siyu's voice, he pushed open the door of the room. Guo Nian was tightly wrapped in a white quilt, revealing only a small head. Chen Qinghe is almost convinced now. Does he look like a porn addict? Does this master need to guard against him like this? He is not Huolin's sling. Master Zhou, you wrapped her so tightly. Where can I draw blood? Luo Suyu frowned slightly, then put his hand into the quilt and carefully pulled out Guo Nian's thin white arm. Chen Qinghe couldn't help taking a deep breath, then opened the medical box and drew a large tube of blood from Guo Nian's arm. How long will it take to get the result? Luo Suyu asked. 2 hours. While packing up the medical box, Chen Qinghe took out a small bottle of medicine and handed it to Luo Suyu. This is an inhibitor. Give her a tablet later, which can almost relieve the symptoms. If it still doesn't work. As he said, he glanced at Luo Suyu and hooked his lips with a smile. Then he would like to bother the 9th master to do some strength. When Chen Qinghe was sent away, Guo Nian, who was wrapped in the quilt, seemed to be unable to stand the heat in his body and began to twist his body. When Luo Suyu came back, he saw that the quilt on Guo Nian's body had been kicked off the ground by her, and the milky white skirt was lifted high, revealing 2 slender and tender white long legs. At first glance, people couldn't help but imagine what it would feel like to be wrapped around his waist. Luo Suyu's eyes sank. He immediately turned around and poured a glass of water, and then took out the small pill left by Chen Qinghe. Come on, take the medicine first, and you won't feel uncomfortable after taking the medicine. However, at this time, Guo Nian was just when the medicine was on his head, and he couldn't listen to Luo Suyu's words. She just noticed that a slightly cool body was approaching, and the whole person couldn't help but stick it on, wanting to get more. Luo Suyu was immediately reacted when he was pasted. I only felt that the evil fire in my body rushed up one after another, almost drowning him. Want to be more close and close, I want to kiss more fiercely, and even want to swallow the woman in front of me into my stomach. Luo Suyu could clearly feel the surging of blood in his body, and the feeling of dryness and heat surged from all directions, as if the person who was drugged was him. He gritted his teeth, and his eyes were deep and secretly as if he could drip water. The next second, he stuffed the pill in his hand directly into Guo Nian's mouth, and then drank a big mouthful of water. The whole person was possessed and pressed down. The inhibitory pill flowed into Guo Nian's body with the flow, and soon reacted. She only felt as if she had fallen into a pool of cold water, which dissipated the heat in her body. She seemed to make a sound comfortably. Her voice was mixed with low and hoarse, floating in the room, but it instantly made the atmosphere extremely ambiguous and confused. After a long time, she opened her eyes slightly. The 9th master? Luo Suyu looked at the person in his arms, and his dark eyes seemed to be dyed ink in the middle of the night. For a moment, he even wanted to press her under him like this. Luo Suyu's throat tightened, and the desire in his eyes seemed to drip down. At this time, Guo Nian found that his whole body was in Luo Suyu's arms. The man's body was hot and hard, which made her tremble involuntarily, and then hurriedly pressed against his chest and wanted to step back. However, before she could move, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her waist. What? When you wake up, you turn your face away. Didn't you just beg me for you? Guo Nian's face suddenly turned red, and he almost subconsciously wanted to struggle. I didn't. Luo Suyu's arm deliberately didn't hold it tightly. He enjoyed the woman twisting her waist like a water snake and rubbing it in his arms, and his body gradually reacted. Guo Nian struggled for a while, as if he had noticed something. His back couldn't help stiffening, almost begging for mercy. Master, please let me go first. Luo Suyu also noticed his reaction. He knew that if Guo Nian twisted in his arms again, I'm afraid he really couldn't help doing something. He couldn't help pushing his lips, and then he let go of his arm. Guo Nian seemed to suddenly be free and hurriedly withdrew far away. What's wrong with us? Although Guo Nian didn't remember everything, he was vaguely impressed. She remembered that after drinking the wine poured by Tom Maolu, she was a little dizzy. Then she followed Xie Lingxiao to the terrace. She couldn't remember what happened later. However, based on the current situation, she can probably guess what she has experienced. You have been drugged. Luo Suyu put his hands behind his back, and a pair of dark eyes looked straight at Guo Nian. Perhaps it was too obvious. Guo Nian's eyes couldn't help falling on the position under Luo Suyu's waist, and immediately looked away with a slightly red face. It's Tom Maolu, isn't it? After a while, Guo Nian said after a while. She is not stupid either. She hasn't touched anything since she came to the banquet. Except for the wine in the name of apology. Chapter 43. I was tossed a little miserably, and now I can't see anyone. Luo Suyu didn't say anything, but just slanted at Guo Nian. Why do you think it was her? Guo Nian was stunned. She really has no evidence. Everything is a guess out of thin air. But she has never provoked anyone except Tom Maolu. No, even Tom Maolu didn't take the initiative to provoke her. You can check the monitoring. I went to check it. Luo Suyu's voice was light, and he couldn't hear any emotion, and he couldn't see that Tang Maolu was drugging you. Guo Nian pursed his lips and knew that Luo Suyu was telling the truth. Not to mention the surveillance camera hidden in the corner. Even Even if she was sitting in front of her at that time, she didn't notice Tom Manlo's movements. So, is it possible that she will suffer this dumb loss? Guo Nian squeezed his lips and only felt that there was a fire on his chest. The intention of Tom Manlo couldn't be more obvious, which was to come at her. Moreover, at that time, she was still by Xie Xiao. Her memory is vague now, and she doesn't know what happened when she was on the terrace. What are you thinking about? Luo Suyu tilted his head and reached out and pinched Guo Nian's chin to make her raise her head. I didn't think about anything. Guo Nian subconsciously wanted to shake off Luo Suyu's hand pinching his chin. However, it didn't shake it off after shaking it, but it was squeezed tighter. Guo Nian couldn't help staring at him. You. Let go. However, the medicine on her body has not dissipated yet. The reason why I am awake now is entirely because I took inhibitors. Therefore, as soon as he opened his mouth, his voice was so soft that it could almost come out of water. Luo Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and his ink-colored pupils couldn't help falling on her pink and moist thin lips. Then he looked down and fell on her undulating chest and slender waist. I don't know if Luo Suyu's eyes were too straightforward. Guo Nian couldn't help shaking slightly, and the feeling of dryness and heat that had been suppressed gradually emerged. But at this moment, a noisy sound suddenly sounded outside the door, and the voice was sharp. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Guo Nian hurriedly pushed away Luo Suyu's hand, wrapped his whole body in a quilt, and his delicate little face was red. Luo Suyu frowned slightly and got up subconsciously. However, before he could walk a few steps, the door had been pushed open, and Tom Manlo broke in a hurry. Miss Tang. Jiang Hai still wanted to try to stop him, but Tang Manlo's identity was there, and he didn't dare to really stop him at all, so he was directly broken in by her. Master Jiao, Miss Tang. However, before Jiang Hai finished speaking, Luo Suyu raised his hand and interrupted him. All right, you go out first. Jiang Hai subconsciously glanced at Tang Manlo, and then nodded respectfully. Yes, the ninth master. After Jiang Hai went out, Tang Manlo stretched out his neck and looked in the direction of the bedroom. His eyebrows were locked tightly, with a little irritable anger. Just when she heard that Luo Suyu hugged Guo Nian into the hotel private room, she was almost anxious to death. The amount of medicine she gave to Guo Nian was so large that even a fierce girl could become a slut. Moreover, she knew that Xie Xiao had been secretly in love with Guo Nian for many years, so she didn't believe that he could withstand Guo Nian's seduction and fall in love with her. At that time, Guo Nian and Xie Xiao had a good time on the terrace. Then she arranged for people to lead Luo Suyu to see this good play. At that time, even if Luo Suyu likes Guo Nian no matter how much, according to his always arrogant nature, how can he want the woman Xie Xiao slept with? She just wanted to completely destroy Guo Nian with Xie Xiao's hand. However, she never thought that it was Luo Suyu who took Guo Nian away in the end. That's why she ran over like crazy. What's the matter? What are you looking at? Luo Suyu sat down on the sofa beside him slowly, and his dark eyes looked straight at Tang Manlo. At this time, Luo Suyu's hair was a little messy, and even the neckline was unbuttoned, which was less reserved and cold as usual, but a little more evil. Tang Manlo couldn't help but purse his lips. Well, I just heard Huolin say that Guo Nian had been drugged, so he came to have a look. As she said, she asked with a concerned expression, is she all right? Luo Suyu tilted his head slightly with his legs, and he was so reserved. Did he care about her? Tom Manlo laughed dryly. Didn't he misunderstand her last time? I have always felt embarrassed, so I have been looking for a chance to apologize to her. With that, she stretched out her neck and looked in the direction of the bedroom. Can I go to see her? Luo Suyu smiled. I'm afraid it won't work. Why? Tom Manlo asked. She was just tossed a little badly by me, and now she can't see anyone. Tom Manlo was stunned, and a momentary blank appeared in her mind tossing. By Luo Suyu. So, Guo Nian and Luo Suyu did it. When this thought flashed through his mind, Tom Manlo's face was ferocious and almost terrified. Bitch, get out of here. With that, Tom Manlo rushed into the bedroom like crazy. However, before she could walk a few steps, Luo Suyu directly pulled her arm, and her voice was a little cold, didn't she? She was so badly tossed by me that she couldn't see anyone. You actually slept with her? Tom Manlo's eyes were red at this time. Luo Suyu hooked his lips slightly, but there was no smile in his eyes. Why? Who do I have to sleep with? Do I have to get your approval? It's just that before Tang Manlo finished speaking, the door was pushed open, and then a handsome man came in with a calm face. Brother. Tom Manlo's eyes widened. Why are you here? Tang Fengjin squeezed his lips and grabbed Tang Manlo's wrist directly. What are you doing here? Come back with me. With that, he threw Tang Manlo behind him with all his strength, and then looked at Luo Suyu with an apologetic face. Zhou Ye, I'm really sorry. My sister was spoiled too capricious. You can see the good relationship between the Luo and Tang family for 3 generations. Don't be as ignorant as her. Brother. When Tang Manlo heard that Tang Fengjin belittled him, he was suddenly not happy. Shut up. Tang Fongjun looked back fiercely and stared at Tang Malu. His sister is really spoiled. How dare you run to Luo Siyi to make trouble here? Today, the pattern of the Luo family and the Tang family is very different from before. The Tang family has been relying on the support of the Luo family now. If Luo Siyu is annoyed, I'm afraid the whole Tang family won't be able to eat and walk around. Don't be angry, Master Jiu. I'll take her away now, Tang Fongjun said and wanted to pull Tang Malu away directly. However, I don't know where Tang Malu's strength came from, but he suddenly shook off Tang Fongjun's hand. I'm not leaving. I'm going to tear the skin of the vixen. Let her hook up and lead Brother Jiu. When he heard the word vixen, Luo Siyu's face suddenly sank. Bang! At this moment, Tang Fongjun raised his hand directly and slapped Tang Menlu fiercely. Tang Menlu was fanned and stumbled, and then turned his head to look at Tang Fongjun in disbelievable. You! How dare you hit me? Chapter 44. You were fascinated by that vixen. Because there is only one girl like Tang Menlu in Tang's family. Therefore, she has been spoiled since she was a child. Otherwise, you won't develop this arrogant and domineering nature. This is the first time she has been slapped when she has grown so big. And it's still because of Gonyan, that bitch. Tom Manlu was so angry at this time. Just because of a vixen, brother, you actually hit me? Do you also have a relationship with her? In fact, Tang Fongjun also regretted a little after slapping. He has loved his only sister since he was a child, and he has hardly even spoken loudly. Not to mention slapping. However, when he was regretting, he suddenly heard Tang Malu's criticism, and his face immediately changed. What nonsense are you talking about? Although he didn't know what Gonyan was. However, if Luo Siyu can care so much, the relationship between the two must be extraordinary. There is no door on Tom Malu's mouth, and he dares to say anything. It's okay to eat a vixen in one bite. Now, even he is involved. Tom Malu strangled his neck and didn't give in half of it. Am I wrong? You are protecting her like this one by one. Isn't it because of her coquettish fox face? Look at her coquettish appearance. I can't wait for all the men in the world to have sex with her. Tang Fongjun saw that Tang Malu was talking more and more outrageous, and he was so angry that he almost fainted. He couldn't care about anything else at this time. He immediately reached out to catch Tom Malu and didn't want her to stay any longer. You go out with me. I won't go out. Tom Manlu resisted desperately. The brother and sister were pulling the saw at the door. Until Luo Siyu opened his mouth coldly. Mr. Tang, I don't think it's necessary to talk about the cooperation you talked to me before. As soon as he said this, Tang Fongjun's face turned pale. At this time, he didn't care about pulling Tang Manlu anymore, and almost subconsciously let go of his hand. Tang Manlu didn't expect that Tang Fongjun would suddenly let go. He fell back uncontrollably and hit the coffee table head-on directly. The pain almost fainted. It was not until she noticed that a warm liquid slid down her head that she subconsciously raised her hand to touch it, but she touched a hand of blood. Tang Manlu almost fainted. Blood, blood. However, at this time, Tang Feng suppressed and didn't care about her at all. He almost walked to Luo Siyi with a blank face. Master Jiu, don't do this. Manlu is young and ignorant. I apologize to you for her. No need. Luo Siyu's face did not have a trace of emotional warmth. I don't think there is any need for Luo and Tang's families to continue to cooperate. Tang Fongjun's face turned pale. Jiuye. Jianghai. Luo Siyu shouted coldly. Head down, Ninth Master, what do you want me to do? Send Mr. Tang out. Yes. Tang Fongjun looked anxious, but Jianghai had already come to him. Mr. Tang, I'll take you out. Tang Fongjun knew that Luo Siyu was angry at this time, and it was useless to say anything more. It's better to go out for the time being. When Luo Siyu calms down, he will go to the door to apologize. According to the 100-year-old friendship between the Luo family and the Tang family, there may be room for this matter to turn around. Thinking of this, he nodded slightly at Luo Siyu, and then turned around to help Tang Manlu beside him. He said with a distressed face, Manlu, are you alright? Tang Manlu covered his head with one hand and directly shook off Tang Fongjun's hand. Then he looked at Luo Siyu relentlessly. Brother Jiu, what do you mean? The Tang family and the Luo family have been friends for 100 years, and we have grown up together since childhood, but today you actually sacrificed my brother's face for a vixen. You are fascinated by that vixen, right? Tom Manlu. Tang Fong said to his heart that he was not good and couldn't wait to cover her mouth. Did I say something wrong? Tom Manlu covered his bloody forehead and said with his neck. You're right. At this moment, Luo Siyu suddenly smiled. His eyes were full of clearness, hiding the fierceness that was about to overflow. Then I will do as you wish. From today on, the Luo family and the Tang family will cut off all cooperation. Jiuye. Tang Fongjun suddenly became anxious. Luo Siyu didn't listen to what he said at all. Jianghai, see off the guests. Mr. Tang, please. Jiang Heron stood directly between Tang Fengtown and Luo Siyu, with a strong coldness between his eyebrows. Tang Fongjun stamped his feet with a regretful face, and turned around and walked out of the room. Miss Tang. Zhang Hai looked at Tang Manlu coldly. Don't touch me. I have my own feet and I can walk. With that, she covered her head and chased her out. Brother, wait for me. Her head was hurting at this moment, and blood came out of her fingers, staining her whole face with blood, which was shocking. Very soon, she caught up with Tang Fongjun and immediately lost her temper with a cold face. Brother, look at what you knocked on my head. If it leaves a scar, I will never end with you. Are you crazy enough? But at this moment, Tang Fongjun directly shook off Tang Manlu's hand, and his face was twisted with anger. Tom Manlu was shocked by his expression, but quickly frowned and said, Why are you angry with me? Obviously, it was Brother Jiu who was fascinated by that fox. Anyway, our Tang family and the Luo family are also friends, and we have cooperated in a lot of business before. However, he offended our Tang family for a vixen. It's him who is crazy. Tang Fongjun only feels that his temples are jumping non-stop. If it weren't for the sake of you as my sister, I would have beaten you to death. Tom Man frowned. What did I say wrong? Tang Fongjun felt that if he quarreled with her again, he would be angry to death. Over the years, the situation of the Tang family has plummeted. If it hadn't been for the support of the Luo family, the Tang family would have been finished long ago. However, his stupid sister offended Luo Siyu. Let him cut off the cooperation with the Tang family directly. Wait for me to go home. My father will beat you to death. I won't stop it either. Tang Fo threw down a sentence in anger, and no longer cared about Tang Manlu. He directly strode around and left, leaving only Tang Manlu standing alone with his forehead covered. I don't know how long it took for Tom Manlu to stamp his feet fiercely. All of this was done by the damn vixen Guonian. If it weren't for her, how could I have planted such a big heel? She had to tear her fox-like slutty face. She wants Brother Jiu to see the true face of the vixen. At that time, Brother Jiu will know who is really good to him. Thinking of this, Tom Manlu directly took out his mobile phone and skillfully dialed a phone number. Hey, it's me, Manlu, help me find out someone. Chapter 45. Which part of you, I haven't seen. And in the hotel private room at this time, Luo Siyu sent Tang's brother and sister away, then turned around and went back to the bedroom. So calm? Luo Siyu hooked his lips slightly. I thought you would rush out to confront Tong Manlu. Well. Before he finished speaking, a sweet and charming whisper came out of the quilt. Luo Siyu's heart tightened, and he hurried forward, tore off the quilt covering Guonia's body. At this time, Guonia's face was already red by the effect of the medicine. He was unconsciously twisting his body slightly and rubbing his side face against the pillow. Even she herself doesn't know what she is rubbing. Guonian, Guonian. Luo Siyu picked her up and patted her face gently. However, Guonian was unconscious at all at this time. He only noticed a good smell approaching, and his whole body was wrapped around like a water snake. Luo Siyu's muscles instantly tightened and were as hard as stones. However, Guonian was still whispering unconsciously. As soon as the voice came out, Luo Siyu immediately couldn't stand it. The voice made him feel uncomfortable, crisp and numb. It was like an electric discharge, which made him feel that the blood all over his body seemed to boil. Do you want it? Luo Siyu's voice was low, and his ink-colored pupils were even darker as if they could drip ink. At this time, Guonian was still unconsciously rubbing against him, such a warm and soft jade. He even wanted to take care of her now. However, Luo Siyu knew that compared with the unconscious Guonian, who was completely driven by the effect of the drug at this time, he preferred to see her take the initiative to sit on his waist. I especially want to hear her beg him for mercy with that soft and charming voice. Luo Siyu's throat tightened, and he almost subconsciously gripped Guonian's wriggling waist like a water snake, and then pressed it against his body. Just grinding inch by inch. I don't know how long it took, but he got up and strode straight to the bathroom. After a while, the sound of water flowing came from the bathroom. The shower in the bathroom was flowing like this, but it didn't get up the fog. The cool water washed over the man's strong body, and every line on the abdominal muscles was very sexy. That kind of hardness makes people just want to be pressed under him and loved fiercely. After finally suppressing the dryness and heat of his body, Luo Siyu picked up the mobile phone beside him and dialed it directly to Chen Qinghe. When will the antidote be delivered? Chen Qinghe frowned, and there was still half an hour left. Hurry up. What's the matter? Is Guonian's medicinal effect up again? Luo Siyu frowned with a gloomy face. Can you still eat the inhibitor you left? Yes, yes. Chen Qinghe pursed his lips, but that thing was cool and very harmful to the human body. Especially women, who are serious, may be infertile for life. That's not good. Is there any other way? Chen Qinghe was a little surprised. Of course, he knows what's going on with Luo Siyu and Guonian. However, didn't you say it was just for fun? Why can you still hold back from touching her at this time? If he hadn't known that there was nothing wrong with Luo Siyu, I'm afraid he would have doubted it now. You put her in the bathtub first. Warm water is fine. It can't be too cold or too hot. She will be more comfortable inside and should be able to last for half an hour. Got it. Luo Si encountered a power outage. After saying that, he stopped and picked up Gornian. His long hair like seaweed drew an arc in the air and immediately strode towards the bathroom. He put Gornian into the bathtub and began to release water. It was not until the whole bathtub was full that he carefully held Gornian for fear that she would slip into the bathtub. As time passed, Gornian's originally flushed cheeks retreated little by little. Luo Si raised his hand and touched Gornian's forehead. Seeing that the temperature was finally not so hot, he was relieved. At this moment, the mobile phone in Luo Si's pocket suddenly vibrated. His first reaction was Chen Qinghe's phone call, so he asked without thinking, "Is the antidote ready?" "What kind of antidote?" When he heard a crisp voice coming from the microphone, Luo Si couldn't help being stunned. He looked down at the caller ID Han Mingming. "Ayu, what's wrong with you?" Han Mingming asked with a concerned face, "Is there something wrong? What do you need an antidote for?" "It's nothing." Luo Si pursed his lips. "What's the matter?" Han Mingming pondered for a moment before she smiled. "Well, I changed my ticket and will return to China at the end of this month. Will you come to pick me up?" Luo Si pursed his lips and nodded for a long time. Han Mingming couldn't help but smile brightly, but before she could open her mouth. But at this moment, Gornian in the bathtub whispered uncomfortably. The voice was clearly transmitted through the microphone. The smile on Han Mingming's face suddenly froze on her face. It was a woman's voice. At this time, perhaps because the water temperature in the bathtub was low, Gornian opened his eyes in a daze. When she saw herself soaking in a full bathtub, she was stunned for a moment and almost subconsciously looked up at Luo Si. As soon as Gornian opened his mouth, he was almost scared by his own voice. "It's so dumb. It's like being sprinkled with a handful of coarse salt." "Mingming, I'm a little busy now. I'll go back to you later," Luo Si said and hung up the phone without waiting for Han Mingming to speak. Then, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Gornian. "Are you finally awake?" Gornian blinked with a confused face. "Why am I in the bathtub?" Luo Si glanced at Gornian. "What? Forgot it?" Gornian squeezed his lips carefully, and then seemed to suddenly think of something, and quickly looked down at his body. "When I saw that the skirt on my body was still intact, I was secretly relieved." At this time, Luo Si noticed Gornian's small movements and suddenly laughed angrily. He couldn't help grinding his teeth. He shouldn't have spared her. "You should press her under your body to make her cry. You just had another attack on the effect of the medicine. You kept rubbing against me, begging me." Luo Si narrowed his eyes, and his body was full of lust. Gornian glared at Luo Si, and his ears were slightly red. "I don't believe it." "Don't believe it?" Luo Si hooked his lips slightly. "Do you want me to help you recall the memories?" "No need." Gornian refused directly without thinking about it. How could she know what she had done with the drug effect? Left and right with Luo Si Huban. "Well, can you go out first? I'm going to change my clothes." "What? Can't watch it?" Gornian's face was full of disbelief. "Listen, is this human language?" Luo Si's throat rolled up and down, and his eye swept over Gornian's wet seductive body inch by inch. "Which part of your body have I haven't seen?" Chapter 46. She couldn't influence my mood. And just as the two of them were in a stalemate, there was a knock on the door. Luo Si glanced at Gornian, who was soaked in water but looked particularly bumpy. "You stay in the bathroom and don't come out." Gornian glared at Luo Si. "How can she go out like this?" It was Chen Qinghe who knocked on the door. When Luo Si opened the door, he directly handed over a bottle of medicine and took it to Gornian. He was fine after eating it. With that, he glanced at Luo Si again. Seeing that his clothes had not been changed, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Gornian is like that. How can this man still sit in his arms? Thinking like this, Chen Qinghe raised his eyebrows slightly. "Master Jiao, why don't I also give you some medicine to eat?" Luo Si was looking at the medicine bottle in his hand at this moment. When he heard Chen Qinghe's words, he subconsciously answered, "What medicine should I take?" Chen Qinghe didn't answer the phone. Soon, Luo Si reacted and immediately frowned and raised his eyes. Sure enough, I saw Chen Qinghe looking at himself with a you-know look. "Get out of here." Chen Qinghe didn't care when he was scolded. He smiled and then changed the topic. "I just heard Huo Ling say that you quarreled with the Tang family." Luo Si nodded. His eyes were pale, and he couldn't see any joy or anger. "Just because of Gornian?" Chen Qinghe was surprised by this. Luo Si raised his eyelids and played with the medicine bottle in his hand at will, which was none of her business. "Why is that?" Chen Qinghe frowned. When Huo Ling told him about this, he thought that Luo Si really fell in love with that Gornian. However, in his opinion, it was not a good thing for Luo Si to get out of the last relationship. That Gornian is beautiful and has a soft personality, which is a good match with Luo Si. It's just that the status is lower. However, with Luo Si's current status, he does not need to further consolidate his power by marriage. The Tang family has crossed the line. Luo Si's voice was light. In this real estate development cooperation, Tang's family was full of private pockets and made a lot of transactions with suppliers in private. Although the Luo family and the Tang family have been good friends for generations, Luo Si is not a fool who has been deceived in vain. If the Tang family treats him as a fool, they should bear his anger. As for Tong Manlu, it's just a raft. Chen Qinghe nodded with a clear face and said with a smile, I thought you were for Gunyang. Luo Si's heart tightened, as if he had been touched by something, and he couldn't say what it felt like. How is it possible? Luo Si subconsciously lowered his eyes. What is she? It's not enough to influence my mood. Chen Qinghe subconsciously wanted to say something, but as soon as he looked up, he saw Gunyang standing at the door of the bedroom with an embarrassed face. At this time, Luo Si obviously, he also saw Gunyang. He frowned slightly and thought about what he had just said, inexplicably a little upset. Chen Qinghe glanced at Luo Si, who had a gloomy face, and quickly looked at Gunyang with a smile and said, Is Miss Gu all right? We have just deployed the antidote, and there will be no problem if you take it. Compared with the two people with different expressions, Gunyang's expression was much more plain. She has always known her identity. How can a high-ranking son of heaven like Luo Si care about her? What's more, he also has a white moonlight ex-girlfriend in his heart. Thank you, Professor Chen. Miss Gu is very polite. Chen Qinghe saw that the atmosphere was a little stiff, so he pursed his lips and looked at Luo Si. If there was nothing wrong, I would leave first. When Chen Qinghe left, Luo Si pinched the medicine bottle in his hand and walked towards Gunyang. Eat this. Gunyang took the medicine bottle. Thank you, Master Zhou. Luo Si squeezed his lips and said nothing more. It's impossible for him to pull down his face to explain what he just said. Moreover, what he said was right. After taking the medicine, Gunyang felt that the feeling of dryness and heat in his body had dissipated. However, what followed was a strong sense of fatigue, which made her feel that her body was like breaking up, and there was no bone that was not sour. What's the matter? Is there anything else wrong? When Luo Si saw Gunyang's sigh face, he couldn't help frowning and asking, I'm a little tired. Then I'll take you back. But at this moment, Huoling suddenly knocked on the door and came in. He first glanced at Gunyang and then looked at Luo Si and said that Uncle Tang was teaching Tang Malu a lesson, saying that he asked me to invite you over. Luo Si's expression was pale, as if he had already guessed that the Tang family would not be able to sit still. What do you want me to do there? How do I know? Huoling copied his pocket with one hand, and his sly aura was fully revealed. Anyway, let me come and treat you. Luo Si glanced at him. I was not free. Seeing this, Gunyang, who was beside him, hurriedly said, Well, Master Zhou, I'll just take a taxi back by myself. You go ahead. Let's see. Miss Gu is still sensible. Huoling smiled and immediately raised his chin at Luo Si. After all, Uncle Tang is an elder. As juniors, we still need to give a little face. Although the Luo family and the Tang family are no longer what they used to be. But after all, decades of friendship are there. How can it be broken? Luo Si frowned and looked at Gunyang and asked Jiang Hai to send you back. Jiang Hai behind him quickly nodded, yes, the ninth master. Gunyang didn't refuse anymore, mainly because she was very tired now. Standing here and talking, she was almost unable to stand. She just wanted to find a place to sit down and take a good breath. When Luo Si and Huoling left, Jiang Hai reached out and signaled to Gunyang, Miss Gu, please. Thank you. Luo Si's car was parked in the underground parking lot. However, after such a distance, Gunyang was already sweating after getting in the car. Because it is the middle of summer, the air conditioner will automatically turn on as soon as the car starts. Gunyang only felt a cold air blowing on his body, and he couldn't help fighting a cold war. Well, Brother Jiao, can you turn up the temperature? Okay. Jiang Hai has chosen several temperatures up. Is this temperature okay? Yes, thank you. The hotel is not close to Gunyang's current residence. However, at this time of the evening, there are not many cars on the road. More than half an hour later, Jiang Hai's car parked downstairs of Gunyang's house. Miss Gu, here we are. Seeing that there was no response from behind, Jiang Hai quickly turned around and saw that Gunyang was already asleep on the back of the back seat. Miss Gu. Jiang Hai shouted again. Only then did Gunyang wake up quietly. Perhaps she had just slept too deeply. She looked around sleepily and didn't remember for a long time that she had come back in Jiang Hai's car. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Gunyang cheered up and wanted to push the door to get out of the car, but at this time, his body was so weak that he couldn't exert any effort at all. She had no choice but to take out her mobile phone and call Shen Lingxin. Thankfully, Shen Lingxin didn't work the night shift tonight and happened to be at home. Wait for me. I'll go down to pick you up right away. Shen Lingxin said immediately. Gunyang hung up the phone and couldn't help taking a deep breath before pushing the door out of the car. Jiang Hai also seemed to see Gunyang's abnormality and frowned uneasy. Do I need to send Miss Gu upstairs? Gunyang was stunned at first, and then smiled and said, thank you. No need to bother. My friend went downstairs to pick me up. Brother Jiang, please slow down on the way. Jiang Hai nodded and then drove away. When she saw the car driving away from Jiang Hai, Guo Nian felt that she couldn't stand it anymore. She forced herself and looked around, wanting to find a place to sit for a while and wait for Shen Lingsheng to come downstairs to pick her up. However, before she could sit down, she heard a gnashing voice behind her back. Guo Nian, you actually know how to come back? Guo Nian looked back in panic and saw Qin Yicheng walking towards him in anger. Chapter 47. Guo Nian was captured by Qin Yicheng. Guo Nian only felt tight in his heart and said something bad, almost subconsciously took out his mobile phone. However, before she could unlock it, Qin Yicheng suddenly raised his hand and knocked off her mobile phone. The mobile phone fell to the ground and made a crisp sound, which shocked Guo Nian whispered, I finally waited for you to come back. Qin Yicheng's face turned red at this moment. His face was full of ferocity and the smell of alcohol. He went to the rental house where Guo Nian lived before to find her. However, I got the news that she had moved out. Qin Yicheng followed Shen Lingshen directly. I finally found this place. However, he waited in the car for several hours and didn't see Guo Nian come back. He didn't know how to vent his anger, so he simply took out a bottle of red wine in the trunk and drank it. Seeing that the bottle of red wine had been drunk, but Guo Nian was still missing, he began to think nonsense. But as long as he thought that Guo Nian might be sleeping in Lu Jiuye's bed, he couldn't wait to kill him with a knife. And just a moment, he saw Guo Nian coming back in Lu Si's car. Obviously, she had been with Lu Siyu before. You bitch, you pretend to be a chaste girl in front of me, but you run to let other men sleep. I have to do it so that you can't get out of bed today. As Qin Yicheng said, he grabbed Guo Nian's wrist and dragged him directly to his car. Guo Nian almost subconsciously wanted to struggle, but at this time, she couldn't use any strength at all, so she let Qin Yicheng drag him all the way to his car. Let go of me. Qin Yicheng. Seeing that she couldn't break free, Guo Nian simply let go and shouted, help. Help. However, before she finished shouting, her mouth was covered by Qin Yicheng. Guo Nian only felt that his heart beat faster in an instant, cold sweat on his back rushed out, and his face was even paler. This is a stress reaction. You slut. How dare you shout for help? When you get to my bed later, I will ask you to shout enough. Qin Yicheng covered Guo Nian's mouth with a lewd smile. Listening to her sobbing in his arms, he felt that his blood was boiling all over his body. As long as he thought that he was going to have Guo Nian in a moment, he was so excited. He must do it so that she can't get out of bed tonight. Let her think of herself in her life and remember how she had sex with her. Guo Nian. At this moment, Shen Lingshen saw a thrilling scene when she went downstairs. She screamed and rushed directly to Qin Yicheng. Let her go. Get out of here. Qin Yicheng waved Shen Lingshen away and then kicked her to the ground fiercely. This kick directly hit Shen Lingshen's waist. The pain made her snort, and her whole body fell to the ground uncontrollably. Shen. Guo Nian couldn't help but be anxious. Qin Yicheng pulled Guo Nian, bitch, I'll find a place to get on you later. At that time, shoot a video and post it on the internet so that people all over the world can see how coquettish you are. As he said, he dragged Guo Nian to the side of the car. Qin Yicheng directly pulled the door and threw Guo Nian into the car. Then he closed the car with a bang and then opened the door of the driver's seat and got into the car. At this time, seeing that Guo Nian was dragged into the car, Shen Lingshe couldn't help but be shocked. She got up with the sharp pain in her waist and immediately ran to Qin Yicheng's car. She slapped the car window desperately. Qin Yicheng put Guo Nian down. However, at this time, Qin Yicheng didn't care about her. The car flew out directly under the refueling door under his feet. Shen Lingshe was caught off guard and fell to the ground by a car, and her whole body fell directly to the ground. However, as if she didn't feel the pain, she quickly got up from the ground to catch up with the car. However, Qin Yicheng's car drove so fast that it had already rumped onto the highway in the blink of an eye and left. Guo Nian. Shen Lingshe is about to cry now. She didn't even care about the pain on her body. She immediately took out her mobile phone and called the police tremblingly. When she told the police about the matter with tears and received a reply from the police saying that she would go to the police immediately, she collapsed to the ground. However, Shen Lingshen is still not at ease. She was afraid that the police would not go in time, and Guo Nian would be ruined by Qin Yicheng, the beast. Because of panic, Shen Lingshen's hands couldn't stop shaking. She bit her nails, but her brain was running fast. She must find another talent. A person with enough ability can save Guo Nian from Qin Yicheng. By the way, Master Lu. Shen Lingshen took out her mobile phone in a hurry, but now she desperately found that she didn't have Luo Siyu's phone number. At this moment, a familiar ringtone suddenly sounded not far away. It was Guo Nian's mobile phone. Shen Lingshen immediately got up from the ground and stumbled to pick up the mobile phone that fell on the ground. I can only see the name of the caller, ID Luo Jiuye. Shen Lingshen quickly picked up the phone as if she had seen a savior. Jiuye, it's not good. Guo Nian was captured by Qin Yicheng. At this time, after dealing with the Tang family, Luo Suyi sat in the lounge drinking and chatting with Hualing and Chen Qinghe. He pinched the time and felt that Guo Nian had arrived home at this time, so he called. I didn't think that as soon as the phone was connected, I heard a panicking and trembling cry on the other side. What? Luo Suyu's face changed greatly and he stood up suddenly. Hualing and Chen Qinghe, who were still chatting, saw the expression of Luo Suyu. Suddenly, he restrained his smile and turned his head to look at him in unison. At this time, Luo Suyu's face was gloomy. Listening to Shen Lingsha's almost incoherent retelling, he said, "Okay, I got it." With that, he held his mobile phone and walked quickly out of the door. Hualing and Chen Qinghe quickly chased after them, frowned and said, "Master Jiu, what's wrong? What happened?" Guo Nian was captured by Jing Yicheng. "Who caught you?" Hualing frowned. Obviously, she had never heard of the name Jing Yicheng. Instead, Chen Qinghe, who was beside him, explained that the young master of the Qing family was Guo Nian's ex-boyfriend. Hualing nodded with a clear face and said, "It's that boy." "Hualing, you are well engaged. Can you find Jing Yicheng as soon as possible?" Luo Suyi frowned and looked at Hualing. There was a terrifying cold light in a pair of dark eyes, which seemed to drip water. "No problem with this. Hualing usually eats black and white and has a lot of eyeliner." And as soon as he spread the news, he immediately got a reply. At the Fengsheng Hotel, Luo Suyu's face was pale and murderous. Let's go, let's go. Chapter 48 Master Jiu, it is illegal to kill. When Luo Suyu and others arrived at Fengfeng, Huali's people were already waiting there. Luo Suyu kicked open the door with pressure, and Guo Nian, who was sitting in the chair, suddenly stood up. "Are you all right?" As soon as Luo Suyu said this, Guo Nian rushed directly into her arms. Her whole body was still shaking, and the softness in front of her chest was tightly attached to the man's hard chest, and her heart trembled like a drum. Luo Suyu reached out and hugged her slender waist, and his broad palm took her whole body into his arms, as if he was going to rub Guo Nian's whole body into his body. On his way, he almost ran the red light all the way. He had to admit that his heart was empty at that time, as if he was afraid of something. "It's okay." Luo Suyu gently stroked the woman's slender back, and his voice was low and magnetic, with a great sense of security. Guo Nian couldn't help taking a deep breath, calming down, and then retreated from Luo Suyu's arms. Perhaps because of this hug, Guo Nian felt that the stress of anxiety had dissipated a lot, and even his heartbeat stabilized. "I'm all right." Luo Suyu looked at Guo Nian deeply. After confirming that she was really okay, he took her to sit on the sofa. "You sit down for a while." As he said, he immediately turned his eyebrows and swept for a week, and his dark eyes scared people. "Where are the people?" "Back, Master Jiu, people are here." Just then, a tall man opened his mouth respectfully and opened the bathroom door. "I'm Lao Nima. Do you know who I am? How dare you tie me up? Believe it or not, I won't let you live tomorrow." As soon as Jing Yicheng saw the person coming, he immediately cursed loudly. "Let go of me quickly." Listening to this sound, Luo Suyu's lips pressed tightly, and even every vein on his neck was clearly visible. But even so, the expression on his face was still cold, and he couldn't see the joy or anger. As he walked, he picked up a vase on the table and strode towards the bathroom. At this time, Jing Yicheng was tied to the radiator in the bathroom with a tie, and he kept swearing. However, when he saw Luo Suyu appear at the door, all the swear words in his mouth were stuck in his throat. "Nine. Master." Jing Yicheng couldn't help but beat his heart. Obviously, he didn't expect Luo Suyu to appear here. "You. How did you come?" It's just that before he could finish speaking, a vase smashed at him fiercely. Jing Yicheng was smashed and screamed, and blood was immediately smashed on his forehead, and the red blood dripped down his side face to the ground. Luo Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly and approached Jing Yicheng slowly. Jing Yicheng was so scared that his face turned pale and he shrank back vigorously. However, he was tied to the radiator and couldn't run away at all. He really couldn't understand, but she was just a woman. Why was Lord Joye so angry? "Where did you touch her?" Luo Suyu's voice was so light that he couldn't hear the slightest joy and anger at all. However, every word said seemed to be wrapped in ice slag, and it hit the ground with a sound. I didn't touch her." Qing Yi shook his head desperately. As soon as he opened the door, he was attacked from behind by the gang. He didn't get it at all. Jing Yicheng can't even figure out why Luo Suyu's reaction is so fast. It's just a toy on the bed. Why is this master so careful? "Master Jiu, I don't dare. I promise that I will never make trouble for Guo Nian in the future." Luo Suyu sneered. It was too late. Then, he casually picked up a sharp piece of porcelain on the ground. Qing Yicheng was so scared that his face turned white. He immediately pulled his neck and shouted, and his voice completely changed his tone. "Jiu, killing is illegal." However, before he finished shouting, Luo Suyu suddenly raised his hand to cut in front of his eyes, and the knife splashed blood everywhere. "Ah!" Qing Yicheng only felt a burning pain on his face, and blood gushed out crazily. It soon covered his face. Luo Suyu got up and stood up. Without looking at Qing Yicheng again, he turned around and walked to the side of the pool to wash his hands slowly and orderly. He washed very carefully and washed his hands with cold water for a long time. Then he wiped his hands and walked out of the bathroom. The door of the bathroom was closed again, isolated from Qing Yicheng's miserable howl. Let's go. Luo Suyu stretched out his hand to Guo Nian. Guo Nian nodded and quickly reached out to hold his hand. Luo Suyu's hands were very cold, but with a fresh smell of hand sanitizer, which made people feel at ease inexplicably. When he left the hotel, Guo Nian saw Huoling and Chen Qinghe leaning on the car and chatting. As if seeing the two people coming over, Huoling immediately threw the smoke that had not yet burned out between her fingers to the ground, and looked up and down at Guo Nian with her feminine and narrow eyes. In fact, he just wanted to follow him to see the excitement. It was just stopped by Chen Qinghe. It should be afraid of Guo Nian's embarrassment. However, seeing Guo Nian standing in front of him intact now, it is obvious that he didn't let Qing Yicheng succeed. Thank you, Mr. Hua, for today's matter. When Guo Nianfang was just rescued by that group of people, he heard that they were Mr. Hua's people. So, no matter what, she should say thank you. Huo Lin raised her eyebrows with a smile. Miss Guo doesn't need to thank me. You should thank the 9th master. As he said, he grinned with a sly face. Didn't you see that on the way he just came, the old man almost drove the car as a plane? Luo Suyu glanced coldly at Huoling, opened the door directly, and let Guo Nian get into the car. Then he closed the door with a bang and glanced at Huoling and Chen Qinghe faintly. Let's go back first. You two can find a car to go back by yourself. With that, without waiting for the two to say anything, Luo Suyu had already turned around and got into the car, stepped on the accelerator and left. Huoling, Chen Qinghe, just leave us here. Huoling's face was unimaginable, and she was shocked. This unloading mill and killing donkeys is really slippery. He couldn't help but say something rude. Chen Qinghe glanced at Huoling with a difficult speech. It was the first time I had seen him compare himself to a donkey. It's just, I'm back again. Huoling is a cheap-mouthed guy. He was thrown down when he was abandoned. But who did he provoke? And in the car at this time, Guo Nian sat in the passenger seat, his slender white fingers clenched, and obviously he was still a little shocked. She was almost. She couldn't help taking a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Don't be afraid, he won't come to you again. Luo Suyu glanced sideways at Guo Nian and said in a deep voice. Just with such a sentence, Guo Nian felt that he had settled down inexplicably. Master Jiu, how do you know that I was kidnapped by Qing Yicheng? It was your roommate who shared it told me. Shen Lingshen. Guo Nian pursed his lips and remembered that he had not called Shen Lingshen to report her safety. She subconsciously touched her pocket and couldn't find her mobile phone. Use mine. Luo Suyu handed over his mobile phone directly. Thank you. Guo Nian took it carefully. As soon as he turned on the screen, he heard Luo Suyu say in a faint voice, password 941008, my birthday. Guo Nian was stunned for a moment, and then entered these numbers on the keyboard lock. Soon, the screen of the mobile phone lit up. Guo Nian quickly entered Shen Lingshe's phone number and dialed out, and as soon as the phone rang, he was immediately picked up. Hey. Shen, it's me. Chapter 49 Go to my place to sleep tonight. Nian Nian. Shen Lingshe's voice even has a crying tone. Are you okay? I'm fine. It was the 9th master who saved me. Shen Lingshin seemed to be suddenly relieved and burst into tears. She was scared. Scared to death. Woo woo, it's okay, it's okay. She cried while burping, obviously she was really scared. Well, don't cry. I'm fine. Guo Nian hurriedly comforted her. By the way, are you alright? Guo Nian suddenly remembered that Shen Lingshen was kicked by him in order to stop Qing Yicheng, and she didn't know how she was injured. You. Just leave me alone. Shen Lingshen cried a little out of breath, but Hao Lai finally calmed down. Where are you now and when will you come back? Guo Nian subconsciously glanced around, but it was dark now. Even if the neon lights outside the car window are connected, she still can't tell where she is now. She won't go back. At this moment, Luo Siyu, who was driving beside him, suddenly opened his mouth. Shen Lingshen, who was still crying, was stunned when she heard this. Don't you want to go back? What? What does this mean? Guo Nian was also confused at this time. She always thought that Luo Siyu was going to send her home. Master Jiu. Only yes, before she could open her mouth, Luo Siyu said in a faint voice. It was very late. Go to my place to sleep tonight. Why do you have to sleep at his place so late? Is there any inevitable connection between the two? At this time, Shen Lingshen, who was stunned for a while, also reacted. Immediately, he couldn't care about crying. He nodded hurriedly. Okay, please take good care of Guo Nian. I won't bother you. Good night. With that, she hung up the phone quickly. Guo Nian. And when she was still stunned, her hand was empty, and the mobile phone had been taken back by Luo Siyu. Are you so reluctant to go to my place? Go Nian pursed his lips and tried to dye the duck's mouth hard, but Luo Suyu sneered and obviously didn't believe it. Don't worry, you are like this. Even if I am a beast, I won't touch you. He glanced at Go Nian and raised the corners of his lips slightly, but Go Nian swallowed his saliva carefully and looked at Luo Suyu, waiting for his next words. After tonight, you can't escape. Go Nian subconsciously clenched his fingers, but he also knew that it was a matter of time when he met Luo Su. He has helped himself so much. Isn't this what he wants to do? Luo Suyu pursed his lips, and his eyes couldn't help falling on Go Nian's tight white fingers. He subconsciously moved his lips and wanted to say something, but his mobile phone suddenly vibrated. Then, the caller ID Han Mingming appeared synchronously on the car screen. After seeing the name, Go Nian subconsciously turned his head and looked out of the window, with a faint sourness in his heart. A creature like a man, obviously has a white moonlight in his heart, but he still wants to sleep with another woman. Luo Suyu frowned slightly. He subconsciously glanced at Go Nian, who had turned his head away, was silent for a moment, and then pressed the answer button. Oh ye. The phone in the car is an external sound, so Go Nian can clearly hear the soft voice of the woman on the phone, wrapped in a hint of sweet taste, which makes people feel pleasant in the ears. What's the matter? What's the matter? Han Mingming seemed to be stunned for a moment, and then she opened her mouth a little aggrievedly. I've been waiting for your call. Waiting for his call. Luo Suyu frowned slightly, and then remembered that Han Mingming had just called him. However, at that time, Go Nian's drug was effective, and he hung up the phone in a hurry. At that time, he did say that he would call Han Mingming back. But then Go Nian had another accident. After a while, he forgot about it. Something urgent happened just now. I just finished my work. Han Mingming didn't worry about this problem. It's okay. I know you are very busy. What's the matter with you calling? Han Mingming smiled, and it was nothing. She suddenly remembered a memory with you before. I want to ask you if it's true. What's the matter? It was to skip class with you when you were in high school, and you took me over the wall. Luo Suyu pursed his lips and didn't answer, but his memory seemed to be pulled back to 8 years ago by Han Mingming's words. At that time, he and Han Mingming were famous for their talents and beautiful women in the school. However, there was one thing that Han Mingming didn't say. The day she skipped class was her birthday, and it was also on that day. After he was the first to jump out of the wall, he was kissed on the cheek by her after catching Han Mingming. That is, from that day on, he found that he had no feeling for Han Mingming's touch. Maybe Luo Suyu was too distracted. Go Nian saw the street light in front of him, but he didn't mean to brake. Seeing that she was about to hit the vehicle in front of her, Go Nian blurted out almost subconsciously, Master Jiu, be careful. And as soon as she finished her words, the automatic braking system on the car had been activated, and the car suddenly braked in place. Luo Suyu was pushed forward by the inertia of the sudden brake, and then he frowned and looked at Go Nian. Only then did Go Nian realize that she had spoken in a hurry. She looked at the phone on the screen in a hurry and subconsciously clenched her lower lip. Are you? What's wrong with you? Whose voice is Fang? Han Mingming frowned slightly. Luo Suyu glared at Go Nian and then said in a faint voice, it's okay. I'm driving. It's the secretary's voice. Oh. Han Mingming responded, and I don't know whether to believe it or not. Then you can drive, and I won't bother you. Han Mingming smiled. Don't forget to pick me up at the airport at the end of this month. I'll send you the flight number later. Good. When he hung up the phone, Luo Suyu glanced at Go Nian. Did you do it on purpose? Declare sovereignty? Or does it show a sense of existence? Go Nian's face turned pale. It was not. She opened her mouth in a hurry. Moreover, she didn't know that there was an automatic braking system in Luo Suyu's car. Luo Suyu looked at Go Nian's obviously pale face and couldn't help sipping her lips, feeling that she seemed to speak a little heavily. In his opinion, the woman beside him may play such a little cleverness. However, Go Nian won't. However, since the words have been said, he didn't explain any more. For a moment, neither of the two people in the car spoke, and the depressed people seemed to be a little out of breath. Soon, the car slowly drove into Luo Suyu's residence. As soon as the car stopped, Jiang Hai, who had been waiting, immediately opened the door. Master Jiu, you're back. Luo Suyu's eyes were faint, and then he turned around and glanced at Go Nian. It was very late. Go back to your room to rest. Chapter 50. Master Luo was kicked out of bed. After Luo Suyu returned to the room, he took a shower casually. After finishing some urgent matters at hand, he moved his neck and closed the notebook and pushed it aside. Soon, the light in the bedroom went out. I don't know if it was because Han Mingming mentioned the time in high school, and Luo Suyu rarely dreamed of some things in the past. I dreamed of the first time he met Han Mingming. It was an afternoon. After Luo Suyu separated from Huoling and Chen Qinghe, he went straight back to the classroom. When he passed by the art classroom, he saw a slender figure sitting in front of the ease through the dry window. Luo Suyu didn't know why, but suddenly stopped. The girl's hair is very long, so she casually tied a ponytail behind her ears. Her shoulders are straight and her waist is slender. From a distance, it looks like an ink painting. Luo Suyu has been standing outside the window and looking at her. He really wants to see what the girl looks like. Is it as beautiful as this back? Master Jiu. At this moment, Huoli's shout suddenly sounded behind him. He subconsciously frowned and looked back, and saw Huolin holding a basketball and rolling beads of sweat towards him. What are you looking at? I called you several times, but you didn't answer. Huolin stretched her neck and glanced into the art classroom, but there was no one in the classroom. At this time, Luo Suyu obviously found that the girl was missing. He frowned slightly and immediately turned back to the classroom with a calm face. It was not until later that Huolin found out that the girl who was painting in the classroom at that time was Han Mingming. At that time, Han Mingming was a freshman, and he is a senior in his senior year of high school. Coupled with Luo Suyu's special identity and several chance encounters, he and Han Mingming became a couple. However, he didn't expect that he would dream of this scene again after many years. He stood outside the window of the art classroom that year, vaguely feeling that the girl sitting there seemed to be different from Han Mingming. He almost subconsciously knocked on the window. The girl turned around. Knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. He pulled Luo Suyu back from his dream. When he opened his eyes, he frowned slightly and restrained the low pressure all over his body. He almost, he could see that face. Luo Suyu rubbed his eyebrows, a little upset. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Obviously, I knew that even if I saw the girl looking back, it must be Han Mingming's face, but I just wanted to confirm it. It's a pity. Come in. At this time, Jiang Hai, who had been waiting outside the door, couldn't help being stunned when he heard the voice of his ninth master. He has been with Luo Suyu for many years, so he naturally knows his temper. What's the situation? Master Zhou's voice doesn't sound right. Didn't you sleep well last night? Thinking of this, Jiang Hai immediately pushed open the door with his mind. Master Zhou, breakfast is ready. In addition, there is a high-level meeting of the group at 9 a.m. Got it. Before Jiang Hai finished speaking, Luo Suyu waved his hand, frowning and unbuttoning his pajamas. Jiang Hai didn't know how he provoked the master, so he quickly handed over the clothes that the servant had ironed in advance. Is Guo Nian awake? Jiang Hai was stunned at first and said quickly, it should not be yet. Miss Guo hasn't gone downstairs yet. Luo Suyu raised his eyelids and glanced at him, asking the servant not to disturb her and asking her to sleep a while. Yes. Also, let the aunt warm her up for breakfast, and you can get up and eat it at any time. Jiang Hai pursed his lips and subconsciously lowered his eyes. When did his ninth master become so considerate? Yes, Master Zhou. And in the next room at this time, Guo Nian just got up at this time. Even if she was so sleepy that her eyelids were heavy at this time, she still held on. After all, this is her home, and it's not good to sleep in other people's houses. However, just as she was brushing her teeth sleepily, her mobile phone suddenly dinged. She subconsciously glanced at the screen. The message was sent by Luo Suyu. I'm going to the company. You can sleep a little longer. Guo Nian was stunned for a moment, then quickly rinsed his mouth, and immediately grabbed his mobile phone and threw back to bed. She rolled around the bed like a quilt with cotton in her arms. Well, I'm so happy to be able to sleep again. Maybe Guo Nian was really tired yesterday. She slept until almost noon, and she hasn't woken up yet. When Luo Suyu came back, he saw that the warm food in the kitchen had not moved at all, and he couldn't help frowning slightly. He casually put his suit jacket on the sofa and then turned around and went upstairs. The curtains in Guo Nian's room were still drawn. The room was dark, and there was no light shining in at all. Luo Suyu looked at the slightly bulging human figure on the bed and couldn't help hooking his lips slightly. Then he gently lifted the quilt and got in, holding the woman's waist directly from behind. Guo Nian is sleeping soundly now. But I also felt in a daze that there seemed to be a hard and hot wall behind me. She couldn't help whispering and turned over subconsciously. Luo Suyu smiled and couldn't help reaching out and poking Guo Nian's face. Guo Nian frowned slightly and waved his hand as if he was a little bored, but it just hit the back of the man's hand with a pop. Her strength is not heavy. However, it looks particularly crisp in a particularly quiet room. Guo Nian moved his eyelids in a daze. Obviously he was about to wake up. I can really sleep. Luo Suyu stretched out his hand and pinched Guo Nian's chin, and his voice was low with a trace of smiling. Well. Guo Nian whispered in a daze, and his lips opened slightly, showing the luster of someone. Luo Suyu's eyes fell on it involuntarily. Without thinking about it, he leaned over and kissed the moist thin lips. As soon as he put on the soft lips, Luo Suyu only felt a crisp and numb heat rushing to his limbs, which made him unable to help probing and sucking the soft flesh in her mouth. Well. Guo Nian was a little out of breath when he was kissed, and almost subconsciously whispered. Perhaps because of this sound, Luo Suyu was like a broken string, suddenly pinching Guo Nian's waist and pressing her fiercely under her body. Her slender waist pressed her tightly, giving her no chance to resist at all. Even if Guo Nian doesn't want to wake up now, he has to wake up. Well, Master Jiu. Guo Niang was shocked by Luo Suyu when he suddenly woke up, and almost without thinking about it, and stared at Luo Suyu. Luo Suyu never thought that one day he would be kicked out of bed by a woman, and he was kicked out of bed by Guo Niang defenselessly. Fortunately, he fell on the bed with the quilt, so he didn't fall and hurt. Luo Suyu stared at Guo Niang with a black face and couldn't help grinding his teeth. Guo Niang,